Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Throne of Heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36, Muster. But Mr. Aizen was such a nice person. He's really dead. Urahara nodded somberly. Orium wasn't the only one who was shocked by the news. Every member of the group, including Ichigo himself, had been surprised by the reveal. While none of them could truly believe it, Ishida was the first to put his doubt into words, and his tone was vaguely accusatory. You said that Aizen was the one passing you information about what was going on in Soul Society. If that's true, then how would you even know that he was dead, and not just unable to send a message? Urahara gestured to a set of items along a table, 3 small, cross-shaped silver tokens about the size of a finger, and a larger, hand-sized white disc with a glass globe in its center, which looked like it ought to be glowing, but wasn't. He took the latter in hand, raising it so they all could see it clearly, and explained. When we originally prepared for this mission, we planned for contingencies. We knew there was a possibility, however remote, that the spy in the 12th Division could make it impossible for Captain Aizen to help us from his side, so he provided me with some items to counteract the problem. This one, in particular, is a device that was calibrated with Captain Aizen's own Ryoryoku, the vibration frequency specific of his soul. The device can detect the conditions of Captain Aizen past the dimensional barrier, letting us know if he was wounded or incapacitated, or, if it were to go inert at once, dead. He tapped the darkened glass globe in the center, then placed the item back on the table and continued. The device went inert last night, and in particular, according to the last communication Captain Aizen had with me, shortly before the time he should have shown up to testify in Rukia's defense. We must assume that this is Jin's move, and he was killed to prevent him from testifying, although we have no proof, nor idea if anything else might be afoot. Ichigo let out a long breath. Ishida seemed to accept the explanation, but Ichigo himself hadn't really been doubting Urahara in the first place. It was just unexpected, that after all they'd been told, and what he'd personally experienced, of the Shinigami captain's strength, to hear that one of those that he was helping had been taken out so simply. Letting out an annoyed breath, he turned to Urahara. So, he was killed, just like that? Didn't you make a big deal of how difficult it was for a captain to be defeated? Was his army of clones not enough to save him? That caused Uriah to frown and add. Indeed, Kurosaka makes a good point. If there was such a battle, wouldn't the killer have outed themselves? Not necessarily. Ichigo's gaze shifted to Yoriyuki with a certain unease, the Shinigami back in her black cat form. Neither of the two of them had apologized to the other for their respective outbursts. Ichigo knew that he should, especially since he already had to Urahara, but he'd not been expecting them when they'd arrived, and Urahara had been in a hurry to tell them the news, so doing it now in front of everybody would be somewhat embarrassing. Still, he really ought to, but before he could, Yoriyuki went on, not really looking at him but not excluding him from the conversation either. Jin could have done it, if he used his Bankai. It allows his blade to strike through anything, or rather, to only hit the things he wants to hit, while ignoring everything else, as if intangible. Combined with his Shikai allowing him to extend his blade to extreme lengths, he could have hit Aizen from well outside his sensory range, so long as he knew where to aim. And he wouldn't have even needed to detect Aizen himself, if he had the spy in the 12th Division to act as a relay, able to sense Aizen and be sensed by Jin in turn to direct the attack. Timed right, Aizen could have died without even seeing it coming. She tapped her tail angrily against the wall and added, in a low tone mostly for herself. I told you arrogance would be your downfall one day, old friend. Everybody looked down at that, except for Ishida, who had a thoughtful frown on his face as he asked. That's quite well plotted out, for something that happened out of the blue. Yoriyuki turned an angry glare on Ishida, her feline eyes flashing in a threatening manner. Are you implying that I was complicit in Aizen's murder? I'm just saying, you just seems to be taking the death of your friend very well. That's cold. So what? Being ready to react to bad situations is wrong in your eyes, Quincy. Ichigo could both see that Ishida was about to react badly at that, an impression that a quick read of the Quincy's feelings easily confirmed. He wasn't sure why he'd even so obviously provoked Yoriyuki in the first place when it was clear she was far more practiced at getting a raise out of people, but he knew this would lead nowhere, so interrupted the exchange before the situation could escalate any further. I'm sure Ishida didn't meant anything offensive, sensei, we're just all very shocked by what happened. Ishida was in clear disagreement with Ichigo's words, but he somehow managed to restrain himself, allowing Ichigo to focus on Yoriyuki, who was regarding him in a haughty manner. That glare almost managed to make Ichigo reconsider his intention, but he knew that would be wrong, so he steeled himself and added, trying to sound humble although, to his own ears, he mostly sounded tired. And I want to apologize as well, for how I reacted to your words last time we spoke. I understand now that, just because you are more hardened to the possibility of losing those you care about, it doesn't mean you would throw their lives away needlessly. It was wrong of me to say otherwise. Ichigo wasn't sure, because Yoriyuki was very hard to read and the fact she was a cat made it even harder, but he thought she looked impressed for a moment, before lowering her head in a gesture of acknowledgement. Orium, meanwhile, looked really sad as she asked. So what we do now? We can't just leave Rukia alone if Mr. Aizen can't help her anymore, can we? Ishida looked grim at that, his previous anger at Yoriyuki apparently easy to put aside in face of their current problem. He looked at Urahara and asked, not sounding like he had much hope. I suppose that we're completely cut off from Soul Society now then? No way to check what's going on, try and see if the spy or this Ichimaru-jin left some sort of trace of their actions. Not exactly, we do have some means to go to Soul Society in an emergency, but I'm not sure that'd be wise. As he spoke, Urahara was tapping his finger on the table next to him, which caused Orium to suddenly perk up with curiosity in her eyes. Is that what those things do? They send you to the afterlife. When Urahara hesitantly nodded, Tatsuki and Chad both leaned forward in readiness, while Ishida said, sounding eager. That's it then, isn't it? You bring us there, and we go in front of the tribunal to testify on Rukia's behalf directly. When we spoke last time, you said that Aizen would call on us if he needed more witnesses. Well, more witnesses are definitely needed now, and we seem to have a mean to travel there, so we should go as soon as possible. The scientist grimaced, clear disagreement with Ishida's idea on his face as he answered. It's more complicated than that. The Suriadii, Soul Society's inner court where all the administrative buildings are located and the noble families resides, is protected by a barrier that cannot be easily pierced. The only exception are the portals to the mortal realm located in the headquarters of each division, all of which are constantly under heavy surveillance. These, he gestured at the items, are a secret invention of Captain Aizen that only we know exists, called Cageous Negation. They create a small, enclosed area where the barrier's power is temporarily neutralized through dimensional shifting, after which they can either summon or send the user to their paired copy. But they are one use only, and personal, so even if we wanted to use them, only 3 people could go. Besides, their paired pieces are within the heart of the 12th Division's headquarters, which are filled with sensory equipment, and where the spy might be lurking. The risk of being immediately detected and either captured or killed by our enemies would be too high. Oh, so we can't all go to help then? Orium didn't look happy when Urahara shook his head, but Ichigo frowned, remembering something Rukia had told him during their most recent conversation. You speak of Suriadii, the inner court, but I believe there is another, external area too, right? One called Rukanga, where the poor people live. Urahara nodded slowly, clearly not seeing where he was going with this, and Ichigo explained, trying not to let his sense of hope fill him too much. And that area isn't protected by the barrier, right? So couldn't we all go there instead, without having to use these things? That left Urahara more thoughtful, although when he answered, his tone was not encouraging. I could open a normal, temporary portal to the Rukanga of the type Hollow's use, I have the technology here to do it. But I don't know that it would help much. Rukia would be held inside the Suriadii, and getting in would still require that we make it past the walls surrounding it, which the barrier is anchored to. And the gates, as well as the rest of the Rukanga, are under the watch of the 3rd Division, which Ichimaru-jin is in command of. The area might not be enshrined behind an impassable barrier, but it's still monitored. The moment anybody shows up there unexpectedly, it'll sound an alarm, and then Jin will be able to send all of his division after us. Ichigo could see that to Urahara, that was too big of a risk. Personally, Ichigo himself felt more than willing to fight whoever he had to, but before he could voice the sentiment, Tatsuki spoke up, an intense look in her eyes. What if we didn't have to fight them? As everybody's eyes turned on her, the girl continued, her tone growing stronger and more secure of herself. We could go there and trigger the alarm, but rather than fight, we'd run around, making a ruckus and dragging attention to us without trying to get inside. That way, some of yous play distraction, while others teleport inside with those things of yours and, as Ishida said, she nodded in direction of the Quincy, rushed to the tribunal to save Rukia. It could work, couldn't it? Urahara looked surprised at it, but Yoriyuki sounded interested as she said. You think a small group of 3 or 4 intruders would really be enough of a distraction? Tatsuki rallied in a manner Ichigo was familiar from their training together. Whenever Yoriyuki challenged her, she never backed down, and indeed, he could see from the glint in his best friend's eye that she wasn't about to do it now either. They would, if they're the feared Vizard that destroyed an entire district a century ago and were exiled, especially if led by the madman from the 12th Division that helped them steal a weapon of mass destruction. That's what Urahara here made people think when he left, isn't it? Yoriyuki's eyes narrowed at that as she answered. Even if we could get in contact with the Vizard, which we cannot, I would not trust them to help us. You kids might have been fooled by their act, but I still think they're working with Jin. For a moment, Ichigo was worried that Tatsuki would defend the Vizard and give away that she was being trained by one, but he should have known better than to doubt his friend, as she shot back, quickly and confidently. We don't need to, I am a Vizard, and Ichigo is too. We can show up with our masks on, at least long enough for the alarms to detect us in that form, and then shed them to make hiding easier. And this guy Jin, he will know something's up, and maybe even call on the spy for help, so that they aren't in the way when our other group makes it to Rukia. If we're lucky, how he reacts might even tell us something about his relation to the other Vizard. He'll not be as worried if they're his allies, will he? Tatsuki held Yorichi's gaze for a long moment, then the Shinigami snorted, but in an amused manner, which as usual was quite weird on a cat's face. Still, it didn't look as a dismissal of Tatsuki's idea. Something confirmed when she turned toward Urahara with a very determined glint in her eyes. I think this might just work. Urahara didn't look as convinced, scratching the back of his head. What of the royal guards? I think I can handle sneaking the kids past them. Ichigo was left perplexed by that, but this time, Chad beat him to the question, although coming from him it sounded less curious, and more matter of fact. What are the royal guards? Urahara turned back to watch the group, and explained. That's the nickname of the 1st Division, much like the 13 is called Kido Corps or the 11th is the Hunting Squad. They are the people in charge of security within the Suriyati itself, and with the captain having been killed, it's likely that the Central 46, the people Rukia is being judged by, will have declared a sealed gates session, meaning nobody, not even Shinigami captains, will be allowed in their presence unless summoned specifically, nor will they be leaving until the emergency is over. The 1st Division will be the one standing guard to ensure the order is respected, so to get to the judges, it will be necessary to get past them, and that could be hard. Hard? What do you mean, Dot? Yoriyuki huffed, and took over. He means that fighting them would not be an option, and sneaking past them is the only way in. The 1st Division isn't like the others. Instead of recruiting directly from the Shinigami Academy, they only take in people of talent transferred from the other divisions, and only the best. Just to be accepted as an average Shinigami in it, one must pass the same requirements that would normally be enough to qualify for an unseated officer seat. Their seated officers are all at lieutenant level, and both the lieutenant and the first seated OFFI sire, respectively Kojiro Sasakaibe and Ichibe Yusub, have Bankai and were both offered positions as captains of other divisions multiple times in the past, but they always refused. And that's without even considering the captain commander himself. A shudder went through Yoriyuki, very visible as her fur rippled, then she shook her head and continued. No, even I am not willing to risk a direct fight with them. But sneaking whichever of you is to meet the Central 46 past? That, I should be able to handle. That left Ichigo perplexed. You're not going to go along with them? Yoriyuki shook her head. No, the Central 46 still think of me as a traitor. My presence would do more harm than good. Besides, there's another task that I need to take care of. Rukia will almost certainly be held in cells under the watch of the Omnitsukido, that's the nickname of my old division, the 2nd. I know how they handle things, and should be able to sneak past them and free Rukia, in case the talks with the 46 fail. She locked her gaze with Ichigo and added, in a very serious tone. I will not let somebody under my care be hurt if I can help it, I hope you can believe at least that much. Ichigo nodded back respectfully, acknowledging that the determination in her tone was her own way of apologizing to him. For himself, he was more than fine with it. Actions were a better apology than words, and Yuriyuki saying she was willing to go against her former comrades in order to make sure Rukia was safe would be more than enough. Urahara chuckled, clapping his hands together, his previous reluctance apparently gone. Well then, if we are to do this, we might as well. So, who is it who's going to be presenting to testify in front of the Central 46? I think that has to be me, it was my idea in the first place, I have already prepared myself for it, and I think that, if nothing else, hearing a Quincy speak in defense of a Shinigami might impress the judges. Everybody nodded at that, then Yuriyuki moved to the table and said, that makes 2 of us for the infiltration group, who should be the 3rd? Orium is the best choice. The girl turned to watch Chad in surprise, pointing a finger to her chest in confusion, but the tall boy explained, in his usual reasonable tone. Orium could disguise herself as a Shinigami better than I could. She already has a sword, and when she uses her power, she could pretend easily that the fairies come from the sword. That would not work with me. Her power is also the best one we have, and if these guards are that strong, it might be useful to have something we are sure could stop their attacks, or cure somebody who got hurt, or fly away. And if we needs a second witness to defend Rukia, she would do better than me at that, too. Orium looked quite shocked, waving her hands in front of herself as she said, I'm not that good at talking. You're much better. Ichigo chuckled, which caused Orium to turn toward him. He shook his head and said, trying to keep the amusement out of his voice. Don't you want to help Rukia, Orium? That caused her to puff her cheeks in annoyance. Of course I want to. I don't know why they want to arrest her, but she's done nothing wrong. Rukia's a good person. Then she paused, wavering, before adding, and I've no idea how to do interrogations and stuff, what if I mess it up because I don't know the rules or something? You'll do fine. No, you'll do great. Perhaps it was the sincerity in Ichigo's voice, or maybe the fact he's reached for her hand to squeeze it in a reassuring manner, but Orium looked speechless, so he continued. It doesn't matter what you know or what the rules are. You just need to speak to them about Rukia, tell them everything you know to be true about her, how you believe in her, and why. Let them see how much you care for her, and that'll be all you need. You care, and people react to that, it's why you're so fun to be around, and it's why I know your words will do a lot to save our friend. Just let them. Orium's cheek had reddened as Ichigo spoke on, and when he finished, she nodded energetically, snatching her hand away from his as she smashed it together in her other palm and shouted. Let's go save Rukia then. We can do it, so we will. Indeed. But before we go, all of you will need to wear these Henkin-ki to switch to your spiritual bodies and wear these Shinigami uniforms, and Ishida should take our last spare Zanpakuto to complete his disguise. Urahara pointed to the chest with the uniforms he's shown to Ichigo in the past, before going to retrieve the last Zanpakuto without owner that he possessed. While he did, Ichigo moved to Chad, asking to his friend, in a worried tone. You sure you'll be alright? We'll be playing distraction, so a lot of people will be after us, and while me and Tatsuki can regenerate, you can't. With Orium in the other team, you could get seriously hurt. Chad nodded, offering a thumb up as he answered. I am. This past week, I have been working on my awakened item. To complete its awakening, it will keep me safe. Complete? What do you mean? When I first used it, the Fullbringer woman, Jackie, said that it was a partial awakening. It took me a bit, but I think I understand now. In its full form, the item wraps me in armor entirely. Ichigo's eyebrows raised at that. If he could get a full armor on himself, then Chad wasn't as vulnerable as he thought he would be. He felt himself relax, and patted his friend on the shoulder. So you've got a full armor now? You have to show me. Chad shook his head at that. No, not an entire armor yet, I didn't progress that far. But I improved enough to have some defense now. It will suffice. If anybody else had said that, Ichigo wouldn't have been so sure, but the confidence and tranquility with which Chad spoke persuaded him that his friend knew what he was talking about. Then Urahara was there, handing off the spare Zanpakuto to Ishida. It took them a few minutes to get ready, especially since they had to leave and re-enter the room when Orium was changing, but once they were prepared, Urahara placed some strange, mechanical contraptions alongside a closet's door, and when he fired them all up, the door disappeared, replaced instead by a glowing energy field as Urahara turned to the three who weren't coming with them, Orium, Ishida, and Yoriyuki, and said, in a firm tone, "Wait for about a quarter of an hour, then use the negation. By then, we'll make sure to have their full attention." Everybody nodded, Ichigo nodding back to his friends before turning around, gripping the handle of the broken Auswall that he still had at his belt as a lucky charm, letting his determination fill him. "All right Rukia, wait for us, we're coming to save you." Then, without any hesitation, he stepped through the portal, and into Soul Society. As Renji followed Captain Yukatake into the meeting room, he found that about half of the captains and lieutenants were still missing, although they would likely be arriving soon enough. As soon as they entered, Captain Yukatake headed for his best friend and captain of the 8th Division, Shunsui Kiraku, who was easily identified by his conical straw hat, the pink kimono with a white flower motif worn under his haori but over his uniform, and most importantly, the fact he was sleeping and being berated by his lieutenant, Nanao Ise, a dark-haired and glass-wearing girl who, Renji knew from his interactions with members of the 8th, practically ran the division on her own, while constantly complaining about her captain's laziness. And looking at him, with his unkempt stubble and long dark hairs that seemed tangled together, it was easy to believe it. Even when he woke up at Yukatake's approach, he still remained in his slouched position, making it difficult to remember that he was actually one of the oldest and most experienced captains in service. Renji shook his head, letting the man's antics out of his mind, while looking for his own captain. Sure enough, Byakuya Kukaki was already present, sitting at his place while meditating with his eyes closed and a neutral expression on his face, although the light shield of emotion around his body made it clear he wasn't to be disturbed. That left Renji free to take in the rest of the room. As he looked around, a tall blonde man with a bored expression and purple eyes, followed by a taller one who had his afro styled into a 5-pointed star and was wearing sunglasses, entered from another door. Renji recognized them as the 5th Division's captain and his lieutenant, Rajuro Odoribashi, and Rabu Aikawa. He didn't know either of them particularly well, but he was aware they were friends of the captain of the 10th Division, Lisa Yadomaru, so he wasn't surprised when they headed for them, the tall, serious-looking woman with oval glasses and dark hairs arranged in a long braid nodding to them in greeting. When he saw that her lieutenant, Rangiku Matsumoto, wasn't with her, Renji scanned the room, and sure enough, he found her talking with the lieutenant of the 3rd Division, Toshiro Ichigaya. The two made for a very weird pair, with the short, white-haired pretty boy being very reserved and the tall, buxom blonde being often very loud, but Renji knew, through his own friendship with Toshiro, that there was a genuine friendship there, although he'd never quite been sure why, exactly. His best bet was that Matsumoto saw Toshiro as a kid in need of mothering, and the latter, while protesting otherwise, was very glad for her support, since most other lieutenants looked down on him due to his young age. Renji grinned, and headed for the two of them, carefully stepping away from the portion of the room where another weird pair were whispering to each other while scanning the rest of the room's occupants with a critical eye. Renji knew the small woman, dark hairs in a bob with 2 braids bound in white cloth and ending in golden rings, with a white haori on her shoulder, was Captain Swyfon, while the huge man, somewhat on the fat side for a fighter and with a large purple collar, was named Mareki Yoomada, and her lieutenant. Even without the fact they were currently detaining Rukia, Renji had never been on good terms with either member of the 2nd Division, or any of their subordinates. They gave him the creeps. And the fact that Captain Swyfon was Captain Kukaki's only sparring partner didn't help on that front at all. Nobody in their right mind should want to face Captain Kukaki with a sword in hand. The man was terrifying. "Toshiro, long time no see." The call caused the boy to momentarily stop his fight to keep Rangiku from mussing his hairs, which had predictable result. He let out a huff, but then pushed the older woman away and nodded in greeting. "Ah, Renji. It has indeed been a long time. 5 months, right? I am happy for you that Captain Kukaki put an end to your punishment early. Renji glanced in the direction of his boss, who didn't seem to have reacted to Toshiro's words and didn't seem to be paying any attention, then scoffed and said, as he threw an arm around the shorter lieutenant's shoulder. As if. No, I'm here for the meeting. I expect that I'll be shipped back to the mortal realm as soon as it's over. Say, where is your captain? Is he hiding or something? Renji threw another look around, to see if Ichimaru-jin had decided to hide in the shadows. Renji wouldn't have put it past the man, really, but then Toshiro shook his head. I've no idea. When the convocation arrived, I checked at our barracks and he wasn't there, so on the way here I checked at his house, but he wasn't there either. It is quite strange. Yeah, I didn't see Jin at any time yesterday either, but I'm sure he'll be here soon. He's generally very punctual. Renji was surprised at that. Matsumoto and Captain Ichimaru were longtime friends, which was how she'd come to meet Toshiro in the first place, and it was extremely rare for neither of them to know where the 3rd Division's captain was at any given time. Still, Renji pushed the thought away, his expression growing more serious. It was nice to see Toshiro again, but the reason why wasn't one that warranted good humor. He was just about to ask them if either of the two had any news, when a voice suddenly boomed through the room, the tone mocking, even as a menacing, almost arrogantly threatening riot so flooded the room for a moment, before being drawn back, something which could be mistaken for a lapse of control, but really was far more likely to be a challenge. Well, look at that, all the weaklings and washouts assembled here. All ready for a fight. Captain, is this necessary? It's not really polite to. Oh, shut up Tsukishima, I don't care about politeness. Why do I even keep you in the division again? Somebody has to take care of the paperwork, Captain. Right, that. And since there ain't no paperwork here, there's nothing for you to speak about. The mountain of a man who had entered the room shrugged, making the bells tied to the long spikes he'd arranged his airs in to cling slightly. The sound did nothing to make the captain of the 11th Division any less intimidating, however. Everything in the appearance of Kenpei Kazaraki screamed fighter, from the dark eye patch covering his right eye to the long scar that ran over his left one and all over a long face with pronounced cheekbones and no eyebrows that would have looked scary even without being so marred. And he wore his Shinigami uniform open to the waist, letting the wrappings around his abdomen and the powerful muscles of his chest bare, and the haori he was wearing over it was sleeveless, the cloth lining the shoulders and the hem looking ragged and worn, but rather than shabby, it just contributed to the overall sense of menace the man exuded with every movement. Compared to such a presence, the tall Shinigami with dark hairs and a scar next to his eye that was trailing behind him went almost unnoticed. Indeed, Renji didn't think anybody noticed as the 11th lieutenant placed a hand on his forehead, massaging it as if tired yet powerless in front of his captain's antics. Having served in the 11th Division for a time, Renji was used to Captain Zaraki's mannerism, but most of the rest of the people in the room weren't, and it showed as several glares were aimed at him. Noticing the hostile attention, the man grinned maniacally, as if challenging anybody to try and turn that hostility in an actual fight, and when nobody did, he said, his voice mocking. Such a pathetic mess you all are, trembling in fear. You're all wondering who's gonna get it next, aren't you? Terrified of what it is that is going around killing weak captain like you lot? Is there none of you with enough guts to show you aren't scared, no one willing to facing me? Is that an admission of guilt, Captain Zaraki? The sharpness in Captain Swafon's tone made Captain Zaraki's grin grow even bolder, as he turned in her direction, as he advanced toward the diminutive captain, her lieutenant, the only man in the room to match the 11th's captain in height but which also looked far less used to fighting, took several steps back, terror on his face, but the head of the Omnitsukido didn't, holding her gaze fixed into Captain Zaraki's even if she had to crane her neck backwards to do so. When he was close enough, the huge Shinigami leaned forward, literally looming over the smaller one, and said in a challenging tone. And if it was, what would you do? Fight me? A proper duel, sword to sword? Or wait until my back was turned, and slid a knife into it? That's what your lot do when they need to kill somebody, isn't it? Maybe it was you who killed Aizen, a nice little backstab when he wasn't looking. Did he step on some of your precious rules at last? Captain Swafon didn't answer, merely waiting for Captain Zaraki to do something, and after a moment, the man straightened and scoffed. Then he looked to the room, and said, "I didn't kill Aizen. I have no interest in fighting useless eggheads that waste their lives away in a lab, and if I did, I'd fight them face to face. But the rest of you cowards? Wouldn't be surprised if the killer was sitting in this room right now. Maybe I should make sure he doesn't run away." His hands hovered over the handle of his sword as he moved his gaze from one person to the other, as if personally measuring everybody over whether they were the killer. However, before he could glare at more than one or two people, another voice came from the door, the anger in it delivered with a cold, disdainful tone. Thinning people for fun is deeply unjust. But then, a beast in human skin like you would not care about justice, would it? The one to speak had been the man in front of the group of 4 people, a dark-skinned man with a brown hair tied in a ponytail and a few braided locks dangling in front of his large sunglasses. He also had a large orange scarf around his neck, and in addition to a white haori, was wearing fingerless gloves and white boots rather than the traditional sandals. Overall, it gave him a more orderly look than most other captains, which would have been fastidious to Renji even if he didn't have bigger gripes with the man. After all, Rukia was in a cell because of him, and that on its own was enough for him to want to go ask explanation, but right then, doing so would have just seen him be ignored, since the man was currently putting his full focus on Captain Zaraki. If not for the fact that he was blind, Renji would have said the man was glaring. Kenpei, for his own, didn't seem annoyed or bothered by the attention, instead turning toward him and moving closer so the two were within slashing range of each other, completely ignoring the other 3 Shinigami behind Tuan, despite the fact that one of the 3, Seijin Komamura of the 7th Division, was the only person in the room to be taller and larger than Kenpei, a huge individual with his head hidden by a cylindrical wooden helmet in a white haori of his own. Instead, Kenpei's grin widened as he faced off with Tuan as he answered, tone mocking. "And I suppose you would be ready to take that justice out on that skin, wouldn't you?" Tuan remained impassive, apparently completely unafraid as he replied coldly. "I am not afraid of you, Kenpei, and I would greatly enjoy putting you in the place you deserve." "Really? It seems you're rearing for a fight, aren't you?" Before things could degenerate further, however, the strong, commanding tone of the captain commander echoed in the room, bringing the conflict to a halt with his own authority. "There shall be no fight here, and if any of you starts one, I will end it, and them." As Renji turned in the direction of Captain Yamamoto, he saw that the man wasn't alone. Instead, trailing behind the bald man with a long cross-shaped scar on his forehead and huge white beard and eyebrows was a group of 5 more Shinigami, all obediently following the captain commander. Among them were the 1st Division's Lieutenant, Kojiro Sasaki, a elegant-looking man with silver gray hair and a thin, black handlebar mustache, the matronly Retsuo Nohana, captain of the 4th Division, with her long black hairs tied in a braid that fell in front of her neck, and her Lieutenant Isane Kaiditsu, a tall young woman with messy silver hairs and an uncertain stare in her brown eyes. A short distance behind these leading 4, but still obviously part of the group, there was the annoying figure of Mayuri Kuratsuki, who once again was sporting a different collection of annoying face decoration, including a stubbed golden cone on his chin where a goatee would be, 2 smaller ones over his ears, a weird white cap that was shaped like a Aegean bird's beak and aimed to his left, and a lot of face paint as was his wont, black over the cheeks and forehead but white on the rest of the face, nose included. And of course, there was his set of fully golden teeth, which were currently exposed in a very self-satisfied grin. But what left Renji perplexed was that, last in the group, was the familiar figure of Mayuri's daughter Nimue, a slender yet curvy young woman with a bob of black hairs, big green eyes, and a perpetually serious expression. From what he remembered of his talks with Rukia and Momo, Nimue was supposed to be the 3rd seat of the 12th Division, and the meeting was supposed to be only for captains and lieutenants. Frowning, he turned to Toshiro and asked, in a low tone, "What's Nimue doing here? I thought this was a leadership meeting only." Before Toshiro could answer, however, Mayuri's attention refocused on Renji, showing that he'd managed to overhear despite it being a whisper, and the mad scientist said, in a haughty tone, "Nimue has as much right as you have to be here, Aburai, seeing as she's the new lieutenant of the 12th Division." Renji could feel his annoyance raising as he almost instinctively shouted back. "Since when are divisions allowed 2 lieutenants now? If she is, what are you doing here then? I have every right to be here, and you should watch your tongue and show proper respect when addressing a captain, Aburai." What are you talking about? The captain of the 12th Division is. He trailed off, realizing that he'd almost forgotten the very reason they were here in the first place, and Mayuri quickly finished his sentence, puffing up his chest as he did. Me, actually. I have been put in command of the research team, so address me with the respect I deserve. Renji was about to tell him what he thought he deserved, but Toshiro placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. As he worked to refrain his temper, the shorter lieutenant spoke up instead. It was my understanding that promotion from lieutenant to captain was not an automated process, since the candidates needed to meet the necessary qualifications. Renji knew that this was something Toshiro cared very much about because he, himself, still had to gain his last master certification, which would allow him to be eligible for a captain position whenever one opened up. In fact, he knew he had been training for his Zanjutsu mastery for a while now. Renji had often asked him why he was so obsessive. He was pretty sure from their occasional sparring that Toshiro was better than him in pure swordsmanship, and Zanjutsu was the one mastery Renji had managed to get for himself, but Toshiro wanted to take the test under Jin, instead of, as most people, and Renji himself, had done, take it under Shunsui, and the former was reportedly much more strict on what a candidate needed to get a passing grade, possibly on account of being the younger Grand Master. Still, the fact remained that Toshiro was probably the best placed to take a good guess at anybody's qualifications to become a captain, and if he didn't think Mayuri met them in full, Renji was inclined to believe them. Mayuri, however, didn't seem to agree, as he sneered and said, in an annoyed tone. I'll have you know I completed my last 2 master qualifications, in Hakuda and Zanjutsu, just last week, under the supervision of the captain commander himself, and I have a witnessed statement of Captain Aizen to confirm my proficiency with Bankai. I always follow all the regulations to the letter. So I'm of higher rank than you now, Hichugaya, and you'd do well to remember it. Toshiro nodded respectfully at that, even though his distaste for Mayuri was still visible on his face, but Tuan's lieutenant, a big man with short white hairs by the name of Kensei Maguruma, looked puzzled for a moment as he asked, perplexed. Though Akon was the first seat of the 12th Division? How comes he wasn't made lieutenant instead of Miss Nimue? That caused Mayuri's glare to refocus on the 9th Division's lieutenant. That might be traditional, but there are no regulations on the matter, as every captain is entitled absolute authority to control promotions and demotions within their division, so long as the necessary qualifications are met. Captain Aizen's promotion policies were based on abilities to direct research groups, but I decided that the role of lieutenant required the highest grade of combat capability, by which Nimue was the best candidates for the post. Then, glaring to the rest of the room, he added. Although, if we're talking of traditions, a much greater breach would be to have left a lieutenant post vacant for well over 2 years, surely that's something to be more concerned about. Many eyes turned toward Captain Yukatake, who didn't seem to want to answer, instead merely offering a polite smile and appearing unbothered as the silence following Mayuri's words stretched on. Before it could become uncomfortable, however, the captain commander smacked his walking stick to the ground, with a loud sound that called everybody to attention. Then he said, in a severe tone. I did not command you all here to discuss regulations. Mayuri Kuratsuki is now captain of the 12th Division, and that is all anybody needs to know about the matter. Now be seated. Everybody complied with quite quickly, Renji himself taking his place sitting on the cushion behind Captain Kukaki. Each lieutenant was seated behind their captain in similar manner, with the captain commander at the head, while the division were, as was traditional, separated between the mortal realm ones, from the 5th to the 10th, to the left side of him, while in front of them, and to the captain commander's right side, where the Soul Society division, from 2nd to 4th and again from 11th to 13th. Due to this arrangement, Renji was pretty well aware of the one empty seat, the one that was just opposite from Captain Kukaki, and had Toshiro fidgeting uncomfortably as the seat in front of himself was empty, Captain Ichimaru being absent. Captain Yamamoto seemed uninterested in acknowledging this, however, and instead addressed the group in his usual serious and commanding tone. As you have been informed, Captain Aizen was killed tonight. As some of you might know, he was heading to the Central 46 to testify over a set of accusation levied toward a member of his division. His body was found right in front of the Central 46 meeting chambers, and we have confirmed he died before being able to render his statement. Captain Anohana has retrieved the body and confirmed the dead. He nodded to the woman, who spoke in her usual calm, reassuring tone. I have indeed verified that the body belongs to Captain Eisen, and that he is truly dead. I was not, however, yet able to determine how this death took place. With the Captain Commander's authorization, I will be conducting an in-depth autopsy and analysis of his remains to try and identify the cause of death, but given the difficulties involved, this might take several days before I can provide clear result that will be able to point us in the direction of a culprit. She bowed to the Captain Commander, who went back to speak again. As a result of this murder, we are now on high alert security. The Central 46, being in session at the time of the murder, have declared themselves in sealed session and are now sequestered inside the meeting chamber, and the entire area is currently under the direct supervision of the 1st Division. In addition, the 2nd Division will be given emergency authority to verify the persona, activities, and lodgings of every member of the GOTI 13 in an effort to root out the guilty party. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th Divisions are to be put on defensive footing, with both their lieutenant and captain, as well as 2/3 of their troops, to be stationed in the Soul Society until the situation has been resolved. Finally, the 11th Division is to recall all scouting and hunting party and remain available for combat support until the end of the state of emergency. Captain Zaraki's grumbles could be heard throughout the room, but not even he was brazen enough to openly gainsay the Captain Commander. Everybody else merely nodded, and then Captain Yamamoto went on, in the same tone. In addition to that, I require that you all cooperate with the 2nd Division's investigation, and volunteer any information you have that might be relevant to the matter, even if unprompted and no matter how small. The person who dared to strike such a blow to the very hearth of the Soul Society is a threat no lesser than any hollow, and I will see to it that they are eradicated, personally if needed be. The declaration was met with a tense silence, while the Captain Commander was much too controlled for any of the emotions he was feeling to escape him and be easily detected by the likes of Renji. There was no doubt the threat in his words was honestly meant, and nobody in the room seemed willing to be the first to speak after such a strong declaration. Nobody, that is, except for a very carefree voice, one that would have been easy to find mocking if not for the fact that Renji had never known the man it belonged to speak in any other tone. Everybody turned at once to watch the figure that had just entered the room, that of a thin, tall man with very sharp features framed by messy silver hairs that reached just to his chin, eyes narrowed into slits and lips fixed into a mocking smirk that perfectly matched his voice. I'm so happy to hear you say so, Captain Commander. We surely need for this loathsome criminal to be brought to justice, and it warms the hearth to know that the flames of hell wait for this villain. Jin Ichimaru was completely unhurried as he continued his slow walk toward his position, hands folded in front of himself so that his sleeves hid them. At his side, his Zanpakuto easily drew the attention, the small tanto almost dazzling from the sheer amount of riot so that constantly surrounded, wrapped up and overflowed from the entire length of the blade, signaling that it was in its released Shikai state, as usual. Renji didn't understand how Captain Ichimaru managed that, since no other Shinigami that he knew of was capable of such a thing, but then, that was the entire point of being a Grandmaster, he supposed, that they could do stuff that nobody else even seemed able to understand. Still, even if it was in no way unusual for him, carrying a released Shikai to a meeting of all the GOTI 13 captains and skirting very close to mocking Captain Yamamoto was exceptionally provocative behavior even for him. It was clear that several people wanted to comment on it, but Captain Ichimaru preempted them all as he spoke again, his tone unchanged. And of course, it is good to see that everybody was so very ready and willing to comply with the Captain Commander's requests. By all means, do not mind me and go ahead. I know everybody here wants to show their loyalty and innocence, as only the guilty would not share all that they can. Many captains visibly stiffened, growled, narrowed their eyes or otherwise showed clear displeasure at Jin's implication that everybody who had stayed silent after the Captain Commander's word was somehow guilty. To Renji's eyes, only Captain Kukaki and Captain Anohana failed to react, the former continuing to retain the sense of haughtiness he'd been into since the meeting starting, and the latter remaining her own calm, kind self, clearly unbothered by the accusation's implication. Nobody, however, commented on it until Captain Ichimaru had reached his own cushion, and only once he was seated did somebody spoke, that being Captain Yamamoto himself. Captain Ichimaru. You are late to the meeting. Do you have a valid reason for that? The silver-haired man scratched the back of his head as if embarrassed, even though his eyes didn't open and his smile didn't waver a bit. I do apologize for that, Captain Commander. Upon receiving the call, I decided to put all of my division in state of high alert, to ensure that the killer would not be able to escape or hide in the Rukonga while we were deliberating how to approach the situation. It sadly took more time than I hoped for. The Rukonga is quite extensive after all, but I hope that my proactive attitude in ensuring the security of the Soul Society will be considered sufficient justification for my tardiness. After a brief moment to consider Captain Ichimaru's words, Captain Yamamoto nodded. Captain Tuan, however, frowned and asked, his tone accusatory. If that's what you were doing, why didn't you have Lieutenant Hitsugaya relay a message on your behalf on the matter, so everybody would know the reason of your absence? That would be the proper procedure, and procedures are there to be respected and followed, not ignored. Jin turned slightly toward Tuan, looking completely unfazed as he replied in the same tone. I would have, but I just so happened to give Toshiro leave from yesterday at sunset to midday today, so I knew that, by the time any message reached him at his house, he would already be here. Thus, it was impossible for me to have him warn you all in advance. Many people almost shocked at Captain Ichimaru's words, but Renji could feel himself go still with shock at the comment, and across from himself, he could see Toshiro doing the same. Captain Ichimaru had just admitted that, during the time of Aizen's murder, nobody with the authority to check on either himself or his lieutenant had been around either of the two, thus revealing both as lacking an alibi for the time of the murder. Was he trying to accuse Toshiro of being responsible? But that didn't make any sense, and plus, he was also saying that he himself could be guilty. Renji didn't know what to say, but he was saved from having to say or do anything by Captain Zaraki, who had started to laugh uproariously. As eyes moved to the captain of the 11th Division, the man finally collected himself as he turned to watch Captain Ichimaru with his usual feral smile, although he looked more amused than murderous. You really aren't afraid of anything, Jin, isn't it? What have I to be afraid of? I'm merely willingly cooperating by revealing every information I feel relevant, as the Captain Commander kindly asked us to. Surely every one of us who has nothing to hide will do the same. Captain Zaraki let out another loud laugh at that, while Captain Ichimaru's closed eyes moved across the assembled captains, as if eagerly waiting for them to say their piece. In the end, nobody took him up on his offer, but Captain Tuan did address Captain Yamamoto instead, sounding quite serious. Captain Commander, given the current events, has the Central 46 given any information on how the process to Rukia Kukaki is going? Have they reached any sort of deliberation? A murmur of surprise ran through the room. Most of them hadn't known that Rukia was the one being detained. Renji, on the other hand, was pretty angry with Tuan for having brought it up, but given the man had, he saw no harm in saying his own piece. Yeah, if anything they should let her go now. It's clear that whomever killed Captain Aizen did it so he couldn't speak in Rukia's defense. Captain Commander, surely there's no more reason to hold her. The Captain Commander turned his gaze on Renji, and he started to sweat as he considered if perhaps he'd forgotten protocol or something and somehow offended Captain Yamamoto, but luckily for him, Captain Yukitake spoke up at that point, drawing the Captain Commander's attention to himself as he said that he vouched for Rukia's innocence and, if further imprisonment was to be had, he would volunteer to keep her under supervision himself in the 13th Division barracks, rather than leave her in prison. While Captain Tuan argued that doing so would be against procedure, Renji let out a long breath, just before he was elbowed by the man at his left, the 7th Division's lieutenant, and his old friend from when they'd both been in the 11th, Tetsuzumon Iba, who muttered to him. Are you crazy? A lieutenant can only talk in these situations if he's been addressed by a captain first. Renji glared at him, as hard as that was when the man always had sunglasses on, but before he could answer, the Captain Commander tapped his walking stick to the ground once again, immediately causing everybody to go back to being attentive and silent. Then he said, in the direction of Captain Yukitake and Tuan. The Central 46 is currently deliberating, and the current situation of emergency is not reason enough to interfere with the normal proceedings of justice. Rukia Kukaki shall remain incarcerated until the validity of the accusations leveled at her is determined by their judgment. Renji wanted to say something to that, but before he could, he suddenly felt a chill go through his body. As he continued to shiver, he realized that Captain Kukaki had extended his riot suit, but just barely and with enough control that Renji was the only one caught in it, probably the only one to notice even. Even so, it was enough for the feeling of disdain and disappointment to wrap around Renji like a coat of ice, and enough of a warning from his captain for him to just shut his mouth and say no more. Swaifon looked about ready to ask something herself, when suddenly, a loud beep started, startling everybody. Mayuri, although Renji supposed he should refer to him as Captain Kurotsuki now, no matter how much the idea disgusted him, reached inside his kimono and pulled out a strange device covered with flashing lights of different colors and a small screen. The man narrowed his eyes at it as he studied it and muttered to himself, "Weird, so very unusual, but potentially interesting, yes. What would be, Captain Kurotsuki?" The man shook when he remembered he was in a room full of people rather than alone, and explained to the assembly, in a condescending tone. "It seems that our sensors in the Rokanga have detected a portal that has been opened in Sector 26. Captain Yodomaru looked surprised by that, pushing her glasses up her nose a bit as she spoke. "An hollow attack through the moral realm at this time." "Not hollows, exactly. According to this reading, one of them is a normal plus, but the others, two are plus with a strong contamination of hollows. Ryotsu, visored, is the term we use for those. But the most interesting thing is that the last present is recorded here as Kisokura Hara, formerly of the 12th Division." Captain Otoribashi's generally bored face moved into a frown as he said, in the thoughtful tone of somebody who was trying to remember something. "Wasn't he exiled for some experiments to do with these visored about a century ago?" "Indeed he was, and not alone, either, as Yoriyuki Shihohin was exiled alongside him as well. Interesting that he should show up, but not her, isn't it?" Renji saw Captain Swaifon visibly stiffen at Captain Ichimaru's comment, but the 3rd Division's captain didn't really let anybody else speak, as he turned directly toward the head of the group. "Captain Commander, I would ask that the meeting be adjourned. If possible, I would be remiss in my duties if I did not personally see to making sure that this new threat is taken care of with suitable swiftness." The Captain Commander nodded at that, and then addressed the group at large. "Very well. Captain Ichimaru, see to this threat, and ensure that Urarikisuke be captured for interrogation if possible. The timing of this invasion indicates a potential connection with the death of Captain Aizen. As for everybody else, maintain a state of full alert, and be ready to intervene should any new troubles present themselves." Everybody is dismissed. The various captains and lieutenant quickly got up and started to leave. Renji wanted to go talk with Toshiro, but a mere glance from Captain Kukaki was enough to let him know that he was to follow him instead, and he suspected about to get a scolding as well, if his time as an underling to Rukia's brother had taught him anything about the man. Before they could do more than leave the building, however, Captain Zaraki placed himself in front of the two, barring their passage with his usual threatening grin. "Ah, Byakuya, just the man I was looking for. So, the rumor is true then? Is your sister a criminal now?" Captain Kukaki looked up at Captain Zaraki with his usual lack of expression, and sent to him a wave of pure disdain, but the 11th Division's captain looked completely unfazed. If anything, his grin grew even more feral. "Is there a point to this? You waste my time." "Why? I just worry about a fellow captain, is all. Aren't you worried about your sister's potential fate? What of the shame and dishonor she brings down your family? Doesn't that makes you feel angry?" From somebody else, Renji would not have thought it possible, but for Captain Kukaki it was trivial to make his disdain grow even greater and colder. He could see that Captain Zaraki's own Ryotsu was coalescing around him like an armor to keep him shielded from the effects. "A commoner like you wouldn't understand a noble's feelings. Is that so? Don't you think me arrogant then, that I dare question you? Doesn't it make you mad? Don't you want to take some of that frustration out on my hide? Prove that you're as superior as you claim?" While Captain Kukaki didn't answer to the provocation directly, his Ryotsu redoubled again in its intensity, and Renji could see that it was also being focused now. It already had been to a certain extent, of course, since nobody else but Captain Zaraki had been affected by it, not even Renji who was well within arm length, but now it looked almost as if it was sharpening itself, trying to cut through Captain Zaraki's shroud which, with every passing seconds, looked more and more like it was hardening into actual armor. Renji was worrying that this really was about to devolve into the fight Captain Zaraki so clearly wanted, when the tension was cut by a comment that, even with the mocking tone layered thick onto it, almost managed to sound sad and disappointed. "Kenpeki, are you trying to get a fight on with Byakuya? A man could get offended at being dumped like that, you know." Captain Zaraki turned around, interrupting his confrontation with Captain Kukaki to glare at Captain Ichimaru, annoyance wiping the manic smile off his face. "Well, if you ever deigned to actually fight properly in our spar, I wouldn't need to go looking for better sparring partners. It's annoying that you never really unleash your sword's full power when we fight. I am the one that should get offended that you don't take me seriously enough." Right. Sometimes, it was easy to forget that one of the reasons why Captain Ichimaru was considered a madman was that he was the only one to have regular spars with Captain Zaraki. Still, it seemed that his intervention had defused the situation enough for Captain Kukaki to collect himself, his Ryatsu disappearing almost in an instant, reabsorbed so quickly it almost seemed like it had never been there in the first place. Captain Ichimaru seemed pleased with having defused the situation, as he went on to tell Captain Zaraki. "How about a bet? Since I have these invaders to take care of, how about you come help and bring along your division as well, and if you manage to catch more of them and I do, I'll give you that proper fight." Captain Zaraki almost seemed to light up at the offer, his maniacal grin returning and growing to terrifying proportions. "My hunters against your little leg breakers? That's not even a contest, so of course I'm gonna win it. I'll go collect my men and then we shall be on our way, I think." "By all means." Captain Ichimaru inclined his head in acknowledgement, but Renji didn't see how the discussion continued, as he had to follow along with Captain Kukaki. The walk to the 6th Division's barracks was long. Once there, a lot of his friends and colleagues looked surprised to see him, although any who normally would have taken the time to greet him only watched him pass with pity, since the only reason why Captain Kukaki would order somebody to follow them to their office like that would be to give them a stern talk, as much as Captain Kukaki even wasted time talking, at any rate. Indeed, as soon as he had closed the door of Captain Kukaki's office behind himself, Renji felt wave upon wave of disappointment slamming into him, the tide almost choking him with the sense of harsh drought it carried. Captain Kukaki didn't raise his voice, he never did, nor was there any discernible expression on his face as he spoke. "Is being a lieutenant in the Godi I-13 a joke to you, Renji? Do you not realize the responsibility and duty that such a task requires of those who carry it?" Renji had to swallow twice, his throat parched and lips dry, before he was able to answer, trying to make it clear he was being as honest as he could be. "I understand, Captain." "Do you, really? Why do your conduct not reflect this understanding then?" The disappointment was layered with a sense of relentless, almost demanding expectation, like a powerful pressure pushing down on Renji's shoulder. He still wasn't sure how Captain Kukaki managed to control his Ryatsu like this, but right now, he didn't care, and hurried to answer, quickly as he could. "I apologize, Captain, I let my emotions get the better of me." A true Shinigami is in full control of his emotions, at all time. "You shame yourself with it, and me as well, for having considered you worthy of standing as my lieutenant. I try my best." "No, you don't." It was rare for Captain Kukaki to interrupt him, and while he could feel the effect of it as his body grew weak and trembling due to the exposure to it, Renji had no idea why the captain was adding so much sadness to the emotions he was projecting. Still, after a moment, Captain Kukaki spoke again. "It is clear that your punishment deployment in the mortal realm did not produce the desired result. Normally, I would consider that ground for doubling the duration of the punishment, but given the present circumstance, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself through action. I have a strong suspicion that, among the invaders that just showed up, there will be one boy with orange hairs and a hollow mask with red stripes. You will find this man, defeat him in battle, capture him and bring him to me, before any Shinigami of the 3rd or 11th Division can do the same, and without interfering with their other assigned tasks either. Now go." Renji quickly nodded and left. It took him a while to shook the effects of Captain Kukaki's emotional lashing, but eventually he managed to refocus as he moved toward his assigned destination. Still, he reflected, this was going to give him a chance to kill two birds with one stone. Just before leaving her to go to the meeting, Rukia had said that he had to talk with either Momo or Kira, that they knew more about what was going on and would need his help. Given Kira was in the 3rd division, Renji could talk to him while on his way to complete this errand from his captain. Maybe that'd even help with actually finding this orange-haired vizard he had to capture. He cricked his neck as he went, a grin forming on his face. He hoped this invader he had to capture would put up a good fight, because, with how this day had gone, he really had a lot of pent-up frustration he was looking forward to take out on him. Chapter 37, Reaching. It had taken about 2 minutes for the first Shinigami to show up. Honestly, compared to the response to Hollows appearing in Karakura, Ichigo had to admit he was impressed by the speed with which they'd reacted to their arrival here. Of course, that had meant that, right now, the 4 of them were on the run. Chad was occasionally summoning his Fullbringer ability to fire his blasts of Ryotsu, although it seemed he was holding back his full power for now, as according to him the air in Soul Society was denser and the power responded more sluggishly than he was used to, meaning if he only summoned the smallest part of his power, just enough to cover only his fist, he could use the ability faster without exhausting himself. Still, much as Chad's cover fire was helping keep the Shinigami away, Tatsuki and Ichigo had agreed not to call on their inner hollows until they were left with no other choice. It was mostly Urahara that was keeping them from getting caught. Ichigo had known, intellectually, that the man was skilled and his Shikai was a powerful weapon, but he hadn't quite realized how effective until seeing it in action. As they curved a corner, the blonde Shinigami slashed with his sword 4 times, the thin scarves of purple energy flowing forward before stopping just at the entrance of the hallway, thinning themselves so much as to be almost invisible and anchoring into the walls like a set of tripwires, and when the group of 3 Shinigami following them turned the corner as well, they stumbled onto them, each wire wrapping itself along at least 2 of them, each trying to force them to experience time at a different rate, resulting in them all falling to the ground in a mess of confusion and headaches. The next corner they turned, they found another team of 3 Shinigami, which seemed to always patrol in groups of 3 for some reason, had somehow managed to cut their path. Seeing the Shinigami running toward them, Ichigo and his friends reversed direction, and as they did, Urahara had his sword extended to the side, scraping along the walls. Ichigo could see that the sword was leaving purple streaks along the otherwise gray stone or, more often, old brown wood, and sure enough, when their pursuers reached that point, the purple lines on the wall sprung up like snakes, wrapping themselves around their arms and legs and causing those Shinigami to fall to the ground. In shock as well. Still, as they paused for a moment at an intersection to decide in which direction to run now, while Urahara slashed his sword around to place several concentric circles of purple energy on the ground, Ichigo couldn't help but consider something that had been on his mind for a bit now. Is it just me, or they keep tracking us down, as if they knew where we were going? Tatsuki nodded with an annoyed frown on her face. Yeah, they seem to be aware of where we're going without even needing to see us. As if to prove that supposition, a new trio of Shinigami turned a corner to the road right in front of them. They returned to their run, taking to the left this time, the sound of a few scared people slamming their windows shut as they passed by being soon followed by the latest pursuers' screams as Urahara's latest trap was sprung on them. The group made it past 2 more intersections before another group cut their progress, followed a moment later by another team emerging from behind them. Tatsuki glared enraged at the enemies on both sides of the road and said, angry. I knew they were trying to box us in. We're not trapped yet. We can go up. Everybody turned to watch Chad at his comment, and he pointed to the ground, showing that he was slowly filling it with his own Ryotsu. Ichigo quickly went to help, frowning as he felt what his friend had spoken about. It almost seemed like the ground was resisting, probably because, he realized, it was letting out Ryotsu of its own which flowed against that they were pushing into it, and in much greater quantities than it did in the mortal realm. Still, with the 2 of them working at it while Chad also occasionally fired small beams at the ground to keep the Shinigami from closing on them too quickly, they managed to imbue the ground enough to make it elastic, so that the 4 of them could use it as a trampoline to jump to the rooftop of a nearby surrounding house. Seeing this, the Shinigami quickly started to run, clearly trying to copy them, but Ichigo and Chad immediately cancelled the effect, while Urahara grinned, slashing with his sword several times to weave together a net of purple energy that he then left fall onto the group beneath, pinning them to the ground while affecting them with enough time dilation at the same time that it'd keep them there for a while. Tatsuki glowered at the Shinigami's trapped form, and commented. So, how do they keep following us? Urahara tapped the tip of his sword to the rooftop, deep in thought, before eventually saying, "The most likely way I can think of is that some of the civilians here are passing information along. From what Captain Eisen told us, during his tenure as captain of the 3rd Division, Jin made himself more well-liked by the locals than his predecessors, and it might be resulting in them helping his men now." Ichigo frowned. "That doesn't sound good at all. We're supposed to draw attention to ourselves without getting caught, but if they keep tracking us like this, we're bound to make a mistake eventually." Urahara nodded, but then grinned in his usual carefree fashion as he added, pushing his cap over his head, "Well, right now that we're standing atop the rooftops, they'll have a harder time keeping up. How about we use that and go for the head?" "Which head?" Urahara gestured with his sword to where his net was on the street below. "We've seen over a dozen different 3-man teams and disabled most of those, yet the enemies keep coming. I think that means we're not facing just a squad, but rather a whole platoon over a seated officer. That's way too many Shinigami for us to handle on our own, but to coordinate them in this kind of search, the seated officer must be in a central location. We find and knock out the officer, the others will go into disarray and allows us to slip the encirclement." That made sense, so Ichigo and his friends both nodded to Urahara's suggestion, with Tatsuki actually grinning as she smashed her fists together. "Let's do this then." And with that, they took off along the rooftops, Chad's power helping them with the jumps. They could see a number of Shinigami scurrying off in the streets underneath them, but whenever they tried to attempt something, Urahara, who was spreading long strings of purple energy from rooftop to rooftop as they went, was quick to drop the latest batch onto the unsuspecting heads, trapping the group before quickly getting out of sight again. As they continued to run along the rooftops, Ichigo focused his senses. His passive detection from the Shinigami training couldn't pick up much. A full bringer pulse would travel much further but, due to more Reishi dense air, require more effort to unleash and take a long time to come back. While his Quincy senses were currently somewhat overwhelmed, the sheer density and quantity of Reishi surrounding them meaning that he had an almost tridimensional map of his surroundings whenever he focused it, which came with an extremely painful headache as he failed to fully process so much input at once. He was pretty sure he could eventually overcome that with training, but he'd never thought he'd need to before, which left him with a potentially useful sense that was almost useless. However, he realized, he could use the ability to enhance his other ones. He sent a full bringer pulse as powerful as he could manage, and then, immediately used the Quincy sensory skill to draw Reishi to him, which caused the rebound to reach him much faster than he expected, and gave him the position of the largest concentration of Ryotsu in the area. Eyes snapping open as he collected himself, Ichigo motioned with his head for the others to follow, and in a few brief moments, the group found themselves on a rooftop next to a plaza that hosted what looked like almost 3 dozens of Shinigami, with a group of 5 standing in the middle in a circle around a last one, young and with shoulder-length blonde hairs and a large bang falling over his left eye. He was clearly in full control of the situation, delivering orders in a calm tone while letting his visible, blue eye move over his forces with careful focus, but as soon as the 4 of them landed, it snapped on their position, focusing on them immediately. Ichigo had to admit some respect for the quick reaction times, as the man immediately pointed at them to warn his subordinates, before starting to make a series of gestures with his hands. Ichigo could feel his pulse quickening, as he recognized the gestures as the same type Rukia would use to cast her magic, except he was using a lot more while also chanting something Ichigo couldn't really hear from this distance, which Ichigo had only seen Rukia do once or twice for her most complex and dangerous spells. But none of those had been anywhere near this convoluted. Knowing that had to mean this was a big attack the man was unleashing, Ichigo went into guard position immediately, only to be left dumbfounded when all that happened, as the officer stuck with his hand toward the sky, was that a single tiny dart of golden energy shot into the sky and exploded in a multicolored show of light, like a firework. Next to him, Urahara pushed his hat on his head with a chuckle, apparently unfazed as he said, "Right, so I'm going to take the seated officer. You 3 should be more than enough to knock down the 5 unseated ones around in, and we cut and run before the reinforcements that Signal is gonna call down on us can arrive. Here's how we're going to dash." He interrupted himself suddenly, head snapping to his right in surprise. Ichigo did the same, following his gaze to the large walls in the distance that, he suspected, led into the Suriadii. In particular, he realized, Urahara's focus seemed to be on the barely visible door. The walls had to be at least 2 miles away. This place was huge, and when Ichigo focused on it, He swore he could barely detect a slight tremor, almost like the very edge of a microscopic soul flickering with excitement, but how could he possibly be able to detect something at such a distance? Then Urahara's eyes widened in abject fear, and he started to shoot several very large projectiles of purple energy from his blade, flat and almost large enough to be considered shields. Then he saw something hitting and piercing them, and realized with terror, after it broken through two of the shields, that he could only see it, charging at him with a speed so high his reflexes had not even truly started to respond to it, because each shield was a field of slowed time that was temporarily stripping a bare fraction of the speed of the attack from it. He hurled himself to the side, his soul screaming as he strained it to its limit just to be able to respond in time, and even like that he felt the steel biting into his side, a line of blood barely deeper than a scratch forming alongside it. Despite his desperate dodge, Ichigo couldn't help but shake at the fact that, if not for Urahara buying time the way he had, he'd have been impaled. Because, he could see now, what had just grazed him was a blade, a katana with, weirdly enough, a white falcon perched right over the steel, and which seemed to trace a continuous line from their position to a faraway point near the huge doors in the Suriyati walls. And, he realized, about the same direction from which he was sensing the very faint flickering of a very small soul. Or, he realized in sudden horror, where he was perceiving the power of a soul so strong, producing so much riot so, he could feel it even at such a distance, if only just barely. The thing left him frozen for a moment in horror, before Urahara's voice shouted, sounding panicked. "Get down from the rooftops, right now. He's gonna kill us all if we don't." And, following actions to words, the blonde Shinigami threw himself down, slashing his weapon to create a shield halfway through his fall, before aiming it at the group, 3 more scarves of energy erupting from the sword but remaining connected to it like tentacles, which proceeded to wrap themselves around Ichigo's, Tatsuki's, and Chad's waists and dragged them all down with him. As they were falling, Ichigo saw the impossibly long sword flashing twice, as if it was being swiped back and forth, and realized that it'd have certainly killed them if they'd still been up there. Then the sword disappeared in a flash, although he noticed the white falcon had took flight from it and was hovering above their position now. Just as they were about to hit the ground, they passed through the purple barrier Urahara had laid very close to the ground, and it slowed their descent so much that they barely felt the impact of the landing. Ichigo took a moment to recover from the near-death experience, then asked their guide. "What was that?" Urahara pressed his hat over his head with a grimace as he answered, a hint of fear still into his voice. "That was Jin. He couldn't detect us, but the signal his seated officer sent into the air told him in which general direction to aim, and once the sword was close enough, the falcon that was sitting on his sword helped him correct his aim to impale us by directing the sword with its talons. Speaking of which, we need to take the bird down, and quickly." Before Ichigo had even a moment to process that request, Chad fired a beam at the falcon. The creature, however, dodged the attack, before letting out a loud screech and dive-bombing at them. Urahara immediately directed a number of his energy tendrils at the bird, keeping them connected to his blade as he did so, but the falcon weaved through them with great ease, indeed, almost contempt. However, Urahara had apparently been expecting this, as he suddenly pulled back with his sword and the tendrils, rather than simply coming out of the wall they were embedded into, ripped several large chunks out of it instead, smashing them into the white bird and burying it underneath. Tatsuki let out a whistle, but before anybody could comment Urahara said, hurriedly, "We have to move, now." Ichigo nodded. He could hear the footsteps of the Shinigami from the square converging onto their position, but then he realized that Urahara was shooting the glowing lines of purple energy at the pile of debris rather than creating any traps. The reason for that became clear when, suddenly, the debris exploded, as the figure of a huge, white hippopotamus erupted from underneath them, shaking a moment to get rid of the dirt and powder before turning to focus on them. The purple lines wrapped themselves around the hippopotamus body immediately, and the creature looked paralyzed, but before Ichigo could determine if Urahara's power had developed a new ability to freeze time entirely, or it was just compounding the natural slowness of the hippo itself, he felt Tatsuki grabbing him by the shoulder, and he quickly moved along with her to follow Urahara as the Shinigami dashed through the streets. As they ran, the Shinigami kept leaving behind them long purple lines to bar the path for any pursuers, but Ichigo noticed these new traps looked less strategic than those he'd been using before, more frantic. "What was that hippo falcon thing?" Urahara let out a nervous chuckle as he answered. A Zanpakuto, but what's important is what it can do and who it belongs to. We need to cover as much ground as possible. Ichigo was surprised at the intensity of it. What it can do? Didn't you take it out? Urahara shook his head with clear nervousness. It'll get free in a moment. But the real problem is that it'll keep tracking us, and it being here means the 11th Division is involved, so what it would draw onto us is their captain, Zaraki Kenpeki. You could feel his Ryuryoku despite the distance yourself. It should be obvious how dangerous he is. And since he leads the 11th Division, I guess this guy really loves fighting, Urahara glanced to Tatsuki with a certain perplexity at her comment, but nevertheless, he answered her. He loves fighting, he loves hunting down enemies to fight, but most of all, he loves to fight to the death. He's a killer, and a savage and cruel one at that. Avoiding him is our best chance of making this mission work. He's really all that dangerous? Isn't the fact that he's a captain enough of a warning? Let me put it like this, to become a Shinigami captain, you need to reach mastery in each of the 4 Shinigami arts, as well as having Bankai. Zaraki Kenpeki, however, doesn't met all of those prerequisites, but he is a Grandmaster of Zanjutsu, and he managed to be recognized as worthy of the captain rank on the strength of that alone. And in the history of Soul Society, in the 4,000 years since the Gotei 13 was founded, he is the only one for whom such an exception was made. Do you understand now? He's not like the other captains, he's much more dangerous. Ichigo tried to imagine how powerful the man had to be, and how intense the emotions he felt, for Ichigo to have been able to sense them from so far away, and he wasn't sure he could picture it clearly in his mind. Even so, the thought of it was daunting, and he could feel the fear spreading along his soul at the idea of facing a man with so strong a soul. Letting out a long sigh, he tried to refocus the group from the somber silence Urahara's words had made them fall into. So, what do we do then? How do we manage to avoid him while keeping the deception going? Urahara seemed to consider the matter for a moment even as they continued to run, and he continued to fill every hallway with as much of his time delaying traps as he could deploy, and eventually said with conviction. The only way we can do this is to split up. That caused every member of the group to suddenly stop, watching Urahara with astonishment. Tatsuki was the first to recover from it. How would that help? We'll be easier to defeat that way. Only if they catch us, and we'll be much harder to catch. Ichigo wasn't sure he understood that, and from the look on his friends' faces, they didn't either. Why will it be easier? Urahara let out a long huff and clarified. Because we'll be splitting the targets for Kenpeki and Jin to chase. Best case scenario, which I also think most likely, they'll come after me, which will leave the other team with lesser enemies to contend with. Plus, even if it complicates our job, the fact Jin enlisted the 11th Division's help to hunt us down means that, in fact, our distraction plan is working. He raised a finger as he went on, switching to his more usual lecturing tone. We know that the citizens were helping the 3rd Division track us down, but I think that won't hold true in the less cared for districts of the Rokanga. There, it tends to be everyone for themselves. The area is labyrinthine, which will make it much easier for me to set up enough traps to delay them. And that zone is also much less inhabited, so that if Tatsuki comes with me, she'll be able to really cut loose with her power without risking civilian casualties, and a large fire of the type she can create would be a very big distraction indeed. He nodded respectfully to Tatsuki, who looked unconvinced. Ichigo had his own doubts as well, since this whole thing seemed ridiculously risky. What if they corner you and you're forced to fight them? I don't think you can take the captains if that happened. Oh, I fully agree, I couldn't face one captain on my own, let alone 2 at once. And that's where your team comes in. Our team. Yes, you and Sato here. While I am the big attention drawer, you need to make it to the inner districts and launch a direct attack at the walls. The closest gate should be the southern one, so that where you need to strike. Ichigo could feel himself go cold with worry at the idea. That hadn't been the original plan. You want us to try and infiltrate the Suriadii? Why? I thought you said it was too difficult, and besides, Urayu and Orim are already inside. What to the point? Well, if you were to succeed, you would be even more of a distraction, as you might draw some of the 1st or 2nd Division forces, making your friends work easier. And with us making a big ruckus and getting Jin and Kenpeka to come after us, the door will not be as well guarded, so I think you could have an honest shot. But really, you don't need to succeed. Even if you fail, you just need to make enough of a ruckus to make it seem like my and Tatsuki's action had the goal to draw Jin and Kenpeki away from the gates, to make them rush back to it. So long as you don't get trapped there, this will allow both teams to avoid being captured while keeping them occupied going back and forth, and maybe even drawing out more people from Suriyati itself, which is our ultimate goal. Ichigo wasn't sure the plan would work, but in the end, they had to try something, so he nodded and said, his eyes moving to his friends to make sure they were also on board with the plan. All right, I can go with that. What of you guys? Both nodded, Tatsuki looking grimly determined, while Chad was more matter-of-fact about it, and then they parted way, with Ichigo and Chad heading toward the tall wall of the Suriyati while Urahara and Tatsuki hurried toward the more run-down and far-away parts of the Rokanga. As soon as they appeared in Soul Society, Yurayuki transformed into a small fly, and placed herself over Urai's ear, where it could talk to him while being hidden from sight by his hairs. While Urayu understood the need for secrecy, it was annoying, especially as she started barking out orders. Send the fairies out to scout, be careful of your surroundings, and don't talk of anything you don't want the enemy to know, the walls are full of listening devices here. Uriah would have nodded, and for a moment considered it since it would dislodge Yurayuki and probably annoy her, but he was above such pettiness, so he merely answered, in a neutral tone. All right. Then he turned to Orium, who was making oh and ah sounds as she looked around at the strange architecture, as the walls weren't just a very austere white with no decoration, but seemed to be slowly luminescent, as if covered in invisible glowy fungi, giving the place a very alien feel. Which, really, they had no time to lose checking the scenery. Orium? Could you do what we agreed to? The orange-haired girl turned to Uriah with a puzzled look in her eyes, so he let out a long sigh and explained, gesturing at their surroundings. You know, you're fairies. Oh. Of course. Go, Shun Shun Rika. The 6 fairies appeared in the air, and Orium immediately turned to the one that looked like a ninja, saying to him, Tsubaki, can you find the exit for us, without meeting too many people? The fair snapped to attention and quickly darted away, while the other 5 sat on the golden tsuba of the Zanpakuto at Orium's side, each choosing one of the 6 petals for themselves and leaving one free for the last missing fairy. Seeing as they had to wait anyway, Uriah decided to settle a doubt he'd had on the matter since he'd first seen Orium with the blade, and asked. Orium, this thing with the Zanpakuto, are you doing it just to copy Kurosaki? Do you think that, if you have the same weapon, he'll like you more? What? No, why would I? I mean, not like that is. As Orium's words devolved in a mix of stammering excuses, Uriah placed a hand on his forehead, massaging his temples. In retrospect, he should have expected that such a direct question would fluster the girl. She was generally pretty resilient and hard to face, but considering that she'd not yet made any serious move on Ichigo, he should have expected her to be insecure on this, silly as that might be. He pulled the hand away and then said, trying to let the seriousness in his voice shine clearly. Orium, it's fine. I already know you like Kurosaki. That stopped her, as she turned to watch him with surprise and shock clear on her face. You do? Of course, I've known for a while. Suddenly, Orium looked panicked. But you didn't tell Ichigo, right? Right. I didn't, and I won't. It's not my secret to share. She let out a long, relieved breath, then patted him amicably on the shoulder. Thank you, Uriah. He considered for a moment, but seeing as her fairy wasn't yet back and this was as good a way to pass the time as any other, he decided he might as well discuss the matter right now. However, you really should tell him, Orium. What? Why? Because Kurosaki is denser than a rock and won't ever figure it out on his own unless you tell him. That was met with a punch on his shoulder, although not one hard enough to actually hurt him, as Orium said in a huff. That's very mean, Uriah. Ichigo isn't a stupid. Uriah knew better than to challenge Orium on the matter, and besides, Kurosaki did have his own moments of brilliance from time to time, so instead he redirected the conversation to the main argument. Regardless, he's not going to know your feelings unless you tell him. But what if it makes him angry, or sad, or, a million things could happen. We're friends now, and it's nice. What if I say the truth to him, and ruin that? Uriah considered that. It wasn't a wrong point in itself, but the underlying assumptions weren't good ones, in his opinion. Thus, he answered, remaining as polite as possible. What if you don't say anything, and he falls in love with somebody else? Would that hurt you, or make you feel angry? Orium's brow furrowed in doubt, the problem clearly never having occurred to her. I'm not sure. Then, let's say that it made you feel angry, what would you do then? Try to get in the way, making Kurosaki and this other person both unhappy? Or try to pretend you didn't care, and make yourself feel bad forever, as you stew in jealousy while you're at his side? I wouldn't hurt him. I wouldn't. I don't know what I would do. Uriah could see that she wasn't just dismissing his words, but really considering them. That was good, so he went on to add, in a reassuring tone. I'm sure you'll do what's right. You just need to ask yourself what you want Kurosaki to be for you, whether a friend or something more, and then act accordingly. Hiding the truth from the people you care about is not pleasant, you can trust me on that. She nodded, thoughtful expression still on her face, but before she could say anything more, the ninja fairy reappeared in front of them, reporting to Orium in a serious tone. Found a road to the exit. We just need to follow 3 long, empty hallways, making 2 turns. The road was empty except for an occupied room, but the door was closed. I'll lead the way. The fairy followed actions to words, while Uriah, Orium and Yoriyuki, the latter still riding on Uriah's head, followed the fairy. As they walked, Uriah went back to his previous question. So, the sword, was it all just to impress Kurosaki? Orium looked surprised, but then shook her head. No, not at all. That's one thing, he's so happy when he talks of swords, and when he trains, and I thought if I could get him to train me into using swords, we could be happy together, you know. Uriah really didn't, he had no idea Kurosaki found training particularly enjoyable, but he wasn't about to argue, so he stayed in silence as Orium continued, raising a finger in front of herself and assuming a determined expression. But there's also the much more important fact that these swords have been feeling alone for so long, they really need a friend. If you see somebody who is sad, you need to help them, that's what being a good person is all about. She nodded emphatically to herself, clearly feeling that this was a very important thing to say. Personally, Uriah could think of a number of reasons why helping a sad person could be a bad idea, but he could see that Orium had another reason, and since he'd suspected as much, indeed, it was why he had asked the question in the first place, he let her continue. The last reason is that I'm not good at fighting. She glanced at her fairies, then hurried to add. Not that I think Shunshunrika weak or anything, they're awesome. But, there's only so many of them, and, what if I can't help people because I have to keep a few of them close to defend myself? Wouldn't it be better if I could defend myself on my own, too? Uriah had expected as much. He tried to think of a good way to make the argument that, if she wanted to get strong, what she needed to do was ask Sato for full-bringer training, not get herself a sword she couldn't even use properly, but before he could even get his thoughts in order, a sudden sound of loud sobbing interrupted him. Since it was a female voice, he immediately glanced at Orium, but the girl was looking around, clearly searching for the source of the sound with as much confusion as Uriah himself. At least, until Orium's fairy explained, pointing at a nearby door. That's the one occupied room, we don't need to worry about it, we can just move past and we'll be outside. Orium looked thoughtful for a moment, but then a suddenly determined expression formed on her face, a spike of sudden determination forming in her soul as Yoriyuki immediately hissed. Stop her! We don't have time for this. Uriah knew it, but he doubted that would stop the girl. Still, he was quick to say, even as she started to head for the door. Orium, wait, we can't let be discovered. We can't let somebody be that sad either. If we can hear them from here, they must be hurting pretty bad, and we can help with that. Then, before Uriah could find a better argument to charge her mind, Orium threw the door open and moved inside what looked like a very cramped office covered with a ton of paper files in piles over many a surface, behind a desk was the figure of a short girl with her hair secured in a bun above her head, with a small bowl of muffins in her lap and which was shook by constant sobbing as she tried and failed to stop her tears. Orium went to her chair, placing a reassuring hand on the girl's arm as she leaned forward, placing her other hand on the girl's shoulder and speaking in a reassuring tone. "Hey. What's wrong?" The girl sniffed, trying to stop herself from crying and saying between sobs. I feel so guilty. If only I'd been with Captain Eisen, then maybe, and he always was so nice, you know." Orium nodded in understanding. "He always was, yes, he was never rude, and knew a lot of stuff." Yes, exactly, and I wanted to collect his things for the funeral, but I found the photo I had him pose for when he promoted me, and you felt sad. There's nothing wrong with that." The dark-haired girl sniffed again, then said, I shouldn't cry like this, however. It's improper, isn't it?" Orium looked genuinely puzzled at that. "Improper?" "Yes. Because I'm an officer, and we're supposed to put up a strong front for the troops. Aren't we?" Orium puffed her cheeks in annoyance as she said. "Who care about that? If you feel sad, then you should cry, and if some Mina said bad things, that just means they're mean, not that you're wrong." The girl looked at Orium with absolute confusion, as if she'd grown a second head. But Orium didn't seem to notice. Instead, she returned to her more friendly previous attitude and continued. "But I don't think Mr. Eisen would want you to spend your days crying for him, would you? If he cared about you, he'd want you to find your happiness and continue on, even if he's gone. He would, wouldn't he? He'd think of me first, rather than himself." She seemed to collect herself then, and gently squeezed Orium's hand. "Thank you, that helped a lot." Orium grinned, her face lighting up in happiness. "No problem. If we don't help those in need, then what's the point of living?" She chuckled, and the other girl did as well, offering the muffins to Orium. "You want one? I baked them because they were the captain's favorites." She trailed off, frowning as if just having realized something. "Wait, you said Mr. Eisen before, didn't you? Rather than Captain? And I gave everybody license to stay home today, to mourn. Why are you here? What are your names, actually?" Uriah's eyes widened at that, while Orium said, offering her hand for the other girl to shake. "Oh, I'm Orium Inu, and that's my friend Uriah Ishida. Nice to meet you." When he saw recognition in the Shinigami's eyes, Uriah immediately reached for his pendant, but before he had been able to summon his bow, the other girl said, sounding amazed. "You're Orium's? Rukia's friend?" "Yes." Orium was quite happy at being recognized, although after a moment, she furrowed her brows in her typical expression of confusion. "Wait, you know Rukia? Are you her friend, too?" "Yes. She suddenly stopped, eyeing the surrounding walls with sudden alarm, then continued, in a much more serious tone. "I think we should go to my home. We'll be able to talk better there, without getting interrupted." Then she got up, and motioned for them to follow. Orium did without hesitation, while Uriah let out a long breath before doing the same. They covered the remaining distance toward the exit in silence, with their new guide shushing Orium when the other girl had been about to ask a question. They had just made it past the door when, suddenly, a pair of Shinigami turned a corner right in front of them, causing the group to stop. Uriah only barely registered the slender woman with a bob of black hairs and a serious expression at the back, as all his attention was captured by the flamboyant man in front, who wore a white haori over his Shinigami uniform, had black and white face paint, a ridiculous beak-like white hat, and golden cones jutting out from his chin and both sides of his head. It wasn't just that he looked silly that drew Uriah's attention, it was that, for some reason and despite his looks, the man radiated danger to Uriah's sense, despite the fact that the only emotions he could sense for him were a mix of annoyance and boredom. Second seed Hinamori. Is there a reason you aren't examining the data from the alarm that sounded just a few minutes ago about the incursion in the Rukanga? Hinamori, as seemed to be the girl's name, didn't look cowed or scared, instead seeming quite angry at the man in front of her when she answered. First Seat Akon should be checking the data, there was no need for my presence. There never is, but that'd never seemed to keep you from imposing it on us before. And who are these two after you? Wait, I can ask that to my new lieutenant, actually. Hinamori seemed to bristle at that, but the man in front of her didn't seem to notice, or at least care, as he turned to the girl behind himself and asked, Kurt. Who are these two, Nimue? She looked at them impassively, her green eyes looking somewhat unsettling in how little expression they seemed to carry despite being as big as they were, and then turned back to him and said, in a very neutral tone. I have never met these two individuals before, father. Is that so? He turned to check them over himself, a glint of curiosity entering his eyes that made Uriu's sense of danger skyrocket, but before anything could happen, Hinamori spoke up again, steel in her tone. They are new transfers, I just finished their paperwork today, I was giving them a tour of the facilities, and explaining regulations, of course. Unless you need something else, I'd get back to that, Captain. The last word seemed to appease the man, despite the fact that Hinamori had spoken it with enough venom to kill an elephant, and he nodded and said, in what sounded like a magnanimous tone. I wouldn't dream to keep you from your duties, second seat. But yes, there is one thing I need from you before you go, the new recruits' names, if you would. Orium Inu and Uriu Ishida. The man nodded, then moved past them as he said, in a very definitive tone. Very well, second seat, you may go, but be back before too long, we have 2 vacant positions to fill in our seated officers' ranks, and I look forward with eagerness to hear your recommendations on who would be the best fit for them. Uriu saw Hinamori clenching her fist in rage, but she nevertheless managed to bark out a brief yes, Captain, before motioning for the 2 of them to follow her as soon as the man was gone. As they followed after the woman, Uriu considered that Orium's kindness had helped them dodge a bullet. If they'd run into that man without Hinamori to help, he wasn't sure they'd have been able to avoid a fight, and facing a captain was the last thing they needed right now. As he and Chad paused for a moment to recover his breath, Ichigo started to think that perhaps splitting the team had not been their best idea. It seemed that, while Urahara's idea had apparently worked in drawing the captains toward his own position, at least, they had not seen the Hippo Falcon again, nor had they been under another ambush with swords striking from miles away. The rank-and-file members of the 3rd Division had chosen to instead focus on chasing them. And without Urahara traps to slow the pursuers down, Ichigo and Chad had needed to stop and outfight the ambush squads several times. None of the encounters could even really be called a fight, since either a single blast from Chad or a bull-rushing charge from Ichigo while wearing his hollow mask for a few split seconds were generally enough to take 1 or 2 opponents down at once, or at least open a passage to punch through. Despite this, however, they were a drain on both their time and energy. Ichigo could tell that Chad was moving slower and taking longer and more laborious breaths than before, and while Ichigo himself wasn't worn down in the same way due to the hollow mask regenerating his body with each use, he was starting to develop a light headache that, he suspected, was the result of contamination from his hollow's Ryotsu due to the instability that so many back-and-forth changes in such a brief time frame would generate. Thus, when they found a section of streets that were devoid of chasing Shinigami, the relief and ability to collect their breath, and the brief respite from their constant running, hit them for long enough that Ichigo and Chad had passed 3 intersections before Ichigo paused, looking around at the empty street surrounding them despite the fact it was still mid-morning in what looked like a very well-to-do area, and glanced back at Chad. You know, between the ominous silence and the fact we've yet to meet anybody in this area, it really feel like we're walking straight into a trap. Chad, who was still finishing to recover his breath from his previous exertions, stopped doing that for the moment necessary to attentively scan their surroundings, before eventually agreeing with a frown on his face. That seems the most likely reason for the current lack of guards and sounds, yes. I told you they'd realize something was wrong. Ichigo and Chad both looked behind themselves, where the voice had come from, and found that 2 Shinigami had jumped down from the roof behind them, closing off their path of retreat. The tallest of the 2, a bald man with a sharp chin, grinned at the other in a self-satisfied manner as he commented, sounding amused. What does it matter? They can't really escape anyway, our platoons are blocking the road ahead, so now the only way they have to escape is to fight us. The other, a man with a pretty face, chin-length black hairs, and two huge, visible feather, one yellow and one red, affixed to his left eyebrow and eyelashes, left out a long sigh. The fight is what you wanted in the first place anyway, isn't it? The bald man didn't look annoyed, if anything, he seemed even more amused as he elbowed the other on his side. What, you're gonna say you didn't want a good fight now, Yumi Chika? Things have been slow lately, I can't be the only one who needs to get some good exercise in. Yumi Chika, as the feathered Shinigami was apparently named, let out a chuckle at that, raising his hands in a gesture of mock surrender as he answered. Fine, you got me, I'm happier they're squaring off against us rather than having fallen for the ambush. Damn right. So why'd you bring it up, anyway? You know, in case they escape somehow, we'd look like idiots for not springing the ambush properly. Ah. Since when has that ever stopped us? Since never. I just wanted you to be ready for the dressing down Tsukishima's gonna give us if we fuck it up. Whatever, if they escape and we didn't get killed in the process, we'd deserve it. Yeah, that's fair, I guess it's just annoying to think of the prick's face when he scolds us, you know. So, let's just not lose, yeah? Doesn't seem that hard to me. While the two bantered on, next to Ichigo, Chad murmured, his expression thoughtful. They seem like they're used to working together, don't they? Ichigo understood perfectly what Chad meant. While the two of them had somewhat complementary abilities, it seemed clear that these two guys they were now facing were familiar with actually fighting together. The easy camaraderie they shared with one another made him think they would flow into one another's moves in combat the same way they did with words. Still, it wasn't like these were the first Shinigami to bar their path. They were certainly the most confident they'd met this far, but that didn't necessarily mean anything other than they were arrogant. So, Ichigo whispered back, even as he brought a hand to his face. Let's try and punch through first. Then, if that doesn't work, you retreat to drag one of them away, while I'll deal with the other one here. Chad nodded, and then Ichigo charged forward. He saw his enemies tensing up, the bald one unlatching the sword at his side from the rope it was dangling from without even unsheathing it, and then he had his mask on, the power and strength of his inner hollow flooding his body as he shoulder-checked the bald guy while using Hakuta to reinforce the impact point with rock-hard determination. Except that, instead of sending the other guy flying or making him collapse into the ground, his opponent held his ground, stumbling 3 steps backwards but otherwise unfazed, having guarded the attack by using the sheath of his katana to block the hit. Ichigo's eyes narrowed even as the mask fell from his face, as he massaged his bruised shoulder, and with the barest of focus of his senses, he saw that the bald Shinigami was using Ryutsu to reinforce the katana and the sheath both. It wasn't comparable to the cut-through-anything level of reinforcement that Hirako Shinji had been capable of in terms of concentration, but Ichigo could see that this guy had, at the very least, knowledge on how to use the technique itself, even if perhaps not yet the skill to handle that much Ryutsu at once. Ichigo heard Chad immediately taking to run behind him, clearly following their plan to split these two up, and Yumi Chika turned to his partner and asked, sounding curious. You want me to take this, or should I chase the other? Go, don't worry, that guy didn't have a sword, while this one has 2, so I'll have more fun if I stay. Alright. Just remember not to make too much of a game of it this time. If you lose another battle because you were delaying the kill strike, that's gonna start to become embarrassing. Yeah, I know, don't worry, just scram. The other Shinigami nodded, taking a long jump and using the wall as a bouncing point to completely vault over Ichigo and run past him. Even as he kept his eyes on the bald guy in front of himself, Ichigo drew on his Quincy senses just long enough to ensure that Yumi Chika was actually chasing Chad, and the whole scene wasn't simply a trick to let him strike at Ichigo's back by surprise. So, a dual wielder, are you? Ichigo was surprised for a moment as his opponent pointed his, still sheathed, sword toward him, before realizing it was aimed at the sheath of the broken Auswal at his side. Ichigo was only carrying that one for sentimental reason, as it felt wrong to simply throw it away after what they'd been through together, but he hadn't considered that it might get an opponent to expect him to have an actual use for the blade in battle. Still, if he could mislead his opponent, why not do it? Thus, Ichigo offered his most confident smirk as he unsheathed his actual Zanpakuto, which he was carrying on his back, and shot back. Oh, don't you worry about that, this one will be more than enough to take you down. That caused the manic grin to reappear on his opponent's face. "Cocky, ain't you? This will be fun, I can tell." The man then raised his weapon in front of himself, and unsheathed it slowly, letting the sunlight glint over the katana's sharp edge. He twirled the weapon twice in his hand before assuming a guard position, while holding the dark blue sheath in his other hand in a position that suggested to Ichigo this guy has some serious experience in dual wielding himself. Using a sheath as an offhand weapon was a very unorthodox style that Ichigo had never really had the chance to study much, but then, given he knew his opponent could reinforce the sheath just as well as the blade with his Ryutsu, it probably wouldn't be much different from the combined Wakizashi using styles that some samurai had historically used. Ichigo might not have practical experience with it himself, but he knew enough of the theory to be ready for any tricks that might be coming. Ichigo assumed a guard position himself, since supposedly the disadvantage of a dual-wielding approach was a difficulty in retreating after overextending multiple attacks. A counter-attack would serve him best over a more direct charge. However, despite how eager to start the fight his opponent had looked a few seconds earlier, he didn't immediately attack, instead studying Ichigo's posture before commenting with a grin, tapping his thumb against his chest. "Hey, the name's Ikeku Madarame, what's yours?" Ichigo was surprised, but then remembered what Chad and Tatsuki had told him of Hiri, and his eyes widened as he answered. "You're from the 11th Division." "You bet, I'm the second-seated officer." "How would you know?" "A friend told me of your traditions." "I thought it was the third chasing us." Ikeku scoffed. "As if those pansies could ever capture a real warrior." "They were the ones chasing you, but since the captain left us here to guard the area next to the gate while he went hunting for the rest of your little team, Kira asked that we pour all of our forces into a small area, and said he'd funnel you here for us to take care of however we saw fit." Then his eyes narrowed, as he said, "And I accepted because I'm here to fight, not talk. Now, are you gonna introduce yourself, or are you one of the rude ones?" Ichigo considered for a moment if it would be better to make his opponent mad by refusing to answer, but then decided that being accommodating might actually be better. After all, he wasn't here to make an enemy of Soul Society, and there was a small chance the battle would be easier if he showed his opponent some respect. "My name is Ichigo Kurosaki, I'll make sure you remember it." Ikeku grinned, apparently greatly pleased with this, and then immediately went on the attack, charging forward and slashing with both his sword and the sheath from the same side. Ichigo blocked the sword's strike with his own, but let the power of attack push him backwards, so that the second hit missed him. He had little doubts that, reinforced as it was in the same manner as the blade, it would be able to hurt him just as badly. He wondered for a moment if every Zanpakuto's sheath was part of the sword and thus able to be reinforced this way, or if it was a unique property of Ikeku's Zanpakuto, but before he could do much, his opponent was on him again, this time with a cross slash, the sword coming from Ichigo's left while the sheath came from his right. Rather than backing off, Ichigo stepped forward into the blow, surprising Ikeku enough that he was able to time his block just right, catching both of the enemy's weapons with his own. Ikeku grinned excitedly at that, and then tried to force him back with pure strength. Ichigo could feel that his opponent was stronger than himself, if only slightly, so he focused on charging the Ryutsu on his feet with affection, very lightly but enough to give himself a better grip on the ground and be able to withstand the first push. Ikeku didn't seem to realize how Ichigo was holding him off exactly, but he went ahead to reach as was to be expected when he had Ichigo's sword locked in a block, by pulling out with his sword while keeping the lock going with his sheath, getting ready to thrust straight at Ichigo's head. In a split-second decision, Ichigo wrapped his blade into a Ryutsu shroud and supercharged it with disgust. The sudden repulsive push threw Ikeku backwards a few steps in surprise, aborting his planned strike, and Ichigo immediately switched the affection on his feet to repulsion as well, granting himself just a little speed boost in charging forward at Ikeku. The Shinigami was still surprised by Ichigo's sudden turn for aggression, his first parry with the sheath being deflected away by Ichigo's Zanpakuto without loss of momentum as he charged up for a follow-up blow, but then his eyes narrowed as he barely managed to use the tip of his sword to redirect it away, and then he used the sheath for a much stronger parry that bounced Ichigo's sword back further than he'd expected, and then he flipped the sheath in his left hand so he could more easily support that in Ikeku's next sword strike against Ichigo's, forcing the two blades into a block once again. The glint in Ikeku's eyes made it clear to Ichigo that his opponent had wanted this, and as their weapon pushed against each other, Ichigo realized that Ikeko's blade was slowly creating a chink into his, narrowing his focus for a moment. He realized that Ikeko was slowly pushing more Ryutsu into his blade, making it more durable than Ichigo could make his own, since if he started adding any more than he already had, he would lose control of his blade's size rather than make it any more durable. Having to think quick, he wasn't sure his sword spirit would take well to being damaged in that way. He used another repulsive push again, only for Ikeko to grin widely at that, and Ichigo to realize he'd been baited into using the move. He did not expect, however, for said counter to be Ikeko finishing to slam his sheath into the pommel of his sword while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Gro, Hojikameru." Nor did he expect for that to cause the blade to glow with white light for a moment, before erupting into a naginata that grew directly into Ichigo's direction at an absurd speed. He barely managed to deflect the sudden and unexpected thrust, but not well enough to avoid it opening a long, deep cut on the outside of his right shoulder. Ichigo dodged downwards when Ikeko swiped the spear's cutting edge to behead him, then darted backward just in time to avoid the three very quick follow-up he unleashed immediately afterwards, leaving several deep cuts in the ground. Then his opponent placed his spear over his shoulder, grinning as he answered. Surprised Ichigo was, but he wasn't sure why Ikeko wanted to know. Still, he supposed he could use a bit of banter to catch his breath. "I thought you wanted to make it a dual-wielding challenge." Ikeko snorted at that and answered, dismissive. "You clearly aren't a dual-wielder yourself, or you'd have used your second blade to stop me when I had you dead to rights, instead of whatever it was you did to push me away. So clearly your second sword is just a backup weapon." Then he added, in a more smug tone. "Besides, if I read you wrong about that, I have my means to deal." "Say, that was that pushing trick anyway." Ichigo was already answering before he realized that it'd be better not to reveal his tricks mid-battle. The question had been so surprising he hadn't realized until a moment after speaking that he shouldn't have. "It's Hakuda, don't you know how to use it?" Ikeko looked at first surprised, then intrigued by the answer. "Really? How would you use Hakuda like that without pushing your sword away as well?" Ichigo offered his best grin back, trying to replicate what he'd become used to by interacting with Rukia, and shot back. "Now where would the fun be if I told you that?" Ikeko didn't seem fazed, merely shrugging as he answered. "Fair enough. Still, I think it's silly. You've clearly got some swordsmanship training. Why waste time learning weird Hakuda tricks when you could spend it learning cool Zanjutsu tricks instead?" That left Ichigo perplexed. "I thought every Shinigami learned both Hakuda and Zanjutsu." Sort of, but really, Hakuda is more of a backup thing for when you're disarmed. Overall, Zanjutsu is just better. You don't see anybody made captain because of their Hakuda skill, while the captain got his job for his Zanjutsu skill, you know." Ichigo wasn't sure what to answer to that, but he didn't have the time to, as Ikeko switched back to an offensive form, slapping his spear into his free hand to get a solid two-handed grip as he continued. "Here, let me show you how useless being without Zanpakuto would leave someone." And then, he began thrusting at Ichigo with surprising strength and speed. It took Ichigo a moment to realize that he was bouncing between spear-wielding styles with each thrust, once letting the sword slide along his hands so it could reach further, sometimes slamming his hands on the weapons but to give it more of a punch as Ichigo's blade stopped it, letting it slide over his forearm to redirect the direction of the thrust mid-swing, and otherwise showing a level of knowledge in wielding the weapon that left Ichigo on the back foot. He'd thought Ikeko to be at about his own level in terms of knowledge when they'd been using sword, but it became clear now that Ikeko was clearly equally skilled with the spear as he had been with the sword, whereas Ichigo, knowing almost nothing of the weapon, was left at a severe disadvantage, since he wasn't sure how to counter the unrelenting onslaught he was being assaulted with. Still, he did knew one thing that was true of all forms of combat: when an opponent with superior reach was using it to keep pressure on you, the winning move was to find a way to get inside said reach, turning the advantage into a disadvantage. So, on the next spear thrust, instead of trying to disengage and back away, Ichigo dodged to the side, then wrapped his blade into affection so that, when he slammed it into the haft of the spear, which he could feel chipping the edge of his Zanpakuto by sheer dint of being filled with more Ryutsu, and thus denser, than it, his effort to push aside was immensely helped by the fact that the two weapons were stuck together at the point of contact. He saw the surprise in Ikeku's eyes when he tried to disentangle the weapons with a elbow move only to find he couldn't, and then Ichigo was past the dangerous part of the spear. He immediately switched the blade from attraction to repulsion to free it, before whipping it around in a direct thrust that Ikeku couldn't avoid, only for his opponent to suddenly grin maliciously, and Ichigo to feel a blade sinking into his side from behind, causing his attack to go wide. Ikeku immediately took advantage of it to step back, the hand holding his weapon making a whipping motion that caused another fit of pain in Ichigo as the blade in his back was removed, and he watched as the spear head returned back to Ikeku's other, free hand, connected to a segmented portion by a chain that made Ichigo realize it wasn't a spear, after all, but rather a three-portion separated staff with a spearhead at one end. So, it wasn't a naginata, but a Sansetsukan. Ikeku grin grew wider, as he let go of the weapon's head and, with a snapping movement, had the three portions realign into his other hand for a moment, before there was a slight white glowing light at the point of contact, and then Ichigo couldn't see the thin break at the point of contact anymore, and, when Ikeku twirled the spear in his hand for a moment, it maintained absolute cohesion in the way that a segmented staff wouldn't. It's both. And neither. And really, it doesn't matter at all. You have a fun trick and are a good swordsman, but I'm not just a swords master, I'm a full-on weapons master, which makes me inherently better. Here, let me show you. Then, suddenly, the spear's haft glowed again for a moment, before turning almost entirely into a long chain, the only exception being the small portion Ikeku was holding it by at the handle, and a small bit at the end where the blade was that of a naginata still. As soon as it was no longer fully a spear, the blade started to fall to the ground as the chain flexed, but before it could touch it, a quick movement of Ikeku's wrist had it spinning, the speed making it almost impossible to say where the tip was exactly, at least until Ikeku suddenly whipped it forward and the chain was going directly for Ichigo's head. His eyes widening, Ichigo dodged, but this time he used his Quincy sensory ability as he did, and sure enough, he was able to detect the chain changing path mid-strike, thanks to a sudden twist of Ikeku's other hand on the chain, so Ichigo immediately also rolled backwards to avoid the blade from spearing through his skull. As he got to his feet and started to back away from the attack, Ikeku advanced implacably, his new weapon striking with incredible quickness, his fingers on the chain and twists of the wrist being used to make it change path mid-strike multiple times and attack from different angles, and it took but a moment for Ichigo to realize that Ikeku was just as good with his chain whip as he had been with spears or the sword and sheath pair, maybe even better. Ikeku noticed Ichigo's realization, his amusement growing as he asked in a mocking tone. Afraid of Hojikamaru, are you? Not that I blame you, it's a pretty awesome Zanpakuto, one of the best, in my opinion. Seeing as his opponent was feeling chatty, Ichigo decided he might as well ask. So what's the deal with it? See, Hojikamaru is a transformation type, with the power to change into any weapon in existence. Not only that, but it can combine features of different weapons at once, so it can adapt to any possible combat situation. If there's a weapon, or a combination of weapons, that can win a fight, then Hojikamaru can give it to me. Ikeku then looked more serious as he continuing to twirl the chain at his side to be ready for a counter-attack should Ichigo attempt anything while he was talking. Of course, for that to be true, I need to be able to use the weapon in the first place. Hojikamaru is perfect, but I'm not. So, ever since it revealed itself and its power to me, we work together, it gives me a weapon, and I learn how to master it. And then we repeat it on another weapon, and so on. I've been a Shinigami for a couple hundreds years now, and there's people younger than me who went from not having a Zanpakuto at all to achieving a Bankai in the meantime, but I don't care, because me and Hojikamaru understand each other. Until I've mastered every possible weapon in existence, I'm not ready for the Bankai it would give me, and until I've proved myself capable of wielding Hojikamaru to perfection in his every form, it would not feel ready to grant more power to me. And in the meanwhile, we both work to make each other better. That's what Zanjutsu is all about, building a relationship with your sword which is as much about giving as it is about taking. He shook his head in disappointment as he went on. And if you need to rely on Hakuta tricks rather than your Zanpakuto to win, then what sort of relationship is that? It's like saying you don't trust it to be enough for you. You can't be a true warrior if you can't even give proper respect to the weapon in your hands. Then he returned to his grin as he said. And in fact, didn't I say I needed to show you that a Shinigami is worthless without a weapon? Let's get to that now. Once more, Ikeko sent his chain flying forward, but when Ichigo was dodging backwards, suddenly the weapon glowed white in its entirety once more, and Ichigo saw it growing in length, becoming far longer than either the chain itself or the spear could be, turning into a pike. Ichigo realized as his eyes glanced Ikeko bracing the end of the still glowing, still transforming weapon to the ground with his knee. With no time to react in any other way, Ichigo had to place his sword in front of himself to block the thrust, but the moment the weapons connected, the weapon started glowing again while Ikeko let go of it and darted forward. It took a moment for Ichigo to realize it had become a chain again, except without a blade at the tip this time, so that his own sword fell forward, nearly slipping from his hands, while letting several lengths of chain fall on it, and then Ikeko's hand was on the chains again, twisting them just so that they wrapped around his Zanpakuto and sent it flying far, embedding itself in the ground behind Ikeko's back with a metallic sound. Ichigo, for his own part, found that Ikeko's weapon had transformed into a Naginata again as he thrust it forward. Ichigo had to backpedal from that, dodging to the side to avoid the following up horizontal slash, and slamming with his back into the wall of the hallway, which he only realized was there one moment too late. Ikeko's blade slammed into his left shoulder, the one that had not yet been wounded, pinning him there for a moment, as Ikeko said, sounding disappointed. "Well, you had a good showing, but it's pretty much over now. Still, you did better than most. It's been a while since I had to do some quick switching to take down a proper opponent. Hollows tend to be very boring, they rarely seem to have an answer for any weapon other than a sword, so whichever I pull out first wins me the fight and leaves me no room to actually practice." Ikeko shook his head in disappointment, although Ichigo wasn't sure whether it was at the Hollow's lack of skill or at the lack of practice he could get out of them, but then Ikeko continued, in a more serious tone. "So, since you were at least entertaining, I'm going to give you some respect. Before I transform my spear into something big enough to tear you apart, do you want to leave any last words?" Ichigo wasn't about to surrender like that, and his opponent's word gave him an idea, as he called on his inner Hollow's power, the mask forming over his face in a fraction of a second, causing Ikeko to hesitate for just the moment Ichigo needed to say, as a glowing orb of dark red light formed in front of his face. "Zero." As he'd hoped for, Ikeko immediately dodged to the left, avoiding the thin but deadly beam Ichigo had fired at him easily, while also leaving a pretty huge wound as the spear was ripped out violently from his shoulder. Ichigo fell on his knees at the pain, but the wound wasn't deep enough for the transformation to fail to seal it. He could still feel the pain and some blood coming from it, and to a certain extent from the other two wounds he'd took, but he could move, so he immediately dismissed the transformation, since even just such a brief one already had Shiro whispering annoyingly in his ear, and he needed his full focus for this. He darted for his sword, and as he did, he closed his eyes, using his Quincy sensing to take measure of the chain he could feel whipping through the air for his head, and just as it was about to hit him, he drew his broken Auswal and struck at the chain while filling the broken black blade with a push of sudden disgust, blasting it away. Ikeko immediately stopped that with a twist of his wrist, even as he eyed Ichigo's weapon with a raised eyebrow. "A broken sword? Really? What's the use of carrying around something like that?" Ichigo couldn't help but feel annoyed at the slight. It might be broken now, but the Auswal has saved his life more time than he could count, and besides, he himself was, in a sense, a broken soul, considering how Byakuya's attack had almost torn him into pieces, so he shot back, as smug as he could. "Well, it was of great use right now, wasn't it?" Ikeko sighed, then said. "You know, you have talent, but if you keep relying on tricks, you'll never become a real warrior. Greatness comes from constant practice and long experience, not relying on half-baked measures, or half a sword." Ichigo could see that Ikeko truly believed that, and in truth, he had a point, but on the other hand, Ichigo couldn't help but think that, if he'd done as Ikeko had said, and just focused on learning a single thing, instead of trying to use anything he knew and could to survive, he would not have been able to survive his fight against Jinjo, or Grand Fisher, or even last as long against Hirako as he had. And that was when he remembered what Sode no Shirayuki had told him: he shouldn't let his opponents drag him into fighting their own way, he should surprise them with what he was capable of that they would not expect. He took Ikeko in with different eyes, and suddenly realized that this wasn't over yet. But if he was to win it, he needed his opponent to fail to understand what he was going to face him with before he was ready, so Ichigo shrugged off the man's complaint and shot back. That's rich, coming from somebody who couldn't reach mastery in 2 centuries of training. He knew he'd hit the right spot as Ikeko's grin turned into something more of a rictus and he growled. Why, you punk. I'll show you mastery, let's see if I give you any last words next time. Ikeko charged as he flung his chain at him, but Ichigo didn't wait, instead having used the time Ichigo was speaking to push as much Ryotsu as he could into the ground, so that he could use it to jump backwards, using a charge of disgust on his feet to give himself even more acceleration, as he'd expected, that sent him flying backwards in an arc, and Ikeko had to stop his charge and take a moment to make his sword whip upwards, at which point, Ichigo charged his Auswall with as much affection as he could, something he found surprisingly easy, and threw it downwards, the flat blade making it easier for it to slam into the chain and attach itself to it as it continued to fall, pinning Ikeko's weapon to the ground. Of course, Ikeko immediately went to transform his blade, but before he could finish, Ichigo had landed, ripped his actual Zanpakuto from the ground, and flipped it in his hand to bring it to a guard position just in time to deflect Ikeko's latest thrust. His opponent looked impressed, but didn't stop to talk this time, instead whipping his weapon forward once more, this time in Sansetsukan form. Ichigo blocked once more, even as the 3 impact in quick succession pushed him backwards, as his weapon bounded back into his hands. Ikeko didn't transform it again, instead keeping it to the segmented staff form as he charged forward, although Ichigo noticed that this time there was a sharp blade to each end of the 2 external portions of the staff. Once again, Ikeko proved that he knew how to use the weapon he'd chosen like a master of the craft, forcing Ichigo to parry one of the 2 ends and dodge the other to constantly keep the pressure up, while occasionally twisting his wrist to have the 3rd slam into Ichigo's chest whenever he managed to create an opening with the other 2. Gritting his teeth, and fully aware he had to break the flow of Ikeku attacks if he wanted to make this work, Ichigo intentionally let the 3rd, central piece of the weapon slam on his chest once more, only to use Hakuta to cover his chest with affection to keep the weapon stuck there, if only for the few moments of surprise that would give him before switching to disgust just as he leaned a bit backwards, thus sending the weapon high above his head so that Ikeko's guard was open as Ichigo thrust forward with his sword at Ikeko's chest. Or at least, that was the goal, but Ikeko surprised him by managing to catch the blade between the 2 other ends of the segmented staff, stopping it, before the weapon transformed again, this time in a nunchaku that had a much shorter chain connecting the 2 segments, a chain that was now trapping Ichigo's blade. Ikeko glared at him as he crossed his arms and tried to rip his sword from his hands again, but this time, Ichigo was expecting it and, knowing that Ikeko was physically stronger than him, if only just by a bit, he used Hakuta on his hand to keep the sword attached to them with more than just his grip. Still, he needed something that could free the blade, since he knew from their previous block that, if he left it like this, Ikeko would just start adding Ryotsu to his own weapon until it was strong enough cut through Ichigo's own. So Ichigo decided to feed Ryotsu to his own sword instead, but rather than as a trickle, the way Ikeko had been doing before, he just showed a lot of it in it as once, and just as he had expected, the sword suddenly grew to 4 times the size and twice the length, and in so doing, since Ikeko hadn't started increasing the durability of his own yet, the sheer change of size and the sudden pressure applied to multiple portions of it at once caused the chain of the nunchaku to suddenly broke. Even as the sudden increased weight dragged the blade downward with a suddenness and strength that were greater than what Ichigo could have willingly applied on his own. Somehow, Ikeko managed to dodge out of the strike, although it did leave a thin line of blood along his chest where the tip of the blade had cut through the kimono and found blood, as well as a crater in the point where it had smashed the ground. Ikeko watched the blade with wariness even as he put the 2 broken portions of his Zanpakuto together and flooded them with Ryotsu, glowing as strongly as it had when he'd first released the blade, to make it repair itself, while Ichigo took the time to wrap a shroud of Ryotsu around his now oversized Zanpakuto and then used a careful balance of repulsion to make it seem like it was weightless as he lifted it and slung it over his shoulder. Ikeko's eyes narrowed as he pointed his newly repaired spear at Ichigo and growled, very annoyed. "What is that?" Ichigo didn't let his satisfaction show as he answered. "A trick, Zanjutsu, this time. Or maybe Hakuta again, I forget, comes of having many tricks rather than training the same thing over and over again like a moron. You don't like it?" Once again, Ikeko sported an annoyed, rictus-like grin at the comment. "You really want me to kill you? I thought that was normal for your division. I meant, you want me to get serious about it." Ichigo didn't let himself be intimidated. This whole thing was more than serious enough. Rukia was in this situation only because he'd been unable to fight at her side when he'd needed to. He wasn't going to fail again. Instead, he lowered his sword from its position on his shoulder to move it to a more normal position in front of him and stated, letting his determination fill him once again. "Try it then." Ikeku didn't even wait, charging and thrusting at Ichigo in the same moment. He could see that he was also pumping a lot more Ryotsu on his weapon now than he ever had at any point during their fight before, and Ichigo guessed it was the maximum Ikeku could actually reliably control, and that until this point, he'd merely been matching Ichigo's own, much lower, limit to make the fight sporting, or something similarly silly. From what Tatsuki had explained him of the 11th Division's attitude, it wouldn't surprise him one bit. Which meant, Ichigo guessed, that if he tried to simply block, the spear would probably go through his blade. Luckily, he had no intention to let it go that far. Instead, since he already had to keep his sword wrapped in Ryotsu that had a repulsive charge to it to wield it at this size, and already had to keep switching the precise balance of it to make it move the way he wanted, it wasn't hard at all to simply focus a lot more of it on the point the spear would have pierced, pushing it backwards before the blades could even touch. Ikeku was once again surprised when his attack didn't go through but actually bounced back on him, and before he could react, Ichigo whipped his blade to the side, pushing Ikeku's own away, and charged. Ikeku darted backwards, and realizing he couldn't reach him due to his enemy's greater speed, Ichigo had a sudden idea, flooding his sword with Ryotsu again, doubling its size once more and, in so doing, causing the tip of it to pierce straight into Ikeku's leg. The Shinigami widened his eyes in disbelief at that, but before he could process it, Ichigo switched the shroud around the blade from disgust to pure anger. As soon as he did, his opponent's clothes caught on fire while the sword, no longer resisting gravity, easily cleaved through the rest of Ikeku's tight. If he'd hit above the bone, Ichigo was pretty sure that would have severed it completely, but since he hit below, it just resulted in his opponent losing his balance and stumbling to the ground, holding his leg and trying to smother the flames that were wrapped on it as he grit his teeth in pain. As Ichigo had expected, the cut had immediately cauterized since the blade had been burning, so his opponent wasn't bleeding to death, but his leg was just as clearly crippled. Ichigo grimaced for a moment, but then promised himself he'd have Orium see to it once this whole business was over, and dragged his sword back, the weapon now somewhat unwieldy even with the help of the repulsion shroud he'd wrapped it into. Raising it as high as he could, he took 2 steps forward and then brought it down on Ikeku again, increasing the speed and power of the downward chop to far more than he could physically bring to bear by the simple expedient of removing the repulsive effect of the shroud from beneath the blade's edge but leaving it to the back so it accelerated even further than gravity and its weight would have made it do. To his credit, the Shinigami reacted much faster than Ichigo expected him to, raising his Zanpakuto in its spear form with both hands and using it to stop the attack. However, while the spear half-held, Ikeku himself was not, the strength of the hit being more than he could bear and pushing him to the ground with the sickening sound of broken bones as he was slammed into the floor. Ichigo retreated his blade, and as he did, he noticed the hit had left a noticeable dent into the sword's edge. However, the sword quickly proceeded to repair itself, in the process losing about a handspan of length and a similar amount of size, as it drew some of the extra Ryotsu Ichigo had fed it to fuel its self-repairing ability. He filed the new knowledge away. He'd expected he'd need to direct this kind of repair himself. It was interesting that the sword would do it on its own, and, slinging the blade over his shoulder, headed to where Ikeku was laying on the ground. He grimaced when he saw that he'd broken both arms as well as his non-wounded leg, but otherwise he was breathing, if laboriously, and seemed fine. Still, Ichigo asked, trying to keep the worry out of his voice but not fully succeeding. "You're not dying, are you?" Ikeku seemed pretty annoyed, glaring at Ichigo as he answered between breaths. "I don't think so. I've been through worse. Why not finish me off? Didn't you said you're not yet done with your training in mastering every weapon in existence?" Ikeku frowned, while Ichigo headed for where his Oswal was embedded in the ground and knelt to recover the broken black blade. "What has that to do with anything?" "Well, your sword put a lot of effort into training you up. Seems like it'd be rude to force it to start with a new person all over again. I mean, I'm sure it could find someone better, but still, wasting 2 centuries of their work is no way to honoring a worthy opponent, is it?" Ikeku looked stunned at that, while Ichigo got up, returning the Oswal to its sheath but, Since his Zanpakuto was currently far too large to be sheathed, he merely kept that one slung on his shoulder as he added, in a parting shot. Besides, if one kills every enemy they face, they might run out of worthy adversaries to practice their skills with, and you said it yourself, finding a proper challenge isn't easy, right? Then, he started to run. If Chad's opponent was anywhere as strong as his own had been, Ichigo wanted to be there to help. Chapter 38, Clash. Chad had managed to build enough head start to cross two more intersections, having taken left at the first and right at the second to ensure they were far enough away from Ichigo to accomplish their goal of keeping their enemies separated, before the Shinigami reached him. He could see that the man seemed to be using the same ability Ichigo did to move faster, while it didn't make him able to stand in midair, the lack of material air in Soul Society clearly removing enough of a support to prevent him from getting a proper solid footing. It was still giving him enough of a boost to allow for high vaulting jumps from one wall to another, which was how he had caught up. Chad was not yet sure, since he himself had been trying to conserve his energy for the fight, but he suspected that, with how he couldn't even use his Fullbringer abilities at their full effectiveness, his enemy was just faster than him. Which meant this fight could prove tricky. The man ended his last vaulting jump right in front of Chad, cutting off his advance, and raising his sword in a guard position with a flourish as he straightened out of his landing crouch. When Chad didn't immediately press forward the attack, he took the time to settle his Shinigami clothes, as if to make sure he was presenting an appropriately impressive look, before eventually speaking, tapping his chest with one hand. Yumichika Yasukawa, 3rd seed of the 11th Division of the Godi I-13. Would you introduce yourself, Invader? He motioned with the hand toward Chad, who took a moment to consider what he just learned. When facing Hiyori Sakuragi, the woman had said that she might just be good enough for a seated officer role, meaning this man in front of her was at least as good as her, if not more so. Thus, he made sure not to break line of sight from the man as he nodded in respectful greeting, wary that he might attack by surprise like she had, even as he introduced himself. Yasutara Sato. I surmise this will be a fight to the death on your part. The man scoffed, but with amusement clearly mixed to the disdain. Is there any other kind? Then, the man gestured vaguely at Chad's figure as he said, sounding curious. You don't seem to have a weapon, even if you look strong. Is that because you're one of these visored I've heard so much about? If so, please, show me your hollow powers. I am quite curious to see what they look like, as I have never faced a visored before. Chad took a few moments to answer, breathing long and slowly as if to finish recovering from his previous exertion. While this was partly true, it was also because he was slowly suffusing the ground and air with his own riot suit. While the surroundings here were resisting his powers here, he'd found he could still make them work if he pushed enough power into them. The problem with that, of course, was that, in addition to tiring him out, he would not have much mobility. If it took him a full minute to make the air around himself as reactive as he was used to, then charging at his enemy was simply not a viable tactic he could use. Before the Shinigami could grow too impatient, Chad eventually answered, his tone polite. I am not a visored. Yumichika pouted at that, the expression being at least partly affectation, even if, to Chad's eyes, some of the annoyance was genuine. Really? And you're not a Shinigami either. If you have no Zanpakuto, what are you then, and why are you fighting to help people who work with hollows? Once again, Chad took a bit more to answer than he normally would have, taking the extra time to finish filling more of the surrounding area with riot soot, particularly once he noticed that, by pushing it in the right manner, he could affect more than just the ground around himself, as the power was, very slowly, reaching the walls of the surrounding hallway. Still, he couldn't delay too long, so in the end he gave the answer that, in truth, had been on the tip of his tongue from the very moment the question had been asked of him. I fight for the only reason anyone ever should, to protect my friends. There was a glint of something in Yumichika's eyes at that, as he said, in a tone that seemed to carry much less of the condescension he'd used thus far. I suppose I can respect that. That still doesn't tell me what sort of powers you have, but then, I suppose that discovering that through battle is part of the fun of it, right? And before Chad could give any more answer to that, the Shinigami darted forward, his expression closing in a serious and focused one as he swung his sword straight at his head in a clear decapitation strike. Chad dodged low, letting the blade pass over his head, the other man had moved fast enough he could feel the steel grazing his hairs as it did. Knowing he barely had the time to react, Chad delivered a straight right at his opponent as fast as he could, using his power to wrap the arm in his Ryotsu armor as well as pushing the air out of the way of the first to accelerate it so it could hit as fast as possible. He'd expected the man to use the Shinigami hardening trick make himself sturdier to the hit, but instead, he felt the side sort of giving way on the impact, diffusing the damage. The power was still enough to send Yumichika flying, and when he slammed into the wall, it was the wall that broke into chunks, while the Shinigami himself got up looking unarmed, so clearly he was able to use the hardening technique, but not, Chad realized, instinctively. Instead, his reactive defense was to use the mobility trick of the Shinigami, ho he believed it to be called, to make the hit who took him by surprise hurt him less, while the one that allowed for hardening, Hakuta, was something the man had to actively think about to use. He didn't have much more time for thinking though, as, having not been left more than a bit phased by smashing straight into a wall, Yumichika immediately darted forward again, using his fast-moving ability to accelerate his steps while he lunged forward. Immediately, Chad condensed and hardened the air in front of himself to slow the thrust down, while also wrapping himself in his usual armor of Ryotsu, just in case. Which was the only reason he survived as, in the moment he was striking, Yumichika suddenly applied his fast-walking trick to his arm instead, making it lunge faster and further than Chad ever thought it could. He was already dodging, but between the unexpectedness of the attack and its sheer superior speed, the blade still managed to reach his shoulder, being deflected by his armor for a moment before the Shinigami's blade suddenly glowed with an extra Ryotsu and bit straight through, leaving a long line of blood on the outside of Chad's left shoulder. If not for the armor, he knew, that attack would have pierced through his shoulder bone and impaled him to the wall. Even as he barely managed to avoid that one attack, Chad struck with right for Yumichika's head, but instead of dodging, the Shinigami head-butted him, once more using ho to make his neck absorb and disperse the damage instead of being whipped back, while at the same time hardening it to steel durability with Hakuta so that Chad's own punch merely bounced back. Not dissimilarly from how Yumichika's own steel-hardened knee to the gut only managed to push Chad back slightly, though luckily not enough to put him outside of his influenced zone. Realizing that his Shinigami opponent was about to press the attack further, Chad called on his pendant, forming a gauntlet to cover his entire right forearm, and punched at Yumichika while letting out his blue beam of Ryotsu at the same time. The Shinigami's eyes widened in absolute surprise, but he was still fast enough to manage a huge vaulting jump backwards, letting the beam go underneath himself. However, Chad could tell, from the curve of the jump, where his opponent was going to land, and prepared himself to fire a beam right there just as Yumichika touched ground. Something which the Shinigami, apparently, had expected as the moment he was landing, he'd swiped his sword in an arc in front of himself as he cried, "Bloom, Kyojaku." Chad had just the time to see that the blade seemed to split into four curved ones that looked strangely green, before the beam he'd fired impacted straight into it, only to be completely absorbed with no ill effect at all. Yumichika raised his eyebrow in mock disdain, while Chad had to admit, if only to himself and without showing it on his face, that it was somewhat annoyed how every Shinigami's Shikai he faced seemed to be able to completely neutralize his best attack. This was the second time it happened out of two Shinigami he'd fought seriously, and that was if he ignored the fact that, while not fighting him, Ichigo had clearly demonstrated he could have stopped it as well when using the Zanpakuto power he'd borrowed from Rukia. Meanwhile, the Shinigami was observing him in a thoughtful manner, and eventually commented, "You know, I think I've figured you out. You are good at close combat fights, and have some sort of power that lets you control the concentration of Ryotsu close to you, making it thinner so your attacks hit faster, or denser to slow down those of your enemies, or denser still to make a beam out of it. That also gives you a good way to force opponents to come close to you, which you need because you are not very fast or mobile. Is that right?" While that was not completely correct, Chad could admit that, given the constraints he was currently fighting under, his opponent had not hit that far off the mark. He wasn't sure what to feel on the matter, since it was rare for him to meet somebody as observant about small details as he himself was. Still, he was not going to let the Shinigami know that he was slightly off mark, so he said nothing, which caused the Shinigami to frown, and eventually shake his head in disappointment. "I fear that you have been unlucky. As you can see, your long-range attacks are not a danger to me, and as for closing in, I have no need to. You are now defeated." That said, the man raised his sword in front of himself, giving Chad a few moments to observe it better. Each of the 4 blades sprouting from the was indeed curved forward, forming a semicircle with the tip aimed forward and the cutting edge on the inside, much like a scythe. Most strange, however, was that they didn't look fully made of steel anymore. Each blade seemed to be made of white wood, with green vines wrapped all over each blade's length sporting round flowers with petals in the shape of peacock feathers. The reason for the blade's strange look became suddenly clear as Yumi Chika swung downward and they erupted forward, striking like long whips made of vines and capped with the hooked sword tips, and yet, as Chad rolled out of the way of the strikes, he saw that the ground had been cut as if struck by a blade even in the points where only the body of the vines had hit, a clear sign that their strange look did nothing to reduce the weapon's cutting power. Still, as he continued to dodge them, Chad could see that the blades shared the same weakness a whip would have. By keeping track of the way Yumi Chika swung his arm, he could predict where they would strike and dodge them. Soon enough, he thought he had the rhythm down, and was ready to start counter-attacking. As he jumped above a particularly brutal strike, which he had seen before would force Yumi Chika to spend a moment to disentangle his weapon from the crater it had formed in the ground, Chad formed the gauntlet around his arm to fire his beam. And that was when, suddenly, one of the vines moved independently of the rest and, indeed, of any movement on Yumi Chika's part, wrapping itself several times around his gauntleted arm and using that grasp to slam Chad into the nearby wall. Only the Ryotsu armor he was wearing saved him from going unconscious from the hit, but he was still left phased enough that he didn't have time to react as the other 3 blades wrapped themselves around his left arm, which was half covered in blood from his previous wound, and then he found himself being held in midair, the vines stretching his arms so he could not move either, despite his best efforts to. Yumi Chika looked almost sad, although his sense of superiority came clear through it. There we are. I suggest you stop struggling and accept death. You can surely feel its approach now, but that need not be shameful, so long as you go with dignity. It took Chad a moment to understand what the other man meant, but when suddenly, the vines that had been holding on his left arm bit into the flesh of it, making it even more bloody than it already was, he understood suddenly. He reinforced the Ryotsu armor there immediately, enough so to prevent being ripped apart, but he could feel now that the blades were slowly draining it of its strength, and it wasn't a big reasoning jump to make that, once they were done with the armor, they'd do the same to his body. Your plant blades, they absorb Ryotsu. That is how you neutralized my attack earlier. Yes, of course, that's what plants do. Yumi Chika then paused, as if a thought suddenly occurred to him, and continued. That's not how it works in the physical realm, is it? You have that thing, the sun, right? And the plants feed on its light. But here in the spiritual realm, we don't have Sunday. He used his free hand to point at the sky for emphasis and, now that Chad was paying attention, he realized that, despite the sky being the light blue with little clouds of a hot summer day, he could indeed not see any sun in the sky. He returned his gaze to Yumi Chika, who apparently seemed happy to explain, his tone superior. Here, everything is made of Ryotsu, and Ryotsu has a natural, if small, radiance. The loose Ryotsu in the air is what illuminates everything. The night and day cycle is because of the moon. When it raises, it draws a lot of the loose Ryotsu toward itself, which is why it glows and everything else looks dark until it has set. But even then, some Ryotsu still remains loose in the air. Then he pointed to his own swords for emphasis, and continued. The loose Ryotsu is necessary for spiritual beings to survive, that's what breathing is about. More powerful spiritual beings, like Hollows and Shinigami, need to also eat, but most others, like Lesser Plus and plants, can survive merely by absorbing the loose Ryotsu in the air. My sword here works on the same principle. I can just focus on its drawing ability and make it many times stronger, so that it becomes a proper weapon in battle. Yumi Chika then narrowed his eyes as he concluded. Which, in fact, I think I will do now. This fight went on too long already. And, following deed to words, Chad could feel his armor starting to being absorbed at a much faster rate. Soon enough, he knew, he wouldn't be able to continue reforming it faster than it was being eaten, and then he'd be done for. But he could see something else. To manage the increase in draining potential, Yumi Chika was focusing all of the Ryotsu in his sword on the parts in contact with him, while the rest of the blades looked almost bare of it, and Chad could still remember how Yumi Chika had also needed to focus to make them cut through his armor. Which told him that, in the place where he was not focusing on, the blades were likely just on par with Chad's own armor, or possible weaker. It was, in any case, something he could target. Thus, Chad closed his eyes, and focused on his pendant. He knew now, without a doubt, that when he had fully mastered the ability, it would completely cover his body in a tougher armor than the mere Ryotsu coat he used, but right now, he did not have enough control to generate more than a single limb. But he could direct it, and so he did, drawing away the Ryotsu from his right arm, letting the gauntlet there disappear as the Ryotsu was collected in the pendant, and then sent it down his spine and to his right leg, covering it in a large armored boot, red with black lines, that covered up to his knees and sported several spikes, the most important of which right on the tip of his foot. In truth, while the concentration required a level of detachment that made it feel slow, the process was almost instantaneous. The gauntlet disappeared at the same time the boot formed. Then Chad opened his eyes and used his immobilized arms as leverage to kick upwards with all of his strength, removing all of the air in his kick's path to make it hit all the faster while moving the air over the vines so that it was more concentrated on the two sides of the impact point but almost nothing where the spike hit. And, in much the same way a brick set between two stones but with a large empty space in the middle would, the vines broke, letting Chad fall to the ground as Yumi Chika watched his severed blades with astounded surprise on his face. It didn't last long, but it was enough for Chad to roll to his feet, ready for the next attack. However, Yumi Chika didn't press him, instead merely sighing. The severed blades slowly reshaped themselves in their previous form, as if regenerating somewhat, but the Shinigami dragged them back instead of lengthening them again, and then turned an annoyed glare on Chad. "You know, I really hate doing this, and in fact, if anybody but the two of us was around, I wouldn't. But nobody have ever escaped my sword like that, and for it, I think you deserve to see me use it at its full power. I just want you to understand, you brought this on yourself." Then he struck, but not at Chad. Instead, Yumi Chika swung his sword straight downward, with the blades growing straight into the ground. It was obvious what would happen next, but if not for his full Blinger senses telling him that the Ryotsu he'd pushed onto the ground was being shoved aside, Chad would not have been able to react in time. As it was, he barely managed to reinforce the ground as hard as he could to buy himself an extra half a second, and then make the ground elastic enough for him to bounce away before several massive tree branches erupted from the ground with brutal whipping motions, each with a trunk larger than Chad himself was. He took full advantage of the Ryotsu he'd previously infused the air with to bounce around as fast as possible while hardening it on the path of incoming strikes them down. Even so, each dodge was closer than the last, and eventually one of the branches clipped him in the side. It was barely a glancing blow, yet it absorbed his Ryotsu armor as if it wasn't even there, leaving him winded as he felt the bruise forming and the sheer power of it had him spinning in midair. The plants closed on him then, and with no other recourse, Chad fired a beam from his leg, while thinning the air behind himself to offer less resistance, the combination having him push away as if propelled by a rocket. It moved him out of the vine's strike zone, but it also put him out of the area he'd previously prepared, which meant he was unable to affect the air as he landed and ended up half rolling, half smashing into the ground, and using his Fullbring encased leg to stop himself by leaving a long divot in the ground. As he raised his head, he saw Yumi Chika slowly moving forward, emerging from the area Chad himself had been standing into shortly before. As his plants moved out of his way to open him a path, Chad switched to his gauntlet and fired a direct shot at the Shinigami, but he didn't even twitch, the arm with the sword loose at his side as the blades remained inside the ground, and instead a vine erupted in front of him, intercepting the beam and absorbing the attack entirely, a new flower blooming over it afterwards. Yumi Chika continued to advance at a calm pace, although he had raised an eyebrow in polite disbelief at Chad's attack. "Did you really thought that was going to work? Your abilities are just not a good match for mine, that should be obvious by now." Even as he considered his opponent's words, Chad asked, trying to see if a better understanding of his enemy could help his current situation. "If your real power is so strong, why would you not use it from the beginning?" Yumi Chika grimaced, and then answered, sounding sad. "Because having a wood elemental Shikai is embarrassing." "How so?" "The 11th Division is the one that sees more combat in the entire GODI 13, and we pride ourselves into that fact. We have the highest number of casualties, losing about 23% every year, compared to the runner-up, the 12th Division with their 11%. It's not even close, and unlike theirs, who die in laboratory accidents, our people die in the field, fighting the strongest of hollows. To make it in the 11th is a mark that you walked through the fire and made it through unscathed. He gestured to their surroundings. But doing it with an elemental Shikai is inherently lesser, because they require less skill. Transformation types rely on the user to learn how they work and make careful use of their powers. Elemental Shikai instead allow you to simply overpower an enemy, regardless of their skill. It is not as bad as the trickier of mind-type Shikai, but it still inherently mark you as lesser than those who would have reached the same result through their own ability to use what they had well, rather than be fed a power that takes care of the problems without need for actual effort on your part. That sounded so intrinsically wrong to Chad, he had to speak up. In fact, he could hear that he'd let a bit more emotion in his voice than he normally would. So, they'd blame you for something you have no control over. Yumi Chika seemed surprised at Chad's display of anger, possibly because he had otherwise been pretty controlled so far, but nevertheless answered the question, a sad expression on his face as he did. That's not entirely true. A Shikai is formed in great part by taking in elements of the Zanpakuto's wielder. People who develop a mind-type Shikai tend to be arrogant ones that thinks themselves always right and want the rest of the world to bend to their beliefs, who think they know better and everybody else is an idiot. Whereas the elemental Shikai, like I have, come from people who doubt themselves and seek external validations, to be appreciated, recognized, admired. It's the result of somebody insecure wanting to be seen as worthy, or propping themselves up as a symbol for a cause, or trying to be accepted. Basically, it's the power of the show-offs. He scoffed, clearly finding the idea disgusting, then went on. Transformation Shikai comes to those who seek perfection within, rather than without. They don't think themselves better than anybody else, and nor do they look to others to give them a purpose. Instead, they find one inside and walk the road of self-improvements. It comes to those that recognize their own fault, and work to make them better, rather than trying to persuade the world that it is at fault, or trying to get the world to agree that their faults are not real faults after all. It's the superior mindset, that which any true warrior should strive to have. Yumi Chika lowered his head, his tone turning self-deprecating. That I care more about being seen as a great than to actually be great, is my greatest personal failing. Thus, I do my best to hide it, and let people think that I am as great as I pretend to be. I suppose, in a sense, that just proves my sword right, in having given me this power, but as long as I can hide it, I will keep doing so. Hence, why I only use it if I have no other choice, and nobody is around to see, other than those who will be killed by it. The last words seemed to shake the Shinigami out of his introspection, as he refocused on Chad, who he was now practically in front of, and said, more serious. Which is what'll happen now. You were a good warrior, Yasutara Sato, but not my equal. Still, I will remember your name, as I do for every worthy opponent. Vines erupted from the ground surrounding Yumi Chika, their tips aimed at Chad's kneeling form, and that's when he struck, punching straight for the Shinigami's head and letting out one of his beam, too close for the vines to interfere. However, Yumi Chika dodged in a manner that Chad had not been expecting. He used Ho-Ho reflexively, but combined it by overlaying a water-like application of Hakuta that made the already more fluid state in which Ho-Ho set the body slide to the side just a bit faster, enough to let the beam pass Yumi Chika by. Chad managed to fire a second, that was similarly dodged, before the vines speared through his right arm, pining it to the ground. He then managed to switch to his leg to fire a third beam from his boot before all of his limbs had been pierced and he was immobilized, Yumi Chika looming over him with a threatening glare, opening his mouth as if to say something, only to be hit in the back by all three beams at once. He stood still for a moment, smoke coming from his open mouth, then his eyes rolled over in his head and he collapsed to the ground, the vines disintegrating into large clouds of Ryotsu dust the moment his Zanpakuto slipped through Yumi Chika's limp fingers. Slowly, Chad got back to his feet, turning the Shinigami around to make sure he was still alive and breathing, and then said to him, in a serious tone, "You misunderstood my power, that is why you lost." It was the same mistake Chad himself had made, in a sense, when Yumi Chika had trapped him in his vines. He'd thought he'd understood his opponent's power in full, and due to this, being unprepared for a strike. It had been a sharp lesson, and Chad was not one to waste those, so he'd turned it against his opponent, Since he thought Chad's power only worked in close contact to him, he'd not expected him to have a long-distance strike. However, Fullbringer power didn't work like that. While in Soul Society he needed to infuse an area with Ryotsu for a time to be able to manipulate it. Once the area was infused with enough Ryotsu already, all he needed was to send his own Ryotsu to that area with a request for the environment to match it. And while this was the first time he'd tried it, his beams were just as much his own Ryotsu as the layer he armored himself with, as Yumichika power had proven. Then, all he'd needed was for that Ryotsu beam to make the wall reflective, so that it, and the two following shots, would bounce back and strike his opponent from behind, where he wouldn't realize he was being attacked in time to have his plants absorb the hit. All in all, Chad could admit to himself, it had been a gamble. If anything had been wrong in his understanding of his enemy, like if he had some sensory ability to notice what was going on behind his back, if his vines were independent instead of directed by his thoughts, or even just if he'd been able to instinctively keep a hardened Hakuta shell around himself instead of focusing on Ho-Oh for his own defense, then Chad would have died. He wasn't sure what to think of it. Gambling with his life was not something he enjoyed the idea of. Before he could think on the matter any further, however, Ichigo showed up, looking none the worse for wear except for his clothes being ripped around his shoulder, and looked around in disbelief at the hallway, most of the floor of which had been overturned and tossed aside by the vines during the course of the battle. What happened here? Chad shrugged, holding back the grimace that caused. He really was bleeding from all of his limbs and his left arm in particular felt like it was starting to go numb, and answered, in as controlled a tone as he could manage. We fought. I won. We should keep going. Ichigo frowned, but then relented. If you say so. You don't look very well, you know? You sure you don't want to catch your breath? Chad offered a thumb up, although unlike usual, he wasn't able to accompany it with a smile, instead settling for a reassuring. I can manage for now. And with that, they resumed their run toward the gates of Suriitai. Chad might not be sure if he wanted to gamble his life, but where putting it on the line for his friends was concerned, he had no doubts at all. Uriah would have liked to say that they followed Hinamori in silence to her house, but in truth, as soon as they were out of hearing range from the weird duo that had cornered them in front of the 12th Division's headquarters, Orium started chatting with their guide almost immediately. It started with her asking a question about the muffins she'd been stuffing her face with as they walked. She'd already emptied half the bowl by then, and then moved from that to discussing baking and recipes, then good places to go do shopping, then what kind of things one could find in Soul Society's shops, and by the time they finally reached their hostess house, the girl was laughing along with Orium at some joke he had missed. Uriah had followed along for a bit when the two had been speaking about clothes, but then they'd moved to discuss science fiction novels and he'd lost interest again. At least they'd learned the young woman's name, Momo, and Yoriyuki had used that to identify her as one of Aizen's closest confidants in his division, but also one who had friends too close to Jinichimaru to be fully trusted with the secret of their mission. Thus, when the three of them seated in Hinamari's living room with three new, different bowls of biscuits in front of them as well as tea for the girls and hot chocolate for Uriah himself, he was ready to tackle the discussion. Hinamori had to compose herself, clearly having to put some effort in to achieve a more serious expression rather than her generally more welcoming one, and finally asked. So, you're Rukia's friends, right? From the mortal realm. I thought you were, well, mortals, not Shinigami. Orium answered that before Uriah could, smiling happily. Oh no, we're not ghosts, we're just pretending to be dead. Like in a mystery novel, it'll help us find the real culprit. Orium nodded in satisfaction at her explanation, although Hinamori didn't seem to have been particularly enlightened by it. Thus, Uriah took it on himself to clarify, in a less enthusiastic tone. Neither of us is a Shinigami, we're only infiltrating Soul Society to help Rukia. However, I'm sure you know that her mission was confidential, we really can't reveal you too much. What has she told you? Hinamori seemed more reassured by that, and answered, a bit hesitant. That she and Captain Aizen were looking for somebody that was working with Hollows to undermine Soul Society from the mortal realm. She said that they had two spies, one in our division, and one in the third, and that the spy had framed an ally of Captain Aizen in the past and got them exiled, so we couldn't risk them getting wind of the plan, or they'd try to discredit Captain Aizen and Rukia as well. She paused then, as if suddenly realizing something, eyes widening as she said. That's what happened, isn't it? They realized they'd been had, so they got Rukia arrested and killed. Hinamori put a hand on her mouth, eyes tearing up again as she whispered, her voice breaking. And it's all my fault, but how? Orium reached forward, clasping Hinamori's hand in her own to try and reassure her. Uriah decided that it was better to leave the reassurances to his companion, as she was clearly more skilled in that, and instead to try and understand what had broken their hostess' composure again. Why would you think this is your fault? Because when Rukia told me, I double-checked the records, and I found evidence the spy existed, and showed it to Captain Eisen. That must be the reason. They realized the captain knew, so they silenced him. But I didn't tell anyone. I was so careful. While Hinamori continued to have her breakdown and Orium proceeded to calm her down and ensure her that no, it wasn't her fault at all, Yoriuki hissed in Uriah's ear that they'd never found any evidence that the spy in the 12th Division existed, no matter how hard Eisen had searched for it. They knew it had to, as it was the only explanation that made sense of many things, but they'd never had concrete proof, until now, apparently. Which made Uriah's next question pretty obvious. This information you found, what was it? How comes your captain didn't find it before? It's because I supervised the installation of the monitoring devices, it was my project, so. I used a code on the reports, one only I knew about, and some of the reports, they didn't have the code, so they had to be fake. I still have the copies, oh no. Do you think somebody checked my office and found them, and that's how they knew? That it's because I was careless with them, or? Orium hugged Hinamori then, causing her to interrupt her tirade, and said, softly. You can't be guilty, because you are not the bad guy. You were helping. Then Orium turned to Uriah and said, in a very serious tone. Uriah, explained to her that she was helping and did nothing wrong. In other circumstances, Uriah wasn't sure how he would have answered to that, but luckily, in this one case, he could support Orium's stance wholeheartedly, so he nodded in a very serious fashion and explained, trying to make it sound as analytical as possible so the girl would know he wasn't lying to comfort her. That is true. By finding this evidence, you progressed this investigation further than anybody else has in a long time. And by making copies, you have ensured that we can get the spy behind bars. You performed in a very effective manner that will contribute greatly to the success of our endeavor. Hinamori looked quite confused at that, but Orium smiled, hugging her more strongly as she added. You hear? I'm sure Mr. Eisen was proud of you for your work. He was. He said so himself. There were new tears in Hinamori's eyes now, but despite that, she seemed more relaxed, even as she gently pried Orium's arms away from herself, then she cleaned her eyes and assumed a more serious expression before turning toward Uriah. You said that what I found out will help. But, how? We are here to talk with the Central 46, we intend to share everything that Eisen found out, and if you give us these information and proof, they'll strengthen our case considerably. He paused, considering the matter, before adding, and make sure to make some other copies to hold yourself, for security's sake. Hinamori looked thoughtful for a moment, then said. Are you sure that's gonna work? The 46 are in sealed session right now, and will remain so until the state of emergency is removed. The 1st Division would not let anybody through. We know. We plan to sneak past them. I still don't think that's gonna work. Uriah wasn't surprised by Hinamori's doubt, although he considered a bit of a slight to his own abilities. However, before he could say anything, suddenly he felt Yoriuki jumping from his ear. She turned back into a cat just as she landed on the table and said, in a deep male voice. Making it work is what I'm here for. Hinamori had been startled by the sudden appearance, but then leaned forward with curiosity. Who are you? No names. Yoriuki's command had been emphasized by pointing her tail directly at Orium, who had crossed her hands over her mouth and was nodding at that. Satisfied that her cover wouldn't be broken, the cat explained to Hinamori, in a tone that was polite but would also clearly broke no interruptions. I am the person that was falsely framed, keeping my identity secret is safer for everyone. Anyway, as you can see for yourself, I have the ability to sneak around far more easily than most would expect. I can get them as close as the courtroom door. The best guards will be deeper in the complex, to protect the throne room, and while the primary gate will be well guarded, it's not the only way inside. I know it can be done. Hinamori nodded at that, relaxing somewhat. I suppose that makes sense. Still, they're not going to leave the courtroom unguarded, and sneaking there is just not possible. I know, I helped Captain Eisen renew the security seals just earlier this year. The only way in is through the door. Yuriuki nodded, completely unfazed by this, and replied. I have accounted for that. Once I've gotten them inside, I will be going to the 2nd Division containment facilities. If I create a big enough diversion, which I can, the 1st Division, being the closest to the area, will be forced to send somebody to check, and when the guard move, these two will make it inside. Hinamori looked shocked at that, before saying. Why the 2nd Division? There's easier targets nearby, ones that aren't guarded by the Omnitsukido. Those aren't like the other divisions, they wouldn't try to arrest you, they'd try to kill you. Oh, I know that very well. But I'm not going to let that dissuade me. I need to go there because, if our plans fail, then we need to break Rukia out. She's too big a target there, and defenseless to anything either of the spies might attempt. And I won't let her die if I can save her. Hinamori had listened with surprise at first, but then, slowly, her face hardened into firm resolve. I can help. Even through her cat body, it was easy to see that Yuriuki had been caught off guard by that, but when she spoke, her tone was one of interested curiosity. How? I have authorization from Captain Eisen, to visit Rukia once per day, to bring her food and make sure she's not mistreated. I guess Mayuri could revoke it now, or send somebody else, but I don't think he even knows yet, and even running his paperwork past Nimue, it might take a while. So, I could get you inside, in the very corridor where she's being held. That would help, right? Yuriuki smiled at that, and with her being a cat, it was really the perfect expression of smug satisfaction, quite literally as if she'd just caught her preferred canary. Then we should get to it, shall we? But first, let me do one thing, so we're ready for the infiltration. And then, she placed a paw on the bell of her red collar, ringing it softly as she said, in a whisper. Now transform, Shunko. Then a flash of power invested Uriu and, before he knew it, he felt like he was stumbling about in the air, assaulted by a multitude of sensations that he couldn't understand, his sight weird, with colors looking wrong, things seeming both bigger and smaller than he remembered, and the strangest sensation of being watching things from multiple angles at once. Before he could make much sense of it all, he found himself being collected by something and placed on a soft carpet of tall black grass that curled about, and then he heard a voice that seemed familiar, but echoed like thunder and made his body shook with every sound say. Bring us there, Miss Hinamori, time is of the essence now. And then, the carpet was moving, and Uriu with it, still trying to make sense of what was going on, but without much success. Still, he knew they were moving to save Rukia, so he tried to focus. He was not going to fail his friends, no matter what. Tatsuki looked at her surroundings, which were burning with blue flames, then took a long breath, and in a quick moment summoned her hollow mask, wrapped her arms in the ryotsu of her inner hollow, and then spun, sending it out all at once in huge waves of blue fire, before quickly dismissing her mask again and taking stock of the 2 abandoned wooden houses she'd set on fire. Then she turned toward Urahara, who had been waving thin purple lines in what looked like strange symbols all over the place, and tried to see if she could make him see sense now. Is that enough yet? You've had me set fire to over 12 blocks now, and even if you say they're all abandoned and I can't feel any presence around either, I'm really not comfortable with all this arson you have me doing. The pretend shopkeeper waved her away with a distracted gesture of his free hand while the one with the sword continued to trace intricate hieroglyphs everywhere as he said, in the usual dismissive tone. It's all good. I told you, I'm setting up traps that will freeze the flames and trap people within them. A captain could cut through my Shikai's power and ignore the fire, but combined together, they'll create enough of a delay to keep them running in circle for hours while we sneak away. You've been saying that even since we started this thing. How much longer it's going to take? He turned around then, raising a finger in a lecturing tone and answered, smiling in that too happy, almost creepy manner of his. Artistry needs its time, and science is the artistry of the smart. You need to learn patience to properly appreciate the art. She growled, pointing to the latest of his inscription, which was one he had been applying over and over again to almost every wall he had made her set on fire. I appreciate that this one is the simplest, and that you said it creates a box of fire to trap things into if it's struck. If you had just set up only these, we'd have been done half an hour ago, and delay them just fine. Urahara shook his head while making a clacking sound with his mouth. That would not be enough. I want to create a true labyrinth for them to get lost into. These ones alone wouldn't be enough to achieve that. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Tatsuki wasn't sure how much she truly trusted the blonde Shinigami on that front, but since arguing had already proved pointless multiple times, she just crossed her arms and waited in silence for him to finish applying power in big geometrical figures all over the place. Once he was done, the man pointed with his sword to a crossroad at their left and urged, sounding giddy. Right, that way now, hurry. There should be that small square we passed on our way in, I just need to set up the traps there and then I'm done. He darted forward and she quickly followed, but as they entered the square and she focused her senses to check for people, she was surprised to find a presence. She quickly turned in the direction she was sensing it, but couldn't see anybody. What are you waiting for? I need the fire to be there before I can set the traps. But there's somebody here. I can't see them, but they're there. She pointed, which caused Urahara to frown, before his expression suddenly turned worried as he hissed. Oh no. He swung his sword, sending a spear of purple energy at some point on the ground next to where she'd sensed the presence, but before the attack had even hit, he cursed as something white darted out of the way, and now that she knew what she was looking at, Tatsuki could see a small gecko climbing along the wall of the nearest abandoned house. Urahara sent another dart of energy at it, but the gecko suddenly turned in a grasshopper, this, too, fully white, to jump out of the way, before going back to its lizard form and making it to the top of the building. Then, a moment later, a huge, white giraffe appeared above the house's roof, as clear a signal of their position as could be imagined. Urahara didn't even bother trying to attack the creature again, instead turning to Tatsuki and pointing at their surroundings with his sword. Hurry it up, I need as much fire as you can get. I probably won't be able to finish the setup, but I could still manage enough to achieve our goal. But fire, now. Tatsuki really thought that escaping would be the better idea, but before she could argue for it, a cold voice laced deep with annoyance made the both of them stop. So it really is you, after all. And all this vandalism was on purpose. Deplorable. The two of them turned to look at the place in the sky the voice had come from. What they found there was a young-looking, short boy with spiky white hairs, a green sash with a golden star in the middle wrapped around his torso and a katana in hand that looked longer than he was tall, with the crossguard shaped into a four-pointed star. For a moment, Tatsuki was confused to see him standing in midair, but then realized he was on top of what looked like a gigantic ice sculpture of a dragon that stretched into the distance behind him. Urahara's eyes immediately widened at this, and he hissed at her with urgency. Tatsuki, smash that dragon right now, I'll cover you. And then, suiting actions to words, he darted forward, sending several javelins of purple energy at the newly arrived Shinigami. The boy didn't seem scared, however, instead raising his hand in a flat gesture that caused a large disk of golden light to appear in front of him for the purple energy to splash harmlessly against. This, however, hid Tatsuki from his view, so she was free to act without worry of his interference. Once again, she called upon her hollow mask and sent a huge stream of blue fire straight at the dragon, using her power to control its path so that it smashed right behind the point where the boy had been standing. She could already hear the mocking laughter of her inner hollow sounding in her ears, so she knew she couldn't simply keep the mask on long enough to continue pushing the fire down the body of the dragon to destroy it all, so she instead willed it to condense into a large wall and then gave it a strong push, sending it barreling forward before dismissing the mask, trusting that the initial acceleration would carry it enough for their purpose. After all, it was clear that, if the boy had been able to walk along his ice creations, others could do the same, and if they did, then all the traps she and Urahara had been setting up would be fully worthless. That done, she turned to watch the boy. Without the dragon's body to support it, the head on which he'd been standing was falling down, and him with it. However, once again she saw that he wasn't worried. Instead, he slammed his sword through the ice sculpture so the tip was on the other side, and then a literal torrent of ice erupted from it, quickly solidifying into a pillar that stopped the head's descent. He quickly turned around, repeating his previous gesture to create one more round shield of golden light to reflect Urahara's new barrage of purple javelins, and then ripped his sword free of the ice, looking at them with clear disgust on his face. "I bet you think that was clever, but then, I guess I shouldn't expect anything less from a coward and traitor of your ilk." Urahara looked intrigued at that, using the pommel of his sword to rise the brim of his hat a little bit and be able to look their opponent more clearly. "Have we met before? I can't seem to remember, if I'm being honest." The white-haired pretty boy's eyes narrowed at that, looking distinctly unamused. "Which you've never been one day in your life." "I know of you, Urahara Kisuke. Captain Ichimaru said it would be you leading a group of corrupted half-hollow monstrosities, and as usual, he was right." He then waved his sword around, pointing at the burning buildings surrounding them. "Do you have any idea how much harm this is going to cause? I've been helping the captain set up safe shelters and improve the conditions of the people in the Rokanga. In some districts they even look at Shinigami with respect rather than fear and disdain, at least when they are of the third. It's took decades of work to even get that far with a small part of the population, and now your stunt is going to ruin all of it." Urahara chuckled, apparently undaunted by the tirade, and shot back. "You really thinks that's gonna help people? Charity is good, don't get me wrong, but if you want to affect real change, you've gotta force the system to take notice and change. Otherwise, it's like bandaging a wound instead of treating the infection. Better than doing nothing, unless you want to claim that being a wanted criminal has given you much time to help the common people of Rokanga. People like you bring only ruin." Urahara smiled softly at the boy's rebuke, but didn't look otherwise affected by it, even as he answered. "I suppose you would think that. And do you have a name, Shinigami of the Rokanga Supervision Squad, to go along with your righteous ranting?" The boy bristled and shot back. "I'm Toshiro Hitsugaya, Lieutenant of the 3rd Division, and I'm going to make you regret even considering to set foot in Soul Society again." And with that, the battle began, as Hitsugaya pointed his sword at Urahara and unleashed another torrent of ice at him. Urahara moved his hand in a circular motion, creating a ring of purple energy even as he dove to the side, and when the ice went through it, the ring contracted, causing the ice movement to slow down to a crawl. The boy Shinigami frowned, whipping his sword around again as he let go of the previous jet of ice, letting it crash to the ground, as he fired 2 more toward Urahara's new position. Tatsuki, however, wasn't going to let the two duel it out among themselves. They needed to get out of here quick, and besides, smashing in this prick's sanctimonious face was going to be a joy. She rushed above the ice pillar he had built for himself, and when her feet started to lose traction, she merely used Hakuta to wrap them in her anger, melting a foothold with every new step as she ran upwards. As she was about to make the last step, she jumped instead, using Ho-Ho to make her body lighter. It wasn't airwalking, that didn't really seem to work here in Soul Society, but it did allow her to sail above the ray of golden light that Hitsugaya had fired at her with a finger gun gesture of his left hand, while his right continued to chase Urahara with a barrage of ice blasts. Tatsuki could feel the familiar annoyance mounting at an enemy only paying her a fraction of her attention, and she channeled it, morphing it into pure disdain at the boy's arrogance and coating her leg with it as she descended from her jump with a falling kick aimed straight at his head. That was finally enough to get the boy to actually fully turn toward her. He moved his left arm to parry, and she noticed he used repulsion to accelerate the movement, a very interesting trick, which proved much more impressive when her attack met an equally hard steel, and then, keeping the upper portion of the arm covered in a steel coat, he managed to push Disgust from the lower side of it, pushing her away with a strength that his body alone would never have been able to manage on its own. Tatsuki could admit to be impressed. That was better than Rukia and even Mashiro Kuna had done. Tatsuki was good at switching between emotions quickly, while the two of them had been better at covering more of their bodies with it for longer periods of time, but this boy could use more than one at once. She was pretty sure Yuriyuki was better, but it was still pretty impressive. Hitsugaya, on the other hand, didn't look particularly impressed by Tatsuki's own skills, although he did seem to be focused on her now, only paying less attention to his sword hand as a huge ice dragon was now sprouting from its tip and chasing Urahara underneath. "I don't know who you are, girl, but if you want to survive, You shouldn't get involved. Tatsuki didn't let that dissuade her, and instead whipped forward her best punch charged with burning rage as she shouted back. Perhaps you should worry about yourself. The cloud of flame like Ryotsu slammed straight into him, as the boy made no attempt to stop it, and when it dispersed, she saw that he had wrapped himself in a field of fear so cold, it had managed to stop the fire entirely. She wondered how he could do that without freezing himself before realizing that he had another layer of Ryotsu underneath, something that was isolating him from the cold, although she couldn't tell what. Which meant he could use multiple emotions at once over his entire body. What Yoriyuki had warned her was the mark of a Hakuta master. The boy looked even more dismissive than before, as he answered, pitiless. Why should I? You, clearly, are not at my level. That, Tatsuki decided, was enough. She smashed her fists together with a roar of anger, and then charged forward with the sudden acceleration of a disgust-enhanced push from her feet, before completely wrapping her own body in rock-hard determination as visibly as she could while she opened her arm in an attempt to tackle her opponent down from their shared perch. As she had expected, Hitsugaya hardened his body to steel while also wrapping his legs into affection to anchor himself onto the ice. Tatsuki wouldn't be able to do it herself, but it was the obvious move to let somebody else smash themselves to pieces against you when you knew your defense was superior to their offense. Which was why, at the last moment, she went for grabbing instead of pushing, wrapping her arms around him. That slowed the impact some, although she could still hear some of her bones cracking and splintering from it. But she didn't care, instead grinning at her confused opponent while she focused on the sheer joy of getting one over an arrogant enemy, and then turned her cover of determination in an explosion of excited lighting, much of which grounded itself on the steel Hitsugaya was covered by even as the larger part rebounded back on Tatsuki and cooked her alive in what was by now a very familiar manner. As always, it was a world of pain. She could feel her nerves fraying and burning out and most of her body becoming unresponsive even as she fell to the ground on her back. However, her one still working eye could also see the smoking figure of Hitsugaya in front of her, standing on one knee while using his sword as a support and panting heavily. He had to have used some form of last-minute defense, as he only looked somewhat singed, but his eyes were wide in disbelief as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. But there was no reason, why use a suicide attack there? Tatsuki chuckled, well, tried to at least, but her lungs pointedly refused to comply and all she could manage were a few hacked coughs, and then managed to rasp out. That was, not a, suicide attack. And then, she called onto her mask. Immediately, she could feel the burning, hateful Ryotsu of her inner hollow flooding her body, firmly pushing her bones back together and filling the cracks, entering her lungs and cleaning them of the blood and soot that had filled them, tying her muscles together once more, even as slowly, right in front of a now genuinely scared Hitsugaya, she got back to her feet. She felt the sense of satisfaction coming from her inner hollow, and allowed her the chance to speak for once, while Tatsuki herself tried to collect her thoughts after the near-death experience. Fear suits you, Shinigami. Isn't that where all this ice comes from? Don't worry, your life of constant fear will end right now. Tatsuki pushed the hollow away, the taunt seemed to have been effective enough, and she only needed the one moment to smash both of her fists into the dragon's head as she called for the blue flames to erupt from the point of impact, and then expand in a pillar of fire that annihilated the ice platform they were standing on. The landing on the hard ground wasn't particularly comfortable, but between her hollow's granted strength and the regeneration, it didn't hurt very much either. As she dismissed her mask, Tatsuki looked to the sky, where Hitsugaya seemed to have managed to retreat upwards, although his robes were definitely badly burnt. He was falling much slower than expected. Apparently, if you were good enough at Ho-Oh, you could reduce the speed of your fall even if you couldn't fully airwalk, but Urahara was already on that, waving his left hand and reciting some sort of poem while his sword looked like it had been wrapped in several spirals of purple energy overlapping each other to the point it almost seemed like a huge club. However, it seemed Hitsugaya had decided that Tatsuki was his primary target now, as he pointed his katana underneath himself and shot a thin beam of ice that enlarged into a large dragon head, not unlike the one he'd been standing on before Tatsuki's flames had melted it. Then, he gave himself a push downward with a repulsive Hakuta push to land on top of the dragon's head, and a moment later, by waving his sword again, he created a sudden burst of ice that first attached itself to his platform, and then started to sprout ice from the other side, pushing the head forward at speed while forming what looked like the huge body of a dragon made of ice behind it. As he continued to speed forward toward her, Hitsugaya lowered his other hand into the finger gun motion gain, and fired a series of golden beams at her, repeating the motion for each successive shot so fast that his hand seemed to become a blur. Tatsuki used Shunpo to accelerate her dodge, adding just a bit of extra push to each step with Hakuta, even as she wondered why Hitsugaya was using these easily dodged beams instead of the much wider area attacks he could pull off with his ice. That was when there was a sudden burst of explosive riot so drew both of their attention. Urahara, it seemed, had completed his incantation, and now 4 streaks of golden light were spiraling toward Hitsugaya at high speed, while the Shinigami himself was charging from a different angle. Hitsugaya stopped firing at Tatsuki to use that hand to create the shield of golden light he'd created before instead, but the spiraling streaks of light punched through it easily, shattering the construct to Hitsugaya clear surprise. Then the boy's eyes narrowed, and made a different, wide circular motion with his hand that Tatsuki was familiar with, and indeed, it fired the gigantic sphere of golden light that she'd seen Rukia use many times. The sphere slammed into the light spirals and sent them all careening off track, each smashing into a different house and almost instantly demolishing it in a thundering explosion, but none actually managing to hurt Hitsugaya in any way whatsoever. That was when Urahara jumped, using Ho-Ho to let himself bounce from a wall to be high above Hitsugaya, and slashed downwards, the purple energy around his blade unfolding into a huge net. The Shinigami boy, however, reacted quickly despite his shock, removing his sword from the neck of his dragon sculpture, which, Tatsuki noticed, caused it to stop moving, and jabbing it above himself, a tiny spike of ice darting forward from it at incredible speed only to unfold into a giant ice umbrella, one large enough for Urahara's net to be completely stopped by it. Urahara himself, however, hadn't stopped falling, and instead was holding his Zanpakuto with both hands, tip aimed downwards. Tatsuki could feel a sense of deadly dread coming from it even as far away from the blade as she was, and when the tip of it slammed into the ice, it cut through with almost ridiculous ease, allowing Urahara to simply break through the umbrella, blade aimed at Hitsugaya's head, except that, all of a sudden, several ice tendrils sneaked downward from the umbrella, wrapping themselves around the blonde Shinigami and leaving his entire body from the neck to the knees completely encased in a single, solid block of ice, and him with no leverage to swing his sword at all. Hitsugaya, for his own side, swung his sword downwards, connecting the base of his umbrella to his dragon's head, and then turned around just in time to see Tatsuki who, taking advantage of Urahara's attack, had used the broken remains of the previous ice pillar as a platform from which to jump at the Shinigami. The white-haired boy immediately aimed his Zanpakuto at her and unleashed a veritable torrent of ice, but Tatsuki called on her inner hollow once more, except this time, she let it reach the full transformation. It was risky, but with an opponent that clearly outclassed her in Hakuta and probably in Ho-Ho as well, she needed to pull all the stops if she wanted to win. So, as the ice barreled toward her, she crossed her arms in front of herself as she transformed, filling the long spikes along her forearms with blue fire and, just as the ice was about to slam into her body, slashing out with both, sending twin blades of blue fire to burn straight through the ice, vaporizing most of it. She erupted through the burning steam without care for the pain as her body healed the wounds away, and as she landed, she slashed with her left, forcing Hitsugaya into a parry before she went in for a headbutt, covering her mask with steel-hard disdain at the same time as Hitsugaya did the same for his entire body while also anchoring himself to his ice with affection. Unlike last time, however, she didn't switch on the attack, instead letting steel meet steel with a thunderous clangor, and with her already greater strength multiplied by the hollow form, Hitsugaya was sent flying as the ice his feet were anchored to shattered, rolling along the back of his dragon before he managed to slam his sword into it and stop, a black and slowly bleeding bruise on his forehead and a worried glance in his turquoise eyes. Tatsuki didn't let him gather his bearings, collecting the Ryotsu of her hollow at her back and then opening the smaller cut for it to escape from her body, feeling her blood rattling and her bones breaking and regenerating as the terrifying sudden acceleration sent her darting forward like a missile. Before she could reach Hitsugaya however, the Shinigami's eyes hardened and a wall of ice in the shape of a fan erupted from the back of his dragon. She smashed through it easily enough, even if it hurt and let a lot of ice shards embedded deeply in her body, but Hitsugaya was no longer in front of her, instead having used his sword, which was still inside the ice dragon's body, as a pivot to kick her straight in her side. The hit hurt, but more than that, just at the moment of impact he let a wave of fear wash over her to froze her body, stopping her from reacting just long enough to unleash a repulsive push of disgust immediately after it that slammed her straight into an ice spike that had grown from the back of the ice dragon, not having been there before. Hitsugaya landed, breathing heavily as he removed his sword from the dragon's body and aimed it at her, speaking in a tone that was trying hard to maintain his previous dismissive demeanor despite the clear notes of pain that could be felt in his voice. So, this is the strength of a Vizard, then. It lets you take lethal wounds, and keep going, even allowing for suicidal techniques to instead become winning strikes. A fearsome power, and enough to make dangerous even a lesser opponent, but no match for my superior skills. The sense of superiority the guy was letting out really wasn't something Tatsuki was willing to take head on, so she spat back, angrily. You might have greater skill, but I've greater grit, and that's why I'm gonna beat you. What are you? Tatsuki didn't let him finish, instead wanting to catch him by surprise by using Hakuta to wrap her body in fires of absolute rage. Normally, that would be a good way to self-immolate, but Tatsuki's current body was completely fireproof. The sudden blaze caused Hitsugaya to take a step back, but it was not enough to destroy the spike of ice through her chest. It was melting it, but only slowly. So, she took her Hollow's Ryotsu and feed it into the fire, making it more intense than ever, and then for good measure summoned the Hollow's own blue fire as well, the two mixing in a red and blue vortex surrounding her body. That was enough to both free her from Hitsugaya's trap and start to melt the dragon they were standing on. He seemed to notice this even through the fire and moved to react, but without even needing to think, she simply willed the flames forward, the blue ones carrying those made of Ryotsu along, a shape like her body but made of fire slamming into the Shinigami and exploding against the armor of ice he'd somehow managed to summon from his sword in the fraction of a second before being hit. You're liking the power, aren't you? This feeling of being so much stronger than him? Isn't it great to put this bug in the place he belongs? Give me more control, and I'll show him who is the superior one. The feeling of power that accompanied the call was almost intoxicating, and it took a moment for Tatsuki to suppress it, and force the Hollow back. She grimaced, placing a hand on her head to help the resulting headache, and that was all that saved her, as a swiping strike meant to cut at her head bit into her arm instead. The sword didn't slow down much, severing the entire forearm and sending it flying with insulting ease, but it was just enough for her to duck, letting the blade pass over her as she pushed herself forward in a repulsive Hakuta push, and then turned around to see Hitsugaya's figure. He was a mess, with some of his robes having been burned away and the melted remains of his ice armor clinging to part of his body while others looked badly singed, but there was a hard glint of determination in his eyes, and it was clear he was far from defeated as he turned, aiming his sword at her and preparing for another attack. Tatsuki didn't let him, instead darting forward herself so that the sword sunk into her chest instead of her mask, and then used her remaining hand to grab his sword arm, piercing it with her claw so that he couldn't easily remove it. Then she hissed, glaring as his expression slowly became a little worried. You can only control the ice you create when your sword is in contact with it, isn't it? His eyes widened in surprise that she had discovered his weakness, and she took advantage of that to use her tail to grab the severed half of her forearm, before unleashing Sonito once more. This time, it wasn't a wall of ice that she slammed into, but rather the hard ground, although she had hit Hitsugaya right in front of her to soften the fall. Even so, the pain of almost shattering her every bone and then having her body recover from it left her winded for a few seconds, especially as she placed her forearm next to the severed stump and willed them to reattach to each other. Once that was done and she was in a good enough condition to stand, she dismissed her Hollow entirely, grimacing as the regeneration stopped and she was left battered and in pain, if without any actually threatening wound. Still, she couldn't help but grin at the cloud of dust where Hitsugaya had landed. She'd let him go at the very last moment so he would accelerate further and slam into the small stone wall right in front of her that surrounded what looked like it had once been a proper garden. Between the pain from the sudden nearly supersonic acceleration that he, unlike her, could not regenerate from, and that from smashing into such a hard stopping point, she was confident she'd finally beaten him down. Which was why she had no clever retort when Hitsugaya emerged from the dust, looking much the worse for wear, with several new bruises and a set of badly bleeding cuts on his sword arm, but otherwise very much still capable of fighting. He glared at her, breathing heavily, and seemed to want to speak, but failed twice, as if something was stuck in his throat, so in the end it was Tatsuki which asked, trying to come up with an explanation for his still combat-capable state after the wounds he should have taken. How? For a moment, Hitsugaya seemed as if he wouldn't answer, but then he coughed out what looked like a phlegm of blood, and then offered a superior grin. With skill, that's how. I used Ho-Ho to only be badly hurt by the acceleration, and Hakuda to manage the landing. Tatsuki grimaced, and shouted back. That shouldn't work. You'd have needed to use Ho-Ho at the precise moment the acceleration started, since too early it would have just splattered you and too late would have been useless. And even if you hardened yourself with Hakuda, the impact should still have reached you through the armor anyway. He went to speak, but a small trickle of blood fell from his lips. He frowned, cleaning it with the back of his undamaged left hand, then answered. That's why you make 2 layers with Hakuda, an external hard one like steel to tank the impact and in turn, softer one like foam to diffuse it. And as for Ho-Ho, learning to activating it reactively in your sleep is one of the hallmark of mastery in it, doing it in battle is not that hard. Then the smirk disappeared as he passed his sword from his injured left hand to his saner right, and raised it in a way that made it obvious, to an expert like Tatsuki, that the boy was ambidextrous. Then he said, his voice back to being cold and disdainful. Now, I'll give you just one chance to surrender, but... A thunderous sound of water falling to the ground alongside the sound of ice crashing into other ice interrupted his threat, and both of them turned to see that Hitsugaya's giant umbrella of ice had just crumbled to pieces. Then, a moment later, Urahara emerged from it, limping from what had clearly been a bad landing and with his skin a bit blue from his previous captivity in ice, but with a big grin on his face as he reached for his green hat, which had landed over one of the many blocks of ice that were now gently floating in the water that had filled the square and was lapping at Tatsuki's heels, and placing it on his head with clear satisfaction. Hitsugaya took 2 steps forward, his sandals splashing into the water as he pointed his sword at Urahara, disbelief obvious in his voice. That's impossible. The ice was supposed to last for centuries unless I dismissed it or it was broken down. And you were trapped. How did you do that? Urahara grin grew wider. Ah, you see, I suspected you'd be faster than me, so that net I cast at you. It accelerated your ice's melting speed by several thousands times. It took longer than I expected, to be sure, but it seems to have worked. As he spoke, Urahara had pointed his sword to the place in the water where the purple net of glowing energy was now laying, and just as he was finished speaking, a tendril of purple energy sprouted from his blade, wrapping itself around the net, and then Urahara threw it at Hitsugaya with a quick flick of his wrist. Seeing this, Tatsuki immediately charged forward at the Shinigami, hoping to catch him in a pincer attack. Hitsugaya expected this, and while a wave of his sword sent forward a wall of ice for the net to be entangled into, before sending several more at Urahara in an effort to pin him down, his wounded hand raised to once more summon a circular shield of golden light, this time right in Tatsuki's path. She didn't let that stop her however, since she knew Hitsugaya likely planned something in case she tried to circle around it to the left or right, so instead she let herself fall to the ground and used the water on it to skid underneath the barrier, before letting a push of repulsion help her back to her feet as she grabbed the closest piece of the broken wall Hitsugaya had slammed into, and threw it at him as a distraction while she charged from another angle. Hitsugaya used his golden laser to snipe the rubble out of the sky, while waving his sword into generating a huge dragon that struck Urahara straight on the chest, sending him to slam into a small, ruined and empty fountain that was in the middle of the square, before continuing toward her and roaring as it unleashed a torrent of ice from his mouth. Even as she knew that it was all just ice that her enemy was manipulating for effect, she had to admit it was a bit scary. Not scary enough, however, for her to let herself be caught by it. Instead, she kicked with her rage, the fire slamming into an explosion of steam that blasted her back into the water, but didn't hurt her too much. As she got back up, Tatsuki took stock of the situation. Urahara, who had climbed at the top of the rock statue in the middle of the fountain, seemed to be thinking on what would be his best next move, while Hitsugaya, with the ice dragon attached to his sword growing bigger with each passing moment, was advancing toward her with a grim expression on his face, the sound of water splashing with his every footstep somehow not making the advance any less ominous. It did, however, give her an idea, and so she jumped, and just as her last toe left the water, she directed the barest spark of excitement to just the very tip of it. It was still enough to immediately leave her left feet substantially numb, but it also caused a terrifying discharge of electricity all over the water and, most importantly, caused Hachugaya to let out a terrifying scream of pain as he was invested by the full power of the electricity attack. Except, when Tatsuki landed on the top of the broken wall, she saw that, even if he was now kneeling, once again losing breath, and with both his legs visibly scorched by electrical burns, on the left with the cloth having even fused to it, he was somehow still standing, and clearly ready to continue fighting, seeing as his ice dragon was still at his side. Tatsuki growled. "Okay, now I want to know how you survived that." He left out a long, wheezing sound, but then slowly straightened back again and answered. "The same way I survived the last one, I used Hakuta to wrap myself in insulating emotions. It is extremely hard, yes, which is why nobody sane actually use electrical Hakuta in a fight and why I wasn't quick enough to apply it and got wounded, but I couldn't really call myself a master if I could be laid low by any one trick. You want to beat me, you'll need to do better." Tatsuki was not sure what to reply to that. She and Urahara were in better condition than Hachugaya right now, but she wasn't sure if that'd be enough to carry them to a win. Still, she took a small breath. It seemed fatigue was catching up to her, and got ready to keep trying when a voice interrupted them, coming from a rooftop and sounding genuinely worried. "Toshidashi, you look very hurt. Do you want me to help?" Tatsuki looked up, and realized the rooftop in question was the one where the giraffe had been standing throughout their battle, except there was no giraffe there now, but instead a Shinigami kid with pink hairs, dark pink eyes, a strong blush on her cheeks, and a very familiar white falcon sitting on her shoulder. Hachugaya didn't seem to have a ready answer, but Urahara did, as he said, in a horrified whisper. "Yachiro." Tatsuki and the pink-haired girl both turned toward Urahara, who looked white with terror, and the pink-haired girl waved in a friendly manner. "Urakan. So nice to see you again. Are you doing fine?" Urahara ignored the girl, which sounded genuinely happy to see Urahara, and shouted instead, looking at Tatsuki with urgency in his eyes. "Go. We can't win this anymore. I'll try to give you as much time as I can, but you need to run." "What? But. No time for arguing, he's almost here. Can't you feel that breathing is getting harder?" She frowned. She'd noticed, but didn't understand the relevance. Urahara realized this, as he quickly elaborated. "It's the Shinigami, the one we could feel from miles away. He's suppressing his power now to catch us by surprise, but even like that his pressure fills the air." That, Tatsuki could agree, sounded like a problem, which was compounded as the pink-haired girl said happily. "Yes, Ken's almost here. He's playing with Urakan's funny fire game right now, but he'll be here in a few minutes, he said so himself." Urahara didn't let the girl continue her rant, instead shouting again. "Tatsuki, leave, now. One of us need to stay free until we know the plan has worked. Go." She nodded, and immediately went to leave, only for Hachugaya's dragon to charge at her. Before it could reach, Urahara threw his net over it, slowing the attack just enough that Tatsuki was able to get into one of the side streets and start running, even as she heard Hachugaya shout loudly. "Yachiro, you chase the girl, I'll take down Urahara here. Don't let her escape." Tatsuki grimaced, and increased her pace. She suspected that running away was not going to be easy. Chapter 39, Divisions. Ichigo glanced at Chad, who was kneeling on the ground, a hand flat against it and eyes closed, before returning his attention to the square that was standing just past the corner they were using to hide. It was a large, semicircular area in front of the tall, white wall of Suryatii, and it was heavily guarded. The walls themselves were already impressive, being over 20 meters tall and made of what seemed like a single continuous block of stone, but by switching from his Shinigami sensory ability to his Quincy ones, which seemed to keep any headache from forming, Ichigo could feel that there was a large dome of energy anchored to the walls. It carried a type of Ryutsu he'd never seen before. It wasn't the deadly threat he'd felt from Hiriko's Zanpakuto when he fought him, yet it felt just as lethal, if in a different way. If he had to describe it, Ichigo would say it sent a sense of unavoidable defeat, and every sense he had screamed at him that getting anywhere close to it would be suicide. Which was why he had no plan to trying and climbing the walls, especially when a large wooden gate was placed right in the middle of it. It looked impressive as well, made of wood painted red, and visibly reinforced with both metal and the golden marks of Kido, yet, Ichigo thought, it didn't seem to him like it'd be impossible to break through it. That was, of course, provided they could get past the guards. Ichigo wasn't overly worried. By defeating the two seated officers of the 11th Division, he and Chad had been able to circle around the rest of their men, and while they'd afterward had to fight over 8 different 3rd Division teams, those had been easier to beat, each being made up of 3 people which had no real way to stopping Chad's beams, nor any idea how to defend themselves from Ichigo's currently oversized sword. The fact that the door had 6 such teams at once surrounding it, for a total of 18 people, didn't make them any less threatening. Without ranged attacks, which none of these Shinigami seemed to have, they had no way to defend themselves from Chad and Ichigo's superior abilities. No, what was worrisome was the leader of these guards. He was incredibly tall, over 3 meters by Ichigo's reckoning, and his sword was sized to match, making it just as big as Ichigo's own. The height wasn't the only thing strange about him. In addition to the Shinigami uniform, he was also wearing a tall red hat with golden tassels, and his arm was covered by a segmented silver armor that went from the shoulder to the elbow. His hairs were collected into a long ponytail that reached to his belt, making it at least 2 meters, longer than Ichigo's own height, and he had 2 massive sideburns that made his face look more square and severe. While he couldn't be sure, Ichigo suspected that being allowed to modify your uniform was something reserved for the officers. They had yet to face any of the 3rd divisions, but if any of them were anywhere near the 11th Division's seated officers, they'd be hard fights, and this one looked particularly fearsome. Ichigo glanced at Chad once more. His friend had taken a lot of wounds fighting Ikeku's partner, and even though he hadn't had any trouble in the fights with the weaker guys afterwards, Ichigo worried that he might be having trouble. Which was why he didn't want to pressure him. His friend had said that he was slowly pushing Ryotsu into the square, imbuing the ground with it for their next fight, and while Ichigo didn't think his friend was lying, he wouldn't mind if he took his time with it to catch his breath properly. Thus, he was about ready to turn back to study their upcoming opponent, when Chad suddenly opened his eyes and pointed for them to go into the square. Ichigo nodded, then put on his best, most confident grin and strutted forward, Chad following him to watch his back. He might not be sure they could beat this guy, but the goal wasn't really to win, they just needed to make a ruckus and then leave. That was really all they had to do. So, as soon as they were in the square, with the guards all drawing their weapons and preparing to charge the 2 of them, Ichigo aimed his giant sword at them and shouted, loud and clear. "Hey, Shinigami! We're here for your gate, so you better get out of the way, unless you want to get trashed." All that brought him was about 20 people charging at him. He kept his guard position, but the moment Chad's finger knocked on his shoulder, he immediately knelt, putting the entire enemy group in his friend's line of sight. They hadn't lined up in a single tight group like Ichigo had hoped, instead forming 3 separate ones, so Ichigo expected that he would have to charge into one of those. Chad's beam would leave unarmed, but instead of firing a single beam like he normally did, somehow Chad managed to keep the beam going for a few seconds as he swept it in an arc in front of himself, moving through all 3 groups and taking them all down by himself. Ichigo let out a whistle at that, impressed at his friend's new trick, and asked, as he got back on his feet. "What was that?" "Used full bring on the air around the beam. Keeps it compact, and with changed air resistance, moving sideways is easier." That, Ichigo decided, was a nice new thing to know. He was about to ask more, but then, suddenly, the giant man, the only one who had not charged at them and thus been outside the effect of Chad's beam, raised his sword high above his head and roared. "Jiden, Grand Festival!" That caused his blade to glow with a huge flash of red light, which Ichigo was pretty sure would be visible from pretty far away, before transforming into axes with a square silver head. The man then glared down at Ichigo and shouted, in a loud tone. "You have fallen for our trap, invaders. Now I, Jidanbo Ikanzaka, 4th seed of the 3rd Division, shall defeat you." Before Ichigo could ask what trap he was talking about, 3 more Shinigami suddenly jumped down from rooftops on various other corners of the square. Upon landing, each one struck the wall behind themselves with their Zanpakuto, at the same time as the man slammed his own into the door. The sound was like a gigantic gong being rung, and then 4 walls of golden light sprung from the points of contact, connecting together to form a cage that covered the entire square. Ikanzaka then shouted again. "Now, you cannot leave, for only members of the 3rd Division can pass through the barrier. Prepare for your defeat. Can you cut it out with the shouting? It's annoying. The giant turned toward the one of the 3 new Shinigami who had spoken, and Ichigo did the same, taking the newcomers in. There was a tall and heavy-set man with dark hairs and a smaller pair of sideburns than the giant, as well as small eyes combined with a large nose and lips, and a large beaded bronze necklace, and 2 women. They were both short and blonde, but one had large blue eyes, hairs that reached past her chin, a huge black scarf around her neck and a slighter build, while the other had hairs that stopped at the height of her mouth, dark brown eyes, and was wearing a white cap with a black brim and golden trimmings. She was also the one that had spoken, and while the other 2 had normal katana, she was wearing what looked like a huge spiked mace with a haft longer than she was tall. It had also been her to speak, and it was her Ikonzaka addressed. Lil Tata Lampard, you are only 5th seat. As such, I am in command in this battle. The girl scoffed. That doesn't mean I need to suffer your shouting and pointless posturing. We need to capture the invaders, stop chatting and get to it. And, following words to action, she darted forward. The giant let out an annoyed bellow and did the same. Ichigo glanced to Chad, and the big man pointed with his head to the blonde, leaving Ichigo free to focus on the big guy, just like he'd wanted. Ikonzaka swung his axe down at Ichigo, who wrapped the blade in some extra determination as he went for a hard block. His Zanpakuto was large and heavy enough to take his opponent's attack, and while Ichigo could feel the power of the impact smashing into his body, he quickly used Ho-Ho to defuse it, letting his body go just the tiniest bit liquid to keep his bones from being damaged by the hit. That was all he needed to hold his ground, and as he pushed with all of his strength, Ikonzaka's attack was bounced back from his blade, and Ichigo could see that it was the axe, rather than Ichigo's sword, that was sporting a nick at the point of contact. He grinned, while Ikonzaka glared and grabbed his axe with both hands to slam it into the ground. Ichigo dashed backward, evading the attack easily, only to realize that he hadn't been the target. As soon as the axe was touching the ground, heart walls started to erupt from its position, moving as if guided by a direct will, which probably meant Ikonzaka's Shikai power was some sort of earth control. He prepared to charge. The walls might be moving, but it seemed slow enough that he was confident he could turn it to his advantage, when, suddenly, Chad tackled him to the side. He let himself be, and as soon as he'd rolled to his feet, saw that the blonde girl with the scarf, whose name he didn't know, had fired a burst of glowing silver bubbles from her sword, which had all smashed into the place Ichigo had been standing. He saw her pouting when she realized to have missed, and she said, pointing her sword to her, "That's not fair, big guy, I wasn't shooting at you." Ichigo answered on Chad's behalf, feeling quite put out himself as he replied, "Attacks from the backs aren't fair either." The girls was surprised at that, but then quickly answered, "Then I'll shoot you from the front." And, following deed to words, a torrent of glowing silver bubbles flew out of her sword, aimed straight at them. This time, it was Ichigo that dragged Chad out of the way. As he realized his friend seemed to be limping, when he looked closer, he saw his left leg was bleeding heavily, and showing what looked like a teeth mark. He glanced back at their opponents, and saw that Lil Tato, the girl with the cap and mace, was climbing out of a crater in the ground, looking a bit ruffled but otherwise still in full fighting condition, and with her mace clearly covered in blood. "Hey, stop dodging." Ichigo glared to the other girl, but before he could answer, it was the last guy who did, if not with the same loudness, at least with the same tone as the giant guy. "That is the mark of your incompetence, Rinrin. I, 10th seat Jirobo Ikonzaka, shall show you that a true Shinigami never misses." Flap, Tsunte Kagurasu. He had just finished his command that he slammed the flat of his hand over the tip of his blade, but rather than impaling it, the blade seemed to disappear, as a multitude of spinning shuriken appeared all around his figure before they darted forward. Ichigo went to dodge backwards once again, only to slam into one of the giant's walls of stones and be pushed forward instead. He barely managed to roll through the shuriken, and prepared himself to charge forward, only for several blades to stab him in the back. He managed to harden his skin just enough to avoid being shredded by combining the full-bringer full-body defense with an Hakuta hardening to stone, but even so he was slammed into the ground, and raised just in time for one of the silver bubbles to smash into his forehead, popping with a sound like soap and provoking him no pain. Ichigo frowned, but then moved to look at his enemies, and found that he wasn't in the square anymore. Instead, he was standing in the department of a jungle he'd never seen before, completely alone. Except he could still hear the sound of the shuriken spinning as they aimed themselves at him. He went into a guard position and knocked several aside by sound alone, but then suddenly spikes of hardened earth slammed into his legs, making him stumble and causing several shuriken to push him backwards, causing him to slam his back into somebody else. Immediately, the opponent grabbed his arm, except Ichigo recognized the gauntlet that had closed on his forearm and said, in a hiss of pain as another shuriken slipped his guard and bit into his shoulder. Chad. Yes, Ichigo, it's me. He let out a breath of relief, then closed his eyes, since they were useless, trying instead to focus on his Quincy senses as he said. I'm trapped in a sort of illusory jungle. What of you? A rock quarry. I can hear reality, but the shaking ground and flying shuriken are too loud. Ichigo grunted in affirmative. His Quincy senses gave him a vague idea of his immediate surroundings, but the sheer amount of reishi in the air was acting like noise, so anything more than a few centimeters from his body, he couldn't detect. He did, however, notice when the air above them seemed to shake, and dragged Chad to the side just in time to avoid the mace of Lil Tato smashing them into paste. The weapon let a crater into the ground and made enough of a ruckus for Chad to switch from gauntlet to a boot in a heartbeat, which surprised Ichigo, and kick a beam her way. He could feel the movement as she used her mace to block the attack, and even when the weapon seemed to start reducing the beam's pressure somehow, but then Chad slammed his feet to the ground, and it seemed to flex underneath her before flinging her back as if it'd been a trampoline she'd just landed into. Then she was outside Ichigo's perception range, and he was left with more attacks coming his way. He could deflect the shuriken but then the earth walls would hit him, or he could brace for the earth walls and stop them, in which case it was the shuriken that bit into him. While the two Ikonzaka had excellent teamwork, perhaps they were brothers. Ichigo was pretty sure he could take both down, if only he could see what he was doing. That was when suddenly a voice echoed into his head. He'd heard it before, of course, but this was the first time his new Zanpakuto had ever spoken to him in combat. Give me control of your arm, I'll point to the illusion girl. Ichigo didn't even hesitate, and let the Ryotsu coming from his Zanpakuto take full control of his arm. This resulted in the blade swinging in a direction that left his chest completely open, but Ichigo didn't care, instead focusing on using the Hakuta coat over the sword to attach itself to Chad's arm, dragging it in the same direction, so that the moment the sword stopped he shouted. Chad, now. His friend didn't need to be told twice, the gauntlet appearing on his arm in the blink of an eye and firing, the beam traveling straight in the direction Ichigo's Zanpakuto was pointing and causing the girl Rinrin to let out a cry of pain. Then the illusion around them suddenly broke, and as Ichigo regained sight, he could see the battered form of the blonde Shinigami collapsing to the ground from the wall she had been smashed into. He could also see that Lil Tato was about to smash into him with her club, which he now clearly saw had an opening in it that looked like a mouth, except the fangs were sharp knives. He didn't have the time to move his sword to intercept, so he did the first thing that came to mind, calling the reishi in the air to form an obstacle in the mouth path. He wasn't sure why he'd gone to his Quincy powers first, it had been instinctive, but they answered his call faster and more easily than they ever had before, and he found himself holding a glowing bar of blue reishi that Lil Tato's mace was biting into. The Shinigami's weapon was clearly grinding his own away, but not fast enough, so he called on his Hollow's mask and, while his opponent's eyes widened in surprise, swung, smashing her into the ground before letting the bar of reishi disappear. That was when the biggest of the two Ikonzaka, Jidanbo, went for smashing his axe into Ichigo's back, but before it could reach, Chad shot from atop Ichigo's head, forcing the man to move the axe into a parry and interrupt the assault. Ichigo nodded, returning the favor by parrying a number of shuriken aimed at his friend's back, and as they reoriented themselves to strike again, Ichigo noticed that the man who had created them was crouching behind one of the walls of rock his brother had created, more shuriken occasionally appearing from his location and heading for them. Chad, think you can send me there fast? Yes, just jump. Ichigo did, and his friend's leg swung into a kick. Ichigo saw the high boot forming on it, and understanding the intent, coated his feet with the hardest steel-like Hakuta covering he could manage, just as Chad's own foot smashed into them and sent him flying with both a kick and a beam at the same time. The acceleration was tremendous, but with the mask on, Ichigo could take the damage from the acceleration and concentrate on focusing all his skill into his sword. He filled with as much Ryotsu as he could to make it dense without causing its form to grow, wrapped it with a coat of as much revulsion as possible so it would push away anything as it hit, and then drew on Hiriko's lesson, focusing his intent and letting it pervade him. It was a strange feeling, different from Hakuda in that the blade wasn't simply becoming like steel, it was like gaining a purpose made the blade more real, more capable of achieving that purpose. Given this, he perhaps shouldn't have been surprised that, when he smashed into the wall of earth that Jirobo was hiding behind, he did so with almost no effort at all, the barrier parting before him in an explosion of dust and broken stone, while Jirobo looked at him in sheer fright, jumping backwards and away from him. Ichigo dropped the hollow mask at that point, and even as his opponent placed an hand over the bladeless handle of his Zanpakuto and sent a new swarm of shuriken at him to match those that, Ichigo knew, had followed him after his charge here. He was pretty sure he understood his enemy's power, but just to make sure, he stole a page from Chad's book of tricks, turning the ground elastic and using it to jump high into the air. The shuriken all flew to follow, but Ichigo didn't care, instead drawing his broken ashwal and throwing it at his opponent. The man dodged, but most importantly for Ichigo, he flinched, closing his eyes, despite which, his shuriken kept following Ichigo. Which was all the proof he needed to know the other man didn't control the shuriken directly, but instead picked a target for them to chase. Ichigo called on his mask again for just a moment, enough to use a burst of Shunpo to dive down at Jirobo, his huge Zanpakuto high behind his back as if he wanted to go for a downward strike. The man seemed to have something in mind as he raised his Zanpakuto, whose blade seemed to have reformed, into a guard position, but Ichigo didn't care as, just before smashing into him, he removed all of the shroud of revulsion from his blade, the sudden weight of it smashing into him and into the ground, and causing all the shuriken that had been chasing Ichigo to hit Jirobo before they had the chance to redirect themselves. He got back on his feet even as his enemy collapsed to the ground, and then found a set of walls smashing toward him, as Jidanbo was sending them at him. A glance confirmed to Ichigo that Chad wasn't down, merely being forced to dodge attack from Lil Tato, who was not yet down. Ichigo frowned, then took as solid a stance as he could take, even as he charged the Ryotsu within his blade with anger, causing the blade to glow red-hot, trails of white smoke lifting from it. Ichigo grinned and said, in a whisper, addressing his sword spirit while hoping it was listening. I hope you'll appreciate this, old man, because without you helping out, it wouldn't be possible. Then, he tightened the revulsion shrouds around his sword, focused his intent to kill, and just as the stone walls were about to smash into him, he swung with all of his strength. The incandescent blade cut through the rock as easily as it would air, sending them flying high. Then Ichigo swung again, letting the shroud of revulsion unleash itself from the sword and being flung away by its movement and into the path of the chunks of wall, the power enough to repel them as well and fling them as a hail of gigantic projectiles that slammed straight into the huge Shinigami. The impact caused a shock wave that would have knocked Ichigo from his feet if he hadn't been anchoring himself to the ground with his Zanpakuto's blade. It certainly was enough for Lil Tato to let herself be distracted enough that Chad was able to fire a beam in her belly at point-blank range and knock her out, and then Jidanbo was sent flying himself, smashing into the gates of Suriitai with enough strength to knock them down, and in so doing also destroy the barrier that was anchored to it. Ichigo let out a long breath, then slung his blade over his shoulder, retrieving the Oswal before heading for Chad. His friend was panting, and Ichigo could see he had several new bite wounds on his body. In addition to those he'd already had, it didn't look like any of the bites had actually managed to rip any flesh from him, but his leg had been hit multiple times, and was literally covered in blood. Ichigo frowned and said, worried. We've caused a big enough distraction to leave, I think. Chad took another long breath, then straightened himself, but before he could answer, a number of voices filled the square. Ichigo turned, and saw that a new group of Shinigami had showed up, with the guy they'd seen before, the one with blonde hairs arranged so that a lock of them hid half his face, in the head. Ichigo turned to them, readying his sword, but Chad placed a hand on his shoulder and, when Ichigo looked up, shook his head before pointing toward the gate and saying, Go. Urahara said that, if we could get inside, we should. Ichigo didn't like the sound of that at all. And what about you? If we need to make a ruckus, we should both go. Chad shook his head, and pointed at his mangled leg, saying can't run, before pointing at his other one, which had the reinforced boot, and saying can fight. It's best this way. I could carry you. Chad frowned, then said, in as direct a tone as Ichigo had ever heard him use. Going in there means you'll need to fight more. Without burdens, it'll be easier. So what, I should let you to die here? No. If needed, I'll surrender. We're protecting a friend, let me do my part. Ichigo was not happy at all with this, but he could see that he wasn't going to change Chad's mind on this, not before the enemy was on them and he couldn't leave anymore, so he grimaced but bumped his fist on his friend's chest and said, with as much determination as he could. Stay alive, you hear me? Chad answered by offering him a thumb up, and Ichigo nodded, before running for the hole in the gate and intruding the Tsurugi, trusting his friend to keep himself safe while he ran to save a different one himself. Momo wasn't sure how much she trusted the woman she was smuggling into the 2nd Division's holding area. She knew she was an ally right now, trying to free Rukia and save her from the manipulations that had seen her imprisoned, but even so, Momo couldn't help but feel a little scared. Whoever this woman was, the way in which she'd infiltrated the most important building in the Tsurugi, going in and out in the span of 10 minutes while remaining completely undetected, made it clear she was extremely dangerous. And she was currently sitting, in the form of a bug, right on top of Momo's head. Still, she tried to keep her worry to a minimum, smiling amicably to the entrance guards as they let her through, and then proceeding in silence until they reached a room right in front of the cell block. The usual 2 guards were sitting to their table, just to the right of the door. Momo knew that this was the reason why she had to help here. The door was sealed with some form of kido, and thus even a bug, or her passenger, would not have been able to just sneak inside. It was necessary that the guard disarm the kido, and while apparently the initial plan had been for her infiltrator to make them do so with threats, Momo was more than happy to get it done in a manner that would be less painful for them. The guard to the left smiled at seeing her, waving her over, although Momo didn't miss that his eyes were more focused on the wrapped trails in her hands than herself. Second seat Hinamori. Here for your daily visit to the prisoner. Momo nodded amiably, placing the trails on the table with a smile. Yes, I want to make sure that she's fine, especially with all that has happened. She trailed off, unsure how to continue, but the guard nodded empathically, even as he opened both packages and ensured nothing dangerous was hidden in either. Of course, really, this state of emergency has everybody on edge, but hopefully it'll all be solved soon. He then offered her back one of the biscuits trails with a smile, while his colleague finished reciting the unlocking kido and tapped the door with one hand, causing the glowing golden glyphs that had covered it until then to disappear. Just as the door clicked open, a sudden pressure sent Momo's head downward, leaving her startled. It had not been strong enough to smash her head into the table, but she could tell that had been a choice. If her passenger had wanted to knock her out, with just a little stronger push, she could have. Instead, the woman had jumped from her head while shifting from bug to cat, spinning on herself so that her tail slammed straight into the guard that had unlocked the door, which collapsed into the cell's corridor, while the cat landed on the man's empty chair. The other guard backed away, trails of cookies still in hand, and the cat's eye seemed to glint before she jumped, her front paws hitting the trail and pushing it straight into the second guard's face, smashing his head into the wall behind. That was enough to knock the man unconscious, and as he slid down to the ground, the cat somersaulted backward, landing right in front of the now open cell corridor. Then she turned to look inside, and suddenly froze. Momo followed the cat's gaze, and did the same, because inside the corridor, right in front of Rukia's cell, was waiting one of the last individuals she'd ever want to find there in this situation. It was a short woman, shorter than Momo herself, with short black hairs except for the 2 long braids wrapped in white cloth and with round golden rings at their ends that fell over her shoulder, a pair of piercing gray eyes and, over her Shinigami uniform, the white haori of a captain. While Momo was almost paralyzed at the sight of Swaifon, the cat looked almost enthralled, until finally she spoke in a curious tone. What brings you here, Swaifon? I didn't think you would be guarding normal prisoners. Swaifon's voice was cold, the tone was low, almost a whisper, yet it was clear and easy to understand, and it sent a shiver down Momo's spine. I just put 2 and 2 together. Urahara showed up in the Rukonga with his pet visored, but no mention of you? That could only mean a distraction. So I considered what you, who have been in the mortal realm for so long, would possibly need a distraction for, and then came to wait you in the most obvious place. Swayafon's hand went to her Zanpakuto, the weapon sheathed horizontally behind her back with only the handle, with a gold disc-like pommel matching the gold disc-like tsuba, visible, and then gestured with her other to the cell at her side as she added. And as a result, your plan was foiled before you could even put it into practice. Come on, give a look for yourself, Master Yoriyuki. The name seemed familiar, but it took Momo a moment to place it, and when she did, her eyes went wide. She couldn't believe it, but if it was true, that suddenly made a lot of things make sense. Yoriyuki Shiahin, the only captain from one of the 46 families to ever betray Soul Society. The cat sighed, and muttered to herself. Might as well get out of the bag. And then, she turned into a woman, tall and athletic, with black skin and hairs collected in a ponytail, wearing an orange overshirt with white shoulder over long black pants, and a beige scarf wrapper around her neck. Her golden eyes seemed to glint in the small light of the room just as her cat once had, and she moved forward with feline grace. She glanced at the cell, and then frowned, looking back at Swaifon. What is the meaning of this? Momo forced herself to move forward, to see what the Lady Shiahin was watching, and saw that Rukia was standing in her cell, but next to her was a tall man wearing a purple collar over his Shinigami robes, and with a long flail in hand, the massive spiked ball at his feet while the chain of the weapon was wrapped around him and Rukia both. And they each had an empty expression, as if staring at something far into the distance, while staying unnaturally still. Swaifon's explanation was delivered in a very smug and self-satisfied tone. My lieutenant, Mareki Yoomada, has a very interesting mind-type Zanpakuto. When it is touching somebody, it causes their brain to forget their current situation, focusing entirely on some faraway dream and causing a complete and total paralysis. And when necessary, the effect works on him as well. Yoriyuki nodded, apparently appreciative. I see, this way they can't be reached by the effect of my Bankai, so I can't just instantly put them in my pocket and escape. She paused, then shrugged. Well, I'm more than strong enough to drag them both regardless. It'll be awkward, but I'll manage. Swaifon's grey eyes narrowed at that. What do you take me for? They're like that so you can't snatch them mid-battle and run away like a coward. To drag them away like that you'd need to win. And since this is a trap, you won't. Then, even as she drew her sword with one hand, she snapped her fingers with the other, and a sudden sound exploded in the room. Momo fell to the ground, clutching her ears, but Yoriyuki seemed unaffected by the auditory Kido. But then, it hadn't been meant for her. Almost immediately, 2 dozens of Shinigami emerged from the very corridor Momo had walked through not a moment before, while just as many emerged from the cells further down the one she was in now. They all darted toward Yoriyuki at once, but the woman ignored them, focusing only on Swaifon. Grabbing the scarf around her neck, she snapped it forward like a whip to wrap on the 2nd Division captain's outstretched arm for a moment, to move her to the side. The scarf caught fire and burned down to cinders almost instantaneously upon touching Swaifon, but during the blink of an eye Yoriyuki had gotten to herself with the maneuver. Her other hand moved to her neck, where she was wearing a red collar with a single bell much in the way of a cat, and she rung it while saying, "Now transform, Shunko." The power of the Bankai rippled in the air like a wave, and Momo could feel it passing her by without touching her. She'd seen once already, when Yoriyuki had transformed Rukia's friends, but even seeing it she hadn't truly realized how terrifying it was. The fact that she was powerless in front of it, that she could have done nothing if Yoriyuki had chosen to affect her rather than spare her, made her feel so very small and powerless. Still, Momo at least was still herself, even if scared and cowering. The entire rest of the Shinigami that had been attacking Yoriyuki, however, had been turned into bugs, all, that is, except Swaifon herself. The 2nd Division captain didn't seem surprised, only angry. Do you really know no shame? Yoriyuki shrugged. I win, that's what matters most. I thought I'd taught you that already. Swaifon looked furious for a moment, but then her expression smoothed into a smug smile. I bet you're regretting training me in how to fight when under your Bankai's effect, aren't you? Since now you can't use it on me without granting me an advantage. Yoriyuki merely grinned at that. Not at all, in truth, I'm really looking forward to see how much you have progressed since I left. I could just use my Bankai and kill you on the spot. The threat didn't seem to scare the ex-captain. You could, but you won't, because that'd kill everybody else in a mile radius as well, and I taught you better than that. You wouldn't hurt bystanders just to get at me. No, I won't. But I'll win anyway. There was a frown on Captain Swafon's face when she said that, as her eyes moved to Momo, and she added, "Speaking of bystanders." She then made a twist of her left wrist and forearm, and what looked like a circle of golden light erupted from her palm, flying straight at Momo. She recognized it as a sleeping Kido, and she remembered speaking about the Kido that would counteract it with Rukia once, but she couldn't bring the details to mind in time before she was hit, and, as a wave of tiredness washed over her, she fell to the ground, eyes closing as sleep took her. Uriah frowned, shaking himself a little. The experience of having been turned into a bumblebee hadn't been particularly pleasant, even if, as Yoruaki had predicted, it had allowed them to sneak into the building where the tribunal over Rukia's supposed crimes were taking place. They had not even gotten close to the main gates, which had been guarded by a group of 8 Shinigami that looked somewhat sharper than Uriah was used to seeing, and led by a tall black man with a curly black mohawk, the hairs to the sides of his head painted green and wearing gold sunglasses. He had been laughing and joking with his subordinates, in complete contrast to how serious the rest of them were, and even with how having been a bug at the time had him unable to understand what was been said, the fact the leader of the group of guards could be so relaxed put Uriah on edge. Still, he and Orium were back to being humans now, tucked in a corner of a corridor adjacent to what Yoruaki had said were the doors they had to get through. There were Shinigami guarding these ones too, a group of 5, led by a plump lady with swirling marks on her cheeks and purple hairs collected in a bob. She looked relatively relaxed as well when compared to her soldiers, and Uriah had to wonder if that was just how the 1st Division was structured, with stern troops and relaxed officers. Orium pulled at his sleeve, causing him to turn back to watch her, and she mouthed, making sure not to make any sounds. "How long do we have to wait still?" Uriah shook his head, ignoring Orium's resulting pout. He had no idea how long Yoruaki would take. It had already been well past half an hour since the Shinigami had left them here. She was supposed to attack Rukia's holding cells to cause the distraction that would let them slip through, but no reaction had been had so far. He turned to check again, trying to see if he could see anything identifying about the group. The purple-haired leader seemed to have pulled out a few apples from a bag at her side and was sharing them with her soldiers, which seemed thankful even as they tried to keep a professional demeanor. When suddenly a new Shinigami appeared from the corridor opposite to Uriah's current position, there was a brief discussion between him and her, the tones too low for Uriah to hear. Still, the meaning of it was clear once the woman spoke to her squad, having all 5 of them follow the newcomer Shinigami back the way they'd come. Clearly, this meant that Yoruaki's distraction had finally come into effect. Although the fact the woman in front of them, who was now eating one of her apples, was apparently confident enough to remain guarding the gates alone was bothersome, he'd not forgotten Yoruichi's warning that the officers of the 1st Division were as strong as the lieutenants of the others. But even taking that into account, they needed to make their move now. It was unlikely there would be any better moment coming than now, when only a single person was guarding the gate. If worse came to worse, he decided, he'd just use himself as bait to let Orium go through. He'd already passed her a note to help her say everything necessary when they got to testify, so that part was covered. Thus, he turned to Girl and nodded, mouthing now and then, having the 2 of them go for the door, fast as they could. The purple-haired woman turned to see them with surprise, but after a moment she smiled. "Ah, young ones. You look frazzled. Want an apple?" And, so saying, she offered a green one to them. Orium took it with a smile and a bow of thanks, while Uriah couldn't help but feel a bit bad about her comment. Clearly he hadn't been keeping his emotions under control enough if this stranger could tell he was tense at a glance. On the other hand, considering their ruse, perhaps it wasn't bad that he looked a bit shaken. Still, now that it had been pointed out, it made perfect sense for him to bring them under control, which he did before saying, "Thank you, ma'am, but we have an urgent message to deliver. It seems more enemies have joined in the attack to the detainment facilities, and we were instructed to ask for you to go there personally, while we take over guarding the door here." She smiled at that, in a reassuring manner, and answered, "Of course, that makes perfect sense. Would you tell me your names and enlistment numbers, kids?" Uriah blinked. That was not what Yoruaki had said the security procedures would be. she had not given them any numbers. Before he could come up with an answer, she went on, her tone pleasant. Because, you see, your Yuaki Shihoan is a very smart, dangerous person, with unparalleled infiltration capabilities, and it would surprise me not at all if she'd managed to sneak some people in under stolen uniforms. After all, her defection is the very reason we changed all of our security protocols, so she'd not have as easy a time of getting past them in the future. Can't underestimate a woman like her. Then her eyes turned more serious, as she added. Also, I happen to have a very good memory for faces, and yet I can't seem to remember ever meeting either of you two at all before today, despite how I sit on all the boards when we bring new recruits in. Don't you find that strange? That was the moment Uriah knew they weren't going to fool this woman, darting backwards while preparing for a fight, that, combined with how the Rishi in the air answered to his call much quicker, allowing him to charge up his blood defense in the blink of an eye, was the only reason the woman's straight punch didn't simply obliterate him. Still, despite having smashed into his crossed arms, between the sheer power of the impact and the fact that he'd been moving away already, the punch sent him flying backwards, having him smash into the wall far away from their opponent, leaving him dazzled and coughing blood from the hit. Even with his head swaying, he saw the woman walking towards him, only to stop with puzzlement as an apple's core bounced off of her forehead, turning to watch with puzzlement an annoyed Orium with her clenched fist at her side. Uriah didn't let the split second of distraction go to waste, immediately summoning his bow and firing an arrow straight at the woman, except, impossibly, she reacted with incredible quickness, her hand snapping up and catching the arrow in midair. That just shouldn't be. He'd never seen anything stop Quincy arrows like that before. How? The woman looked down at him with an understanding, almost benevolent smile, and answered. That's called Hakuda. You coat your skin with emotions that make it sticky, and your muscles with stone to make them unyielding, with a layer of metal in between to keep yourself from getting cut. Of course, you also need the peak of Ho-Ho to have reflexes good enough to catch the arrow itself in midair. There's nothing quite like stretching your ligaments to make them more flexible and quick to answer. And a bit of sensory skill helped too, just enough to notice the attack in time to react to it. She chuckled, then her hand closed into a fist and Uriah's arrow shattered inside it, the Rishi evaporating in her grasp. But I suppose that wouldn't make much sense to a Quincy. Would you introduce yourself, perhaps? I am Kiryu Hikaifun, 6th seed of the 1st Division, and whatever your aims, there is no need for things to turn violent here. Uriah grimaced as he got back to his feet, dust cascading off his body, and as he pushed his glasses back up his nose, as they'd slid down a bit from the impact, he answered with a dark expression. I am Uriah Ishida, and it wasn't me who started this fight. She placed a finger to her mouth, appearing amused. Wasn't it? And here I was, thinking you were trespassing without authorization. How about I arrange for you a meeting with the Captain Commander, and we discuss the matter together? I'm sure he'll understand your position once you've explained it to him in detail. Uriah was impressed despite himself at how well the woman was able to make what were obviously sarcastic words sound genuinely sincere. Regardless, he wasn't here to let himself be arrested, so instead he shouted. Orium, go in, I'll keep her here. While his friend nodded and started running forward, the woman sighed, and immediately went to stop her, but Uriah wasn't planning on letting that happen, and fired an array of arrows, this time making sure to focus on quantity rather than quality. She might catch 1, but she couldn't catch 10. While this turned out to be correct, Hikaifun managed to wave her hand with sudden, incredible strength, and the arrows were all pushed aside as if by a wind. No, he realized, as if a repulsive force was erupting from Hikaifun's arm. She'd used Hakuda again, and since the arrows had been too weak, they'd not managed to punch past the blast of Ryotsu. And while the attack caused her to stop her pursuit of Orium to focus on Uriah, it was only partially a success, as even while she deflected the arrows with one arm, the other had sneaked in the bag at her side, fished an apple out of it, and thrown it at Orium, making the air whistle from the sheer speed and power behind the throw. Orium managed to interpose her Shun Rika shield, but while the apple literally exploded upon smashing into it, the impact was powerful enough to push the barrier itself backwards far faster than Orium could react, slamming into her and then slamming her into the wall, if far less strongly than Uriah himself had been. Hikaifun chuckled and said, in a lecturing tone. And that's how you throw an apple. Take notice, girl, or you'll never get better. Even as she spoke, she unsheathed her sword, a wakizashi on the shorter size with a black handle and a very small, circular silver tsuba, and added, even as Uriah took the time to charge up 3 more powerful arrows, so that they couldn't be so easily deflected. Cook, Inukai no Ori. As she finished, the sword turned into a large silver spatula with a black handle, and she tapped it to the ground. As soon as she did, a tree erupted in front of her, the large trunk mostly hiding her from sight, and the moment the arrows slammed into it, instead of piercing through as Uriah had expected them to, they were immediately absorbed, harming the tree in no way at all while green apples formed along one of the branches, one for each arrow the tree had been hit by. Hikifune moved a bit to the side of the tree, the pleasant smile still on her face as she commented, tapping her spatula against the side of her tree. Quincy tend to have a really bad time against wood elemental Shikai. Not much you can do when your weapon just feed your target, is there? Then, on the next tap, a branch suddenly erupted out of the tree, spearing toward Uriah with incredible acceleration. He formed a Reishi barrier in front of himself instinctively, but of course the 3 punched through while absorbing it. Uriah prepared to move backwards only to find his back against the wall, and his hand went to his side, where he found something he'd forgotten he was even carrying. He drew the sword and slashed with it, severing the branch that had almost impaled him and causing Hikifune to blink in surprise. That is a real Zanpakuto, I thought it was just a tricked-up prop. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Tell me, Uriah Ishida, who did you kill to get your hands on it? She tapped the tree once again, and this time, it was a multitude of branches that speared forward, much like he had before. It was more attacks than he could possibly defend against at once. Just before they could hit, however, a glowing triangular barrier formed in front of them. The impact was bad enough to slam the barrier into Uriah and him into the wall, much like Orium had been last time, but this time, she was next to Uriah, helping him get up as the wash slowly floated forward, the tree branches being slowly pushed back, in some cases even breaking and falling to the ground. Their opponent observed the barrier with a mix of surprise and interest, then the branches retreated a bit before slamming into it. This time, the acceleration was lesser, and the barrier held still, causing them to bounce back. Interesting, the barrier isn't made of Ryotsu, but rather of time-stopped air. There is Ryotsu circulating within it that creates the effect, but it cannot be reached past the time-stopped barrier. And it's not the air itself that is pushed back, it's the effect, isn't it? Since it cannot be broken, but the forces who generates it aren't fixed, it is mobile. A powerful ability, to be sure. Then she turned her attention on Orium, as if trying to take her in. This seems like the most powerful Fullbringer ability I've ever come across. How come you're working with a Quincy, Fullbringer? I thought your kinds were enemies. Orium looked incensed at that. We're friends. And friends protect each other, that's why we're here. Is that so? Then I suppose you're a friend of Miss Kukaki as well, here to protect her from the law. Orium was ready to shout her own answer, but Uriah grabbed her by the shoulder and dragged her out of the way, because he realized that, while she was talking, Hikifune had been tapping her free hand over the wall, and a thread of ivy had been making its way along the wall, and was now past Orium's barrier. Not having had to go through it, it suddenly exploded in a giant tree growing horizontally and aimed straight for them, and Uriah pointed at it with his borrowed Zanpakuto, directing Orium's attention there just in time for the girl to call her second barrier there. Taking a breath, he created a sled under their feet to stop their fall short, but he didn't trust himself to use Hirin Kyaku offensively here. If their opponent was to grow a tree straight through it, that might well destroy whichever path he was sliding on in an instant. Instead, he noticed that, even as the 2 trees continued to try and push the respective barriers stopping them backwards, none of the tree branches laying on the ground, in a point past both barriers, seemed to be moving at all. A glance at Hikifune confirmed that she still had a hand against the wall, and the spatula in her other was resting against the bigger tree trunks. Which meant she needed contact to control the tree growth. He turned to Orium, which was clearly putting all of her focus in keeping the barriers fixed, sweat forming on her brows, and told her in a whisper. Orium, when I call for it, I need you to drop your barrier and instead have your fairies chop the trees as they fly forwards, then try to catch her between your walls. Can you do that? She looked surprised, but nodded, Uriah meanwhile flipped the Zanpakuto in his left hand so he was holding it only by the pommel with 2 fingers, and then said, "Now." As soon as he spoke, Orium's barriers turned into 3 distinct lines of glowing light, each of which started to spin on itself like a rotor, cutting down the trees they had been stopping before in the process, before barreling forward toward Hikaifuin. The Shinigami immediately understood what was going on, retreating both her hand and her weapon from her plants and rushing forward, moving far faster than Uriah would have expected her to, her spatula held in front of her. Uriah could see the Ryotsu being added to the thing, as well as the way as it seemed to become the center of attention, as the intent to kill of Hikaifuin was used to sharpen it, and wondered idly which would win, between it and Orium's time-stopped razor wire. Even with those musings, he didn't forget his plan, forming his bow in front of himself but modifying it from the usual configuration, creating a laying bed for arrows over the grip while he normally would not. Then, he placed the stolen Zanpakuto over it, edge upwards, and the moment Orium's lines suddenly reformed into walls, opening his line of fire, he shot, using the Shinigami sword as if it were an arrow, some of his own Reishi to support the blade's back so it flew straight. The blade was aimed low, as he'd hoped that their enemy would have had to strike low to deflect it and thus be opened to be pummeled from above by Orium's walls, but Hikaifuin instead displayed genuinely amazing ability by jumping over it. While a surprising feat, Uriah wasn't too worried, as it allowed Orium to slip one barrier underneath her while the other struck from above, but before they could close, Hikaifuin started spinning on herself in midair, likely with another use of repulsive Hakuta, and between her size and her skill, it had enough power to slam the 2 barriers into the ceiling and floor, with their opponent landing on the later in a crouched pose that, Uriah knew, would lead her to jump straight at them next. With no time to lose, all Uriah could do was shout "Pyramid!" at the top of his lungs. Luckily, Orium was quick enough on the uptake to make it work, as the barrier over Hikaifuin dissipated and one of its tree corners became the vertex of a pyramid that had their opponent inside it. The woman ran her spatula along the walls with a critical eye, but even enhanced as it was, the sword failed to cut, which Uriah guessed answered his previous question over which would win. Apparently undaunted by this, Hikaifuin pulled a new apple from her bag, and the fruit started to grow into a tree at massive speed. Soon enough, almost the entire pyramid was filled with it, except for the space their opponent herself was occupying, but no matter how much the plants tried to grow, they couldn't pierce the barrier. In fact, while he couldn't be sure, it seemed to him that, when a plant was forced to grow despite not having the space to, it would simply be disintegrated by the cage's walls. Still, it seemed clear that their opponent was now caught, so Uriah turned to Orium. "Do you think you can keep that one up for long enough to complete our mission?" She grinned, snapping a mock salute. "Of course." "Good. Then, we should head for the council room and—" "That's not happening." Uriah and Orium both turned toward the pyramid, where Hikaifuin was sitting on the branch of her created tree with a severe expression that didn't really fit very well on her plump face. Then she raised her spatula, and Uriah felt himself shudder as she said, loud and clear, "Bankai, live eternal, Inukai no Ori." With a flash of green light, the weapon in her hand changed slightly. It was still a spatula with a silver head and black handle, but it looked somehow more dangerous, with the head shaped like a very large, edged fin, and a long enough handle that it could be wielded in 2 hands, making it look like a polearm overall. And then, all the broken branches on the ground started to grow and turn into trees at once. Uriah offered his hand to Orium and, as soon as she had grabbed it, he used Hirin Kyaku to escape, glancing at the pyramid to see what Hikaifuin was doing only to look in horror as he saw she was slowly sinking inside the tree she'd created, only to emerge a moment later out of another of her trees, this one outside the pyramid. Seeing this, Orium dismissed the barrier, immediately recalling the fairies toward herself, but without even watching, merely by scraping her spatula on the ground behind herself, Hikaifuin caused a veritable wall of trees to sprout from the ground, and this time, as the fairies tried to cut their way through, the chunks of wood they severed continued to grow into more and more tree in midair, completely stopping the fairies from coming back. Orium looked lost on what to do about that, so Uriah hissed, even as he tried to keep their escape ahead of the growing trees. "Orium, dismiss the fairies and then summon them again. We need them here." She did, her body glowing with orange light twice before all 6 of her fairies formed an orbital pattern around the 2 of them. Then she narrowed her eyes, and a flat, rectangular plane appeared in front of them, covering the entire corridor so that nothing could make it through the way the vines had before. Uriah looked around, but no broken twigs or fruits seemed to be on their side of the barrier, so he created the fastest path he could, and led them away, taking 3 turns along the path they'd entered from before, turning to Orium and nodding. She answered in the same manner, and a moment later, all 6 of her fairies were around her again. He directed them to the hidden air vent they'd entered from. It wasn't large enough for people, obviously, but it was the most fragile and shortest path out, so Uriah pulled out a seal Schneider and hacked a large section away before leading them outside, while Orium kept watch, ready to deploy her barrier again. However, there was no need for it. Even once they were outside, where Uriah was confident they could outmaneuver Hikifun, beating her really didn't look like it'd be easy and wasn't their actual goal anyway. But when, after a few minutes, she didn't surface, Uriah frowned. Orium looked just as puzzled as she asked him. Is she just letting us get away? Why isn't she following us? It took him a moment, then Uriah realized what was going on, and grimaced. She likely thinks we're planning to draw her away from the door so that Yoruaki can sneak in. And in a sense, she's not even fully wrong. She won't move from her place, but she will turn it into a forest that we can't get through, and as soon as somebody she knows shows up, she'll send them after us. Oh, so what can we do then? It was bitter, but the answer was pretty obvious. Nothing. We retreat back to Hinamari's house, and come up with a new plan. It didn't sit well with Uriah to do this, but there wasn't any other choice. He glanced in the direction of the prison complex, but going there wouldn't help, merely make it more difficult for Yoruaki to get Rukia out of it. She could only hope that the cat captain would succeed, since he had proved himself such a failure. Chapter 40, Swords. Ichigo didn't even make it to the first intersection before running into the first obstacle on his path to help Rukia, in the form of an unexpected Shinigami. The man emerged into the road leading away from the main gate just in time for Ichigo to be forced to jump backwards in order to avoid running straight into him. The guy, as he spent a moment to take him in, was about a head taller than Ichigo himself, with crimson hairs collected in a high ponytail and a white bandana covering most of his forehead, underneath which some sort of complicated tattoos peeked through. His eyes were also set in an expression of confused surprise, as they darted from Ichigo himself to the destroyed gate and back again, clearly trying to understand what was going on. Hoping he could take advantage of the man's surprise and move away from the gate, Ichigo started to walk past him without saying anything, but before he could, the other man's hand moved to his chest to stop him while saying wait. Ichigo batted it away before he could be touched, but he had to stop his advance to do so. The other man watched his extended hand for a moment, as if surprised to have been pushed aside, but then offered an amused smile as he commented. That's quite the huge sword you're carrying there. You must have more muscles than you're showing to prefer keeping it that size, rather than something more sensible. Ichigo shrugged, the movement jolting the blade that was resting over his shoulder so that the sharp edge could catch just enough light to glint threateningly as he answered, tone carefree. I just like the workout it gives me, that's all. I see. And would your preferred workout include destroying gates? Ichigo didn't turn to look behind himself, instead saying with his best self-assured expression. Not really, no, it's been a while since I saw a destroyed gate, in fact. The other man pointedly gestured to behind Ichigo. So that one doesn't count. Ichigo turned just enough to get a glimpse of the gate without taking his eyes off the red-haired Shinigami, then returned to him his whole focus as he said, deadpan. Seems a perfectly functioning gate to me, letting through what needs to get through it. You sure you're feeling well? Maybe you're seeing things that aren't there. That caused the other mans to finally become annoyed, glaring at him. I see. And I suppose you hairs aren't orange, either. Of course not, I'm not even here. Or at least, that's what you should think, for your own good. Ichigo settled his stance more solidly on the ground, making it clear that he meant to pass and that pretending never to have met him in the first place would be in the redhead's best interest. But the Shinigami didn't seem at all intimidated, merely placing his hand on the pommel of the katana at his side. Is that so? And I imagine you're not a wizard who has a white mask with 3 vertical stripes over an eye, right? That caught Ichigo by surprise enough that he asked, how do you know that? Before he could control himself, unexpectedly however, instead of attacking immediately, the Shinigami just chuckled. Right, this must be my lucky day then. See, I've been given order to arrest you, specifically, unless there are some other visored with orange hairs and a white hollow masks with 3 red stripes walking around, that is. In which case, I think if I bring you in I'll be forgiven for the mistake, anyway. Only at that point did he drew his Zanpakuto, and his grin turned dangerous as he said. Please, do not surrender and resist the arrest, today has been a stressing one, and I'm really looking forward to bash in the face of somebody who fully deserves it. Ichigo moves his own sword to a guard position, taking stock of his opponent. He looked in better fighting shape than the majority of those he'd smashed through in his rush here, which suggested he was going to be strong, or at least dangerous in some way. Still, getting into a duel right next to the door sort of defeated the point of Chad sending him ahead, so he made a last-ditch attempt to avoid it, even if it was clear the other guy had no interest in solving this with anything other than a fight. I won't surrender, but I've lost count of how many Shinigami have tried to capture me today and failed. Letting me go would be best for you. The man scoffed, pointing at himself with his thumb. Please. Do you even realize who you're speaking with? I'm Renji Abarai, lieutenant of the 6th Division of the Godi 13, I'm not going to lose to the like of you, whoever you are. That annoyed Ichigo enough that he shot back, in a challenging tone. I'm Ichigo Kurosaki, and since you're so determined not to forget me, I think I'll be giving you a fight to make sure you don't. I'm counting on it. The man grinned and charged forward at once, Zanpakuto slashing straight for Ichigo's neck. Immediately, he angled his sword to parry, the larger size making it easy. This caused the red-headed man to take a step back rather than trying to press the attack, letting out a whistle as he did so. So the sword's not just that big for show then? I wonder how well it cuts. Ichigo didn't give him the time to say more, taking advantage of the other's man pause to attack himself instead, focusing tightly on the Ryutsu in the sword, while leaving the external shroud fixed on repulsion to continue wielding the blade. He switched the internal Ryutsu from repulsion to determination at the moment of impact, so that the sword moved as fast as he could swing it by being feather light during the attack, but gaining weight as if made of rocks when striking, for maximum effect. It worked, in that, much as Renji was able to deflect Ichigo's attacks, each one pushed him backwards, stopping him from being able to retaliate and allowing Ichigo to put more pressure on his opponent. Despite this, he could feel his blade chipping slightly more whenever they clashed with each other, a clear sign that, even if he was keeping his opponent from having enough time to empower his blade properly, Renji was still gradually making his Zanpakuto sturdier as the battle went on. Knowing he needed to do something surprising if he wanted to hit Renji, Ichigo decided to take a risk and, on his next downward swing, intentionally missed, instead slamming his sword into the ground with as much strength as he could, creating a cloud of dust that he pushed toward his opponent with repulsive Hakuta. Renji darted forward, obviously planning to charge out of the dust before it could start to hamper his vision. Besides, Ichigo knew that, after such a big swing, his opponent would expect him to have left himself open. Instead, however, Ichigo pushed all of his repulsion in both the sword and the shroud, causing it to dart forward far faster than he would have otherwise been able to dislodge it from the ground. Indeed, he could feel his muscles hurting from the backlash, and slamming on his opponent's own sword from underneath, the back of Ichigo's weapon hitting the edge of Renji's and pushing it up and away, leaving him completely open. And before Renji could recover, Ichigo summoned his mask just long enough to push himself half a step further with a minimal use of Sonido, moving right next to Renji, and then swinging with all of his suddenly increased strength, hitting Renji's torso with the flat of the blade in a combination of hollow strength and the mixed Zanjutsu and Hakuta repulsion effect, strong enough to send the redhead flying into, and then crashing through, one of the surrounding house's brick walls. If the only reason you keep winning these fights is my strength, shouldn't I be the one in control? Ichigo dismissed the hollow mask immediately, grimacing and placing a hand on his head to push the headache away. He had been really drawing on his hollow powers since he'd arrived in Soul Society, and the bleed of aggressive emotions from the hollow was starting to take its toll. Still, he thought as he straightened, at least he had won. Okay, I felt that one. You're not bad. Ichigo turned toward the cloud of debris that was slowly settling where Renji had landed, and found that the Shinigami was slowly getting back to his feet. His clothes had been ruined enough by the attack that Ichigo could see his chest, sporting clear traces of blood, yet no visible open wound. It took him a moment to realize that Renji was obviously closing them by drawing power from his Zanpakuto. Ichigo had not seen the ability used by anybody since his fight with Hirako, so he'd forgotten it could be done, in part, of course, because he himself currently couldn't, since his connection only worked with sending Ryutsu, rather than taking it. For all that he'd just been hit with superhuman strength in the belly by a giant blade, even if only the flat side of it, and smashed through a wall, Renji didn't look like he was done for. If anything, Ichigo judged, he seemed excited. Something which the man confirmed with his next comment as he finished cleaning the dust from his shoulder with his free hand. And that thing you're doing with your sword, that's interesting. The speed of your swings is constantly switching around, so it's difficult to predict. It's a nice trick. I'm not sure how you're managing it, but it shows you have some skill. Then he turned more serious as he went on. Still, tricky as it is, I get the sense your style is incomplete, and you can't beat a true master with an incomplete style. That left Ichigo annoyed. What is it with you Shinigami and this obsession with doing things perfectly? So long as it works the way it should, it doesn't need to be perfect. It's not like I won't keep working on making it better, but having something I can use is better than failing because I was obsessed with getting everything right the first time I tried. Renji seemed surprised by Ichigo's outburst, then chuckled and commented. Oh man, you don't want to say that in front of Captain Kukaki. He's always so insistent that if you're not doing everything perfect, you shouldn't be doing it at all. It's sort of like that with all the older families. They have it in their head that a true Shinigami must be this perfect paragon in everything, and even the smaller mistakes are a huge matter to them. He shook his head, showing that he, at the very least, did not hold to the same degree of perfection as his superiors. Now, don't think I am like that. I get you, and I know that it's better to be happy with taking what you can get. I've been there. Making do is a skill too. But that's not what I'm talking about. Renji pointed his sword at Ichigo. It's a matter of respect for yourself. You say that you'll keep working at getting better, but that's only half of it. The other half is to acknowledge that you need to work at it in the first place. Your fighting style is effective, I'll give you that, but it doesn't work as well as it could, because it's not organic. I can tell you're cobbling stuff together on the fly, and that you can improvise like that is amazing, but if you don't have a core principle to guide your actions, it'll only take meeting somebody who can handle the individual tricks to bring you down. And so long as that is true, you'll never be a real warrior. He narrowed his eyes then and concluded, suddenly deadly serious. Let me show you. Ichigo braced himself as Renji darted forward. This time, he could see that Renji's sword was empowered with more Ryutsu than before, enough that it would probably cut straight through Ichigo's own blade, so he used a repulsive push instead, timing it just right so that, to one who didn't know what had happened, it would have looked as if his parry had bounced Renji's sword away. He didn't expect, however, for Renji to just let it be pushed away, striking with his left fist at Ichigo's face. He managed to harden his skin just in time, and went to move his sword to Renji's overextended arm, but then he felt his attention drawn to his opposite side, where Renji's sword was returning to strike him, and had to abort the attack and spin his sword to deflect that instead, and then jumped backwards when Renji attempted to punch him in the face again. The redhead grinned there, and said, aiming his sword at Ichigo again. See? I didn't suddenly get better, and your style is still tricky, and hard to get through with pure swordsmanship for me, but now that I know how it works, I can flow around it even if I'm not good enough to match it. Because you need to figure out an answer to everything I'm doing beat by beat, while I, having a coherent style to rely on, can plan my attacks in advance, based on everything you've shown me already. Ichigo could see the point his opponent was making, but he didn't feel like acknowledging it all that much, considering how condescending the whole thing was. So he answered instead. Then I just need to come up with new things you've not seen yet, don't I? The redhead didn't seem fazed, although his eyes narrowed as he answered. Maybe, but on the other hand, I haven't shown you everything I can do either. Roar, Zabumaru. Ichigo barely had a second to notice the sword exploding in a cloud of red smoke, before the Zanpakuto's blade erupted out of it, growing on its own while Renji didn't even need to move. The attack was so fast as to be nearly instantaneous, and all Ichigo could do to block it was to put his sword in the way. He barely managed, but the combination of the speed and power of the attack with the fact his opponent's blade was sharper and harder than his own resulted in Ichigo's Zanpakuto being slammed into his chest even as it was cracked, shards of it scattering and piercing into him all over. He tried to use Hakuta to anchor his feet to the ground, but that only resulted in the flagstones of the road breaking as he was blasted back and slammed into the ground, rolling backwards a bit before he finally managed to stop himself, wheezing in pain. Well, that's disappointing. The red smoke had dissipated, only a few wisps remaining around Renji as he made a whipping motion with his wrist that caused his elongated sword to snap back together. Ichigo took a moment to take in the blade, for it looked very weird now, made up of 6 connected segments, each one with a slanted angle so that the tip was larger than the base, and a pick protruding from the very top on the sharpened side of each segment. And while Renji was holding it locked in a mostly meat cleaver-shaped form right now, he'd noticed when it extended to slam into him that the segments had been connected by some sort of cable as they separated from each other, like a whip. Ichigo's own sword, on the other hand, had repaired itself from the cracks by losing another bit of length and heft, enough so that it was now about equal in size to Renji's now larger blade. Still, that was the least of Ichigo's preoccupation. The impact had left his torso a mess, his skin having been scoured and the muscles underneath left bleeding, and several of the biggest shards were embedded all over chest and abdomen, as well as one leg and both arms, and he could feel several of his ribs had been cracked. He glared at Renji, but the redhead didn't seem particularly scared by it, nor in any way squeamish at the amount of damage he'd inflicted. If anything, he seemed bored. "I was expecting you to put up an actual fight, but if you collapse like that as soon as I get serious, what's even the point? The way you were speaking, I expected you to be tougher than this." Grimacing at the pain, Ichigo slowly got back to his feet, using his sword as a crutch to stay upright, and glared up at Renji. "I'm not done for yet." Then, much as he didn't want to, he called on his inner hollow once more, while at the same time using Hakuta to push all of the shards of metal out of his body. Renji quickly raised his sword to deflect the hail of badly aimed and slow-moving projectiles, but as he did, Ichigo's visored regeneration went into overdrive to quickly recover his wounds, even as he used Hakuta to jump high into the sky, before turning his sword heavy with determination as he swung it down at Renji with hollow, enhanced strength. With how he'd used the metal shard as a distraction, Ichigo had thought that his opponent would have been left open to an attack from above, so he couldn't help the surprise he felt when, instead of hitting the Shinigami, his blade slammed into one of the segments of Renji's own. It seemed that he'd somehow managed to whip his blade over his head in a parry, even if, at the current angle, that shouldn't have been possible without beheading himself. And after the moment of impact, when Ichigo's own weight drew him to the ground yet the block held, he realized it was more than that. The blade was standing perfectly still despite Renji not being braced for it, and while it made sense that it wouldn't break, since Renji's made his blade harder than Ichigo's, for it to not even move in reaction to the attack, especially when it was delivered with hollow strength, it meant it wasn't being held there by strength alone. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Ichigo used Hakuta to dart backwards and away, and just in time, as an instant later Renji's blade whirled through the area he'd been standing in. With the mask on, Ichigo couldn't really glare, but he knew his golden eyes were glowing threateningly as he said, letting his annoyance show. "You're controlling the blade with your mind." Renji raised an eyebrow at that in amusement. "Yes, of course I am. I mean, it's not like I can't control it manually." He swung twice to demonstrate, digging 2 large furrows in the ground in the shape of a cross, "but that's still limited to my physical movements, while mental control can help me strike in otherwise impossible ways." Then he placed his free hand on his waist and added, "And I can see now how you've managed to make it this far. Your visored power gives you and Hollow's strength and regeneration, isn't it? So you just need to deliver a couple of good blows with your tricks and use regeneration to outlast your opponent. That's almost a full strategy. I gotta admit, however, if you want it to be your actual style, you need to actually lean into it more. Take more risks, for example, and save your tricks for when they could allow you to deliver a telling blow, instead of wasting them earlier just to avoid losing ground or taking a few hits. If you plan to recover from them anyway, why play your best tricks to avoid a cut or two? Having the different facets of your combat style work against each other like that is just sloppy." Ichigo growled, the sound made deeper and more menacing by his hollow mask. "What do you care? Why are you even giving me tips when we're fighting each other? The redhead seemed genuinely puzzled at that. It's not like you're going to beat me anyway, and at least if you fight properly, I get to have more fun while I beat you down, you know. Ichigo almost roared, but then held back. That was condescending, to be sure, but all this anger wasn't truly his own. Instead, he focused on dismissing his mask, only to find that this time, Shiro was resisting it. The Hollows were actively fighting him for the first time in a long time. Let me get to him, you're pathetically weak. The only way you can defeat this guy is with my strength, and he deserves to be ripped a new one. Let me go at him, worthless human. Ichigo grimaced, but despite the wild surge of emotions, he managed to damp down on them enough to seal the hollow away, although the effort left him panting in exhaustion. His opponent looked perplexed at that, then added. Or perhaps that's not your fighting style because the regeneration is taxing to use. That makes more sense, but if that's so, then you really need to rethink how you fight. What you're doing now isn't going to be much help if you can't even rely on it properly. Then he shrugged and finished. Then again, it's not going to matter much, try to keep up if you can, but if not, I'll understand. And with that, the Shinigami was on the attack again, his blade erupting forward like a missile once more. This time, being ready for it, Ichigo managed to roll out of the way. The blade immediately changed course to sweep at him sideways, but with a knee to the ground, he managed to brace himself just enough that, while the hit sent him skidding backward and slightly chipped his sword, it didn't hurt him the way the previous attack had. Of course, seeing him down, Renji reacted quickly, his blade striking twice more in quick succession. Ichigo managed to weather the attacks without being blasted back or otherwise hurt, but he knew that, if he let himself be cornered like this, he'd just be whittled down by an onslaught of whipping strikes in short order. Trying for anything that could give him an edge, he rolled backwards while kicking upward with a repulsive push, throwing the debris from the broken paving stones at his feet at his enemy. He'd expected that would force Renji to back off, but instead the Shinigami simply willed his sword to be in the way, the blade twisting like a snake to keep him safe. Ichigo could see the cable connecting the separate portions of the blade, and realizing it was taut as a result of being held firm in place with the Shikai's own power, he realized that created a weakness that a normal whip-like weapon wouldn't have. So he struck in the fastest way he could, by overfilling his Zanpakuto with Ryotsu to make the blade grow huge, and thus extending its reach so that it pierced straight through the weakest point of Renji's blade, severing the cable and sending the top portion of the blade flying away to the side. Renji immediately moved backwards as he recalled his blade, although now it only had 3 segments instead of the previously 6, he watched it with a raised eyebrow, but didn't look particularly worried. Still, Ichigo wasn't in the mood of letting him pontificate some more. He'd been talking his ears off as it was, so he charged instead, mixing Shunpo and Hakuta to take longer, lighter steps while giving them the slight bounce that'd make him push forward faster. Renji darted out of the way and to the left, his reaction times quick enough that, when Ichigo used his Hakuta shroud to redirect his sword mid-swing toward his new position, he was able to raise his broken sword in a parry. The impact was enough to leave Ichigo shaking and send Renji skidding backwards, but eventually he stopped and held, the hardness of his blade helping it withstand Ichigo's larger one, with his foot helped by Hakuta to avoid being pushed back any further. Then Renji grimace turned into a grin, and suddenly, much faster than the self-reparation he'd seen from any other Zanpakuto before, the top 3 segments of Renji's blade regrew at once, and while the bottom half of the sword remained locked in place, the top half twisted like a snake to strike at Ichigo behind his own, making the block they were into completely pointless and forcing him to dodge backwards. Even that, however, wasn't enough, as the blade just kept stretching and chasing after Ichigo as he retreated. He slammed his head in the top segment to stop it, trying to take advantage of the fact it was flat to keep it locked, but that just resulted in the 2 middle segments twisting to strike at him from the side while the top piece held him in place, forcing Ichigo to roll to the side to avoid them. Despite being able to attack without moving, Renji decided to charge instead, swinging toward Ichigo in a large arc from the left. He strengthened the repulsion shroud around his blade to try and bounce the attack back, since merely blocking it was obviously impossible, but even as it was repelled, the whip-like sword redirected itself, immediately wrapping around Ichigo's blade, and at the same time, he felt a sudden bite of metal as something else wrapped around his right leg. He glanced, and saw that the severed part of Renji's blade he'd completely forgotten about had wrapped around his leg in the same manner as the main one had captured his sword, and when Renji pulled back with a grin, the one around his leg did as well, the combination of pull from one side and having his leverage pulled away from the other causing Ichigo to slam onto the ground painfully hard. Renji's blades, both the intact one in his hand and the broken one on the ground, lifted themselves in a high curve to then whip down hard. Ichigo barely managed to avoid both by rolling on himself, but knowing that couldn't last, he slammed his sword into the ground and used it to get to his feet as well as intercept Renji's main blade, the severed one missing him by a hair. The Shinigami pressed forward, taking a step forward and swinging again. His blade was still stopped by Ichigo's own, but the other one bit hard into his side. Although, he realized when it retreated, not as hard as it could have. It was a deep wound, no doubt, which was already bleeding profusely, but if the blade had kept going, it could have severed him in two, why hadn't it? Before he could think more on it, Renji came to the attack again, and rather than let himself be pinned between the attacks, Ichigo used his Hakuta to push upwards from the ground, reaching a hand-standing position on the pommel of his sword, while both of his opponent's blades bit back into it. Then, in a flash of inspiration, using the Hakuta shroud on the blade, he made it spin on itself like a drill, pushing both Renji and his second, broken sword away from it, before painfully landing back down, a hand to his bleeding side, even as he raised his sword with the other one. He had his gaze focused on Renji, so he didn't miss how, just as his opponent rolled to his feet, he swung his blade in a large arc in front of himself, almost self-evidently a deflection maneuver in case Ichigo had tried to press his advantage. The moment he did, Ichigo jumped, and as he had expected, the other blade swung straight where Ichigo's leg would have otherwise been. If he'd not dodged it, he'd have lost both at the heel. The jolting of his wound resulting from hopping over the blade had Ichigo grimacing and splitting blood, but even so, it was with a certain smugness that he told Renji. "You can control only the original sword with your mind, isn't it? The severed parts only follow its movement as you swing it, you can't direct them individually." Renji's grin was odd at that. "Well done figuring that out. I was hoping to psyche you up by making you think I could strike at your back without warning, but I guess you're smarter than that, Still, that doesn't change the fact I can attack you from multiple angles at once. I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty good at maneuvering opponents where I need them to be. I suppose it's my fault for letting you gain an extra weapon." That caused Renji to laugh. After a moment of that, he paused, taking in Ichigo's stance and the confusion he knew was showing on his face, and collected himself, although he was still chuckling somewhat. "You really think I'd need to rely on you to use my Shikai? That I am able to do so is a feature, but I'd be a pretty bad fighter if I needed to rely on my opponent's actions to use my weapon properly." Then he lowered his blade, aiming it at Ichigo, and suddenly the top segment exploded forward, separating from the rest of the blade to let itself be fired like a projectile. Ichigo managed just barely to dodge to the opposite side from where Renji's broken blade was laying on the ground, and even so the strike was so fast that he couldn't avoid it entirely, and found himself with a bleeding wound on his shoulder as a result of the glancing blow. Renji inclined his blade just a bit, to show how the top segment quickly reformed, and then swung the blade in front of himself, each of the 6 sections separating at once and flying forward, as if fired in an arc. Ichigo had to dive to the ground to avoid them. That was when Renji, whom sword had reformed again, suddenly swung it downwards, causing the ejected portions of his blade to change direction mid-flight without any loss of momentum. With one slamming straight into Ichigo's back hard enough to break his ribs, he could start to feel himself drowning, a sure sign the blade had pierced a lung, so with no other recourse, he called upon his inner hollow once more. This time, however, he could feel the rage enveloping his mind. He had still only called on the mask rather than the whole hollow, but apparently, that was no longer enough to keep the monster at bay, as even as he felt his body be knit together, the hollow reaching for the blade in his back and simply ripping it out, his mind was simply engulfed by Shiro's hatred and desire to kill. "Right, I've had enough of you, human, I'm taking over now." Ichigo could still see what was going on, but it was hazy, like it could sometime get in the desert when the air was too dry. He could also feel his body moving, as the hollow threw the segment of blade he'd just dug out of his back toward Renji. The Shinigami didn't even blink, merely holding still for a fraction of a moment as the projectile stopped in midair, before falling to the ground as he darted forward, swinging his whip sword in a quick arc once again. Shiro dodged under the attack, and then exploded forward with Sonito, getting into Renji's guard and punching him in the face. For a moment, Ichigo was lost as to why the Hollow was using his fist rather than the sword, before realizing Shiro had left the Zanpakuto behind, and he immediately understood why. Even strong as the Hollow was, he could not wield the sword at the size Ichigo had left it at, and while he might know the mechanic of it, he was not actually able to use the so-called tricks that made Ichigo capable of swinging around a sword larger than he himself was. It seemed also that, in his fury of proving himself superior to their opponent, the Hollow had underestimated the Shinigami. His punch had been brutal. Indeed, Ichigo wasn't sure he could even see Renji's eyes anymore in the mess of pulped flesh and bone on the right side of his face, but it had not been enough to beat him and, apparently, it had been some sort of trap, as the redhead grinned and said, a certain brutal satisfaction in his voice. "Got you." Then, his Zanpakuto wrapped around the Hollow's chest, and Ichigo understood that Renji had left the punch through on purpose, to create the opening needed to trap Shiro. The Hollow tried to break the blade he was constrained by, uncaring for how the hard metal was cutting into his body, but even as he started to stretch the bonds, it wasn't enough to free himself, at least not before Renji could slam him into the ground twice in quick succession, before whipping his sword around so that it separated from the hilt straight at the base, sending the Hollow, and Ichigo trapped inside him, to slam into a wall, the restraints it was wrapped preventing him from changing his trajectory in any way. As he got out, the Hollow was finally able to free himself of the blade, scattering the pieces of it all around, before focusing a hateful glare on Renji, which, Ichigo realized, not only had reformed his blade in full, but seemed to have almost entirely recovered from the wound on his face. Which was strange, because from what Ichigo remembered of his fight with Hiriko, that power was supposed to work in a fashion where it was either the sword to be reinforced, or the Shinigami healing, not both, and neither as fast, but then again, he realized, if his sword didn't regenerate as fast as it did, Renji's combat style wouldn't be as effective. And his words on how to make use of the ability to regenerate suddenly made a ton more sense, if he assumed that the power of Renji's Shikai was the ability to recover very quickly from damage for himself and his sword both. Still, knowing this did very little for Ichigo right now, as the Hollow in control of his body had no idea, since, to shut him out and keep him from regaining control of his body, Shiro had to keep the two of them fully disconnected. Thus, Ichigo couldn't help but grimace as he saw the Hollow charging forward at Renji, only for the Shinigami to dart right into the attack, sword wide at his side rather than in front of himself, and, just a moment before contact, he shot all 6 segments of the blades like projectiles. They flew behind him, but obviously, those ones had never been meant to hit. What happened instead was that the other segments, the ones scattered across the area in what looked like a semicircle that Renji and Shiro had ended up in the middle of, took flight at the same time, all converging on the center point. And while the Shinigami himself was not there, courtesy of Shiro's punch hitting him straight in the chest and sending him flying backwards, the Hollow was, and the blades cut straight through him at once in a deadly omnidirectional attack, causing his body to fall to the ground in pieces. The feeling of being reduced to a lump of meat was incredibly painful for Ichigo, even as it was filtered through the Hollow's perception and the barrier he had put in place between the two of them, but it didn't last long as, with all the pieces so close, Shiro was surprisingly quick in reconnecting them. Even as he did, however, Ichigo could hear the sound of footsteps as Renji walked closer, reformed sword in his hand, and scoffed in an annoyed manner. "That was disappointing. Charging at me straight up like that and letting your anger direct your actions is no way to fight. I expected better." He shook his head, then swung his blade to the side and repeated his previous trick. However, as soon as the segments were in flight, Ichigo felt the Hollow's riot so suddenly surrounding it like a shroud. It was almost the same, he realized, as when Ichigo himself used the Fullbringer armor. It seemed that, on that front at least, the Hollow had learned something from Ichigo. He didn't see how that could help, however, until he felt the Reisu suddenly change, warped, feeling somehow denser and devoid of any emotion at the same time, changing color to dark red for a moment before the Hollow let it erupt from his form into several beams, striking all the incoming projectiles out of the sky with the disintegrating power of multiple Zero, while Renji himself was forced to dodge with wide eyes, proof enough that he might not be able to regenerate a lethal wound of that type. The Hollow slowly got to his feet, and Ichigo couldn't help the shudder he felt as his mouth moved without input from himself, the hollow's voice echoing out of it with a lot of smugness overlaying the ever-present anger. "You are right, Shinigami, I let myself be distracted and forgot to fight smarter. Then again, I guess I didn't really need it to take you down, did I? I just needed the correct amount of strength, is all." Renji's answer to that was to swing his sword and having it separate at the base, so that it was a giant snake of sharpened metal that was headed toward the hollow. However, this time it answered by rising a hand in front of himself, charging it with a red sphere that erupted in another beam, burning straight through the middle of the projectile and sending the resulting broken halves of it off course. Still, much as the hollow liked his bravado, Ichigo could sense that firing so many Zero at once wasn't as effortless as he was pretending. Ichigo could feel the hollow's reserves sagging, and even its general strength and speed were lower than normal. Which was probably why, when Renji suddenly struck, having charged forward while crouching to move under the cover of his own attack, the hollow's reflexes weren't good enough to avoid being whipped straight in the abdomen and sent flying. The hollow was at least able to use Sonido before smashing into a wall to send itself to the right instead, landing next to where Ichigo's sword was laying on the ground, and immediately pulled it up. Even with its increased strength, Ichigo could feel how much effort the hollow had to put into moving it without anything to help, but it still managed to plant it into the ground to use as cover, propping himself with his back against it. Ichigo couldn't read the hollow's mind right now, but he could guess what it was planning, using the sword to force Renji to come close, then try to take him out by unleashing however many Zero it was still capable of using all at once. Ichigo knew that it was wrong. Now that he knew what his opponent's power was, Ichigo was sure he could beat it with the help of his sword, if only he were back in control. "Open your mind to me." Ichigo was startled as the voice echoed into his mind, and it took him a moment to realize that it wasn't Shiro, but rather the Zanpakuto, that was speaking to him. Now that he was touching the sword again, even if without wielding it, the connection to it was back there. The voice echoed again, while there was no urgency in the tone. The Zanpakuto never seemed hurried. There was something else to it, a quality that made it seem more than a mere request. "Open your mind to me, kid, and we'll drive the hollow back." Driving back hollows is what Shinigami and Zanpakuto do. He would have nodded if he could, but as it was, he simply accepted the offer of power coming from the sword. The sudden doubling of the emotions within his mind for a moment was enough to clear the haziness and push away the encroaching rage of the hollow, and once he had that bit of extra control, and with a suddenly doubled mental strength, Ichigo invested the hollow with it, breaking his hold of their shared body completely. The sudden effect of control caused the hollow's emotions to switch from rage to panic in a hurry, and Ichigo felt it shout, desperately trying to stop Ichigo's will from confining it in its cage again. "Don't do it, moron. You've seen how much damage this guy can unleash. Without me you'll be killed immediately. Take back control if you want, but let me help." Ichigo wavered for a moment. It was true that without the hollow's regeneration he was going to be in greater danger, but then his Zanpakuto's voice echoed in his head again, the question neutral yet carrying a sort of heavier weight to it than he'd realized. "Do you truly think you can rely on this creature for the power to win your fights?" No, Ichigo realized, he could not. He knew how he could defeat Renji, and he didn't need the hollow's help to do it. Having it might make his fights safer, but it was not required. And not only did his Zanpakuto had a point, but his opponent did as well. He'd made the hollow a cornerstone of his fighting style, but if it wasn't one that he could freely, then any advantage he derived from it was its own weakness. Thus, he collected himself, and sealed the hollow away. He would not use his power again until he was ready to do it on his own terms, and to do that, he first had to prove, to himself and the hollow both, that he could win despite lacking his help. No, rather because he didn't have his help. He collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily, the mask no longer on his face but his body back to being his own. He was fully healed, but he felt very tired, a clear sign that Shiro's overworking of himself by firing so many Zero at once had not been without price. After a moment, however, he felt power coming to him, shoring up his body and helping steady his trembling form, and he realized it was coming from the connection from his blade, a connection that, he realized, felt different than it had before. It was stronger, more solid, and he could still feel it, despite not being currently touching the blade. He reached for the handle of his sword, using it to get back on his feet, and sensed the connection strengthening, and realized that it wasn't just a channel for him to send power down to anymore. He could call it back from it as well. On a whim, he focused on the Reishi in his sword, and called as much of it back as possible, which made the sword revert from its oversized form to its original one, allowing him to easily spin it in his hands, and he felt more of the fatigue from Shiro's overuse of his body disappear. He sent a message back to his sword then, letting his surprise show through. "You've given me a full connection, right? Like a proper Shinigami would have with their Zanpakuto?" "I did. I've observed how you think, act, and fight, and I have decided that I'm willing to put myself on the line for your cause, Ichigo Kurosaki. I would tell you not to disappoint me, but I know you won't." Ichigo wasn't sure how to react to the show of trust, and was saved from doing so as he heard Renji comment, in a curious tone. "Did you run out the battery of that thing?" He turned to watch the redhead, and saw that, in the handful of seconds he'd needed to steal control from the hollow, the man had repositioned himself, and a good deal of segments of his sword were laying at this feat. It wasn't difficult to guess that he'd been preparing himself to unleash a literal hail of steel on Shiro. That would almost certainly have taken the hollow down if it managed to destroy his mask by striking through the sword's cover, which he suspected they could have, but out of everything Renji could have tried, it was almost the obvious move. Ichigo chuckled, then answered. "Nah, it got a bit out of control. Trouble of being a wizard, I'm afraid. Those things aren't easy to keep in check, is all." "Oh. Maybe don't accept power ups that include making a pact with evil monsters next time." "It was an accident, I didn't accept anything." "Yeah, that's what they always say." "I don't know that I believe it." Ichigo shrugged at that. It wasn't like he had any particular reason to try and persuade Renji of what he was saying, and besides, in a sense he had accepted the power when the hollow offered it, even if he couldn't truly control it properly. That ought to count, at least from a certain perspective. Still, that wasn't even really the point. Instead, Ichigo returned himself to a guard position and said, smiling. "Now, how about we restart that fight we were having? Without the thing bothering me, winning this is gonna be a breeze." Renji raised one of his tattooed eyebrows in disbelief, waving his free hand on all the metal at his feet as he commented. "You know that without the hollow's regeneration Zabumaru is gonna turn you to mincemeat, right?" Ichigo offered his best grin in answer to that, even as he confirmed with his Zanpakuto that the plan was possible, and got ready for implementing it on the spot. "Try me. I guess it's your funeral." Renji's answer was delivered with a shrug, and then he shot the fragments of his blades like projectiles once more, all of the ones at his feet doing the same. Ichigo simply let his Zanpakuto take over, sucking out as much Ryutsu from him as possible at once, growing to a ginormous size for a moment, before releasing it all, but rather than back toward Ichigo, dumping it straight into the air in front of him. It wasn't a technique that could be used for anything with Hakuta, since charged emotions couldn't really be released in that manner, nor could a beam of any sort, but what it was enough to do was infuse the air with enough Ryutsu to overcome Soul Society's resistance to Fullbringer's powers. Then, Ichigo jumped, and as he was in the air, he used the Fullbringer's ability to make the air just flexible enough for 3 bounces, using the first 2 to let Renji's attack pass underneath him, and the third to shoot himself forward, straight at his red-headed opponent, who was looking in absolute surprise at seeing Ichigo use air walking in Soul Society, when it should not, supposedly, be possible. Even with the surprise on Ichigo's side, his opponent was fast enough to put his blade in the way, which would have been enough to block if, at the last moment, Ichigo hadn't given his sword a new boost of Reishi. This time however, by working together with his Zanpakuto, he was able to make it grow without need for overfilling it, since after all, it was always up to the sword where the extra Ryutsu was sent, which resulted in feeding the sword just enough to grow in size but with only a fraction of the gain in weight, as it was essentially hollow inside. With so little power behind it, the sword didn't punch past Renji's steel-hardened Hakuta, but the impact on his chest was enough to slam him backwards, into the wall of the hallway behind him. His opponent needed a moment to regain his breath, but as soon as he did, he willed his blade to flex, so that it could maneuver around the block. But Ichigo had anticipated this, and did one thing that he'd been missing from his arsenal for a bit now: he ceded control of his body to his sword spirit. The Zanpakuto was not surprised. Ichigo had warned it he would do so, but it did seem to have a strong influx of some particularly warm emotion. Ichigo didn't have the time to examine the reaction right then however, instead calling on his Quincy skills, between how much more quickly it responded here in Soul Society, and the enhanced focus from not having to control his body at the same time, a bar of reishi appeared in his free hand almost instantaneously, holding Renji's Zanpakuto at bay. The Shinigami frowned, and willed his blade forward. Ichigo could feel that the attack was eating into the bar, so instead he reshaped the round border of it into the thin, sharp edge of a blade, and the reishi sword caused Renji's own to slide over it rather than cutting through, at least for long enough that his Zanpakuto spirit could twist his wrist and force it away in a parry. The Quincy sword was wrecked by the effort, the bare reishi nowhere near durable enough to withstand such a clash with the Zanpakuto, but that didn't matter, because Ichigo immediately dissolved it, creating a new one, and then another again, as Renji attempted his attacks again. Seeing the Shinigami's wide eyes as his attacks were repelled again and again, Ichigo got back control from his sword spirit and taunted Renji directly. Fighting in close quarters makes your ability harder to use, isn't it? Since you can't really use your extra blades when they could damage you as well. Renji's eyes narrowed at that, and he growled back. Actually, I can, since I can heal, and most people cannot, I just don't like it. But if that's what you want, so be it. And then, exactly as Ichigo had hoped for, he broke the block by twisting his blade to the side and separating all 6 segments of it at once, and just as he did, Ichigo enlarged his sword and threw it straight in the segment's path, stopping them before they'd covered more than a meter and gained any speed. Which, as he quickly confirmed using his Quincy senses to do it without moving his gaze away from Renji, meant the hail of projectiles that had been headed his way had stopped and collapsed to the ground, as if rebounding against a solid obstacle, exactly the same thing that had happened to those Renji had just launched. Then, before his opponent could recover from the shock of having his power turned against himself, Ichigo struck, his left hand closing around the hilt of Renji's Zanpakuto and using attraction to stick to it, while his right elbow pushed the Shinigami away on the other side with as much repulsion as he was able to, and just as he'd hoped, Renji was pushed in the opposite direction from where Ichigo was holding his sword, forcing it out of his arm. While effective, the push hadn't been all that strong, so the redhead merely stumbled away, but that didn't really matter, as Ichigo twirled the stolen sword, which was lacking a blade past the hilt, and was thus really just a handle and tsuba, in his hand as he spoke. I was told that a Shinigami is nothing without their weapon, not so long ago. I was critical of those words at the time, but I must admit, they are true. Without a true bond with a Zanpakuto, a Shinigami is really not able to fight as well as they otherwise would. He recovered his own weapon as he spoke, reducing it back to a more normal size, before continuing. And now, you are without your sword, but I still have my own. If I cut you now, you won't regenerate, and all of your broken blades are no longer of any use. Do you want to surrender? The Shinigami chuckled, even as he took a couple of steps further back, then said, "That's a good point you make. However, you're operating under a misconception." He knelt, and it took a moment for Ichigo to realize he'd collected one of the many broken segments of his sword that littered the hallway. He showed it to Ichigo, then grinned excitedly as he explained. "You see, the real blade is not the one attached to the handle, it is whichever one I am holding in my hand." And as he said so, the fragment suddenly grew, additional segments forming at both extremities, until he was holding a full, perfect copy of his original blade, his other hand closing around a newly formed handle. Ichigo couldn't help but grin himself at the sight, letting go of the now useless handle, and then kicking it at his opponent. Rather than using his power on it, the redhead whipped his sword to push it out of the way so he could continue to attack, slashing twice at Ichigo, both of which attacks he deflected with his own Zanpakuto. Of course, that wasn't enough to stop Renji's sword, as it twisted to continue the attack even after being deflected, but Ichigo had expected that, so he stepped backwards and to the side to charge a wide swing, growing his sword to humongous size as he attacked, and then wrapping it in a shroud of repulsion just as he slammed it into Renji, forcing all segments back, at which point, he let go of the sword completely, using Shunpo to close in on Renji's swordless side. The Shinigami was left completely surprised by that, so that when Ichigo's sword suddenly changed the shroud by itself, just as Ichigo had asked it to do beforehand, converting the emotions it was coated with into pure excitement, he was caught completely by surprise. He still managed to interrupt the connection quick enough, by separating his own blade so it stopped conducting the electricity to his body. Even so, the sudden shock had left him open for Ichigo to slam into him with a shoulder tackle delivered with enough determination that Ichigo's entire body was turned as hard as rock. He wasn't able to do it with any other emotion, but for some reason, creating a full body coat of pure determination came easy to him. As a result, he barely felt anything from the hit, even as the impact sent a rumbling sound echoing across the street. Renji was sent rolling backwards, and Ichigo didn't stop, his sword once more filling the air with all the Ryotsu it could, although this time Ichigo used it to bounce it back into his hand without losing speed rather than to accelerate himself, and then he was on Renji again. The redhead was already regenerating from the wound, but he was clearly not fully there, swiping blindly with his blade so that Ichigo was able to use his own to repel it again. Then when his opponent struck with a Hakuto-reinforced, steel-hard knife thrust, Ichigo chose to take it on an open palm covered in determination, which he then focused to be harder as he closed the hand over it. Renji tried to retract his hand, but the effort failed, leaving him surprised for a moment as Ichigo commented, idly. Removing a steel piton from a rock surface can be very hard, you know. Then he used the leverage to slam Renji into the ground. He followed it up with a downward stab with his Zanpakuto, but before he could strike, his opponent's sword wrapped itself around his blade like a snake, blocking the attack. Then, Renji separated it, his new blade growing explosively. Ichigo had no real time to react, but his sword did for him, drawing Ryotsu from him on its own to become huge enough to drag him to the ground with its sheer weight faster than he could move. He grinned, and knowing his Zanpakuto spirit had his back, he started a swinging motion with his free hand before passing control to it, the spirit continuing the motion with absolute smoothness while Ichigo used his Quincy power to conjure a new sword in the free hand that cut a deep wound in Renji's belly that had the man hissing with pain as he backed away. Ichigo had his Zanpakuto unleash the collected Ryotsu into the ground, then had to catch his breath. He was using far too much, and it was starting to tell, but between himself and his sword, they had enough for him to be well enough to continue fighting, while also healing what few minor scrapes he'd taken in this latest exchange of blows. Renji, meanwhile, was watching him with a mix of confusion and surprise as he asked, breathless, "How are you keeping up?" Ichigo grinned, and answered, "You see, you thought I didn't have a combat style, but I actually do. I use my tricks to figure out what my opponent's weaknesses are, and then use my other tricks to take advantage of them, and bring them down. That's why having so many little tricks is much better, for me, than being perfect at any one thing." The fact that a majority of his so-called tricks just amounted to having a very good working relationship with his Zanpakuto, or that he'd figured out this whole style thing in this very combat, Ichigo decided to keep for himself. In any case, it didn't seem to matter, as Renji said, sounding very excited. "Alright then. You got me there. I guess I really need to go all out. I've never had to use this in battle, you know? Having the ability is worth it on its own, of course, but finally being able to test it out in a proper fight is going to be so exciting." Ichigo didn't really like the sound of that, but before Renji could unleash whatever his secret weapon was, a resounding crashing sound from behind Ichigo caused both of them to turn toward its source, which, Ichigo saw with distress, was Chad, having just smashed into the ground and looking much more wounded than he had been when Ichigo had left him. While his friend slowly got back up on his feet, Ichigo glanced at the mix of mist and smoke that was coming through the door. He was pretty tired. His opponent here looked like he had one last big surprise ready, and whoever had sent Chad crashing into the street was likely about to emerge from the gate and force them to fight a battle on multiple fronts. These, Ichigo thought to himself, were not good odds at all. Check the description for the links to the author.